How's it going? Welcome back to the Kiwi Lads channel. If last week didn't have enough excitement for this match between the All Blacks and the Springboks, we have got the rematch 7 days later. It's going to be an epic contest. It does get underway in 3 hours 30 minutes, which does sound like a long time, but we have got quite a bit of build up planned for you guys. We've got an interview with an ex-All Black. We have got a couple head-to-head statistical videos that will be coming out on the channel as well. But hope you guys are all doing well. Hope you're all excited. Do let me know your predictions 3 hours out from this matchup getting underway. But we will be looking through at the lineups that these two sides have gone with and comparing them to what they had last week. So first of all, we will look at South Africa. They are going to be as follows: Oxner Shah at number 1, Joseph Dweber at 2, and Frans Malherbe does slot in at number 3. And it is his 50th cap for that man. So a very experienced man in the front row. Joseph Dweber, Oxner Shah, both added into this lineup, making the changes of Nakanye and Marks. Then in the locks, it is a lot of experience here. Eben Etzebeth at number 4, and then number 5, it is Alou Diacha. Then also in the loose boy trio, we've got a big return coming up. Sia Khaleesi at number 6, Peter Steptoe at 7, and then Dwayne Vermeulen. He's been out for quite some time with a knee injury, but luckily now he's recovered from his surgery and he is out there and he will be trying to run rampage at Ellis Park. I think we have got Roy in the chat. Also, we have got Brandon has said, hi, Hamish. Hope you are doing well, mate. Hope you're excited for this epic contest. It's just around the corner. Number 9, a new change for the Springboks. It will be Jaden Hendrickson. Now, we did see him play 9 throughout the Welsh tour, but does get the opportunity here. That is due to the injury of Faf de Klerk, as he did take quite a head knock in last week's match up against the All Blacks. That was actually only in about the second, or in fact, it was before then. It was about the 30th second of the game. And Kia ora, Hamish says, Xavier, hope you're doing well. And Amelia is here as well. Hope you are also having a great evening so far. It is currently 11:32 p.m. here in New Zealand, but we will show very soon what time kickoff will be no matter where you are in the world. Andre Pollard at 10, 100% kicking accuracy for himself last week, and also managed to slot over a nice drop kick, which was pretty handy. And we want blood, says Race Creek there. And what time is the kickoff, says Jack Cooney. So the kickoff for this game, it is going to be at 3:05 a.m., same as what it was last week, although the next couple of weeks of the Rugby Championship, they have actually got varying kickoff times, but we will be talking about that in just some time. Damien Dialende and Lukaniwan, the strongest midfield combo in the world today. Makazole Mapimpi at number 11. Jesse Creel makes his way into the lineup, and that is going to be at number 14. And then Damian Willemse is there at number 15. And also, Brew, why are you so early? Well, that is a good question, but we have got plenty of content. We have been drastically, flat out throughout the week. We've been filming with ex-All Blacks. We've been doing all sorts of stat-to-stat videos that are going to be coming up right in the preview. And it was the case of last week. We did it 3 hours early. 3 hours wouldn't be enough with the amount that we have got this week. So that is why we did have to go a little bit earlier on. And also how long I stay up after 7 live stream in a row. And hey, champ, why isn't Benambi out? I believe it was a training injury, unfortunately, for Bongi on Benambi, which is a bit of a shame because he would have been a great man to have in the starting lineup, although it does mean we get the opportunity to see Joseph Dweber in there as well. And he is an absolute tank. When he comes up against Samisoni Takiaho, it's a battle of who's going to be able to run over the other the more times. And I think it's going to be a very, very exciting clash when they do go head-to-head. Cheers from Australia, says Wayne. And also, Kia ora, Hamish, your commentary rocks, mate, says Roy. Thank you very much, mate. Hugely appreciated. New Zealand could potentially be out of the top 10 come the World Cup, which is crazy, says Jack Cooney. So I guess it does come down to, did they do the World Cup draw a little bit too early? I personally think yes, but at the end of the day, they do stick with the same schedule each and every year. So it is just the fact that this year, more than ever, we have seen so many sides going back and forth. We have seen 4 different teams in that number 1 slot, which is absolutely incredible for rugby today. WGF has happened to the All Blacks. They've been struggling big time. They come into this match as $2.70 underdogs, which is a number that we have never really seen for the All Blacks in the last little while. A carnation on the suit would be fitting as well, says Stephen. And IMG, hey, Hamish, long time no see, says Music Kiwi. So I hope you've been doing well, mate. I think the last time we saw you might have been the KFC Big Bash for the cricket side of things. Of course, that is coming back relatively soon as well. But speaking of the All Blacks, here they are, the side that they've gone with. Ethan de Groot moves into number 1 rather than George Bower. Samisoni Takiaho, the only man to keep his spot in the front row. And then Tyrell Lomax there at number 3, or rather than Angus Ta'avao, unchanged in the lock, Sam Whitelock at 4. And then at number 5, they have gone Scott Barrett. Shannon Frizzell makes his way into the starting lineup. That will be very intriguing. See how he does end up going. And then Sam Kane at number 7, and then Artie Savia at number 8. Aaron Smith continues to be in the starting lineup. I know that was one thing that a lot of people wanted to see a change in, was having Christie there in the start. But Richie Mo'unga, he moves into 10. David Avili and Rieko Ioane unchanged. And also Caleb Clark at number 11. Will Jordan at number 14, with Geordie Barrett closing out the starting lineup. And also we have got a Hamish No Bunnings NPC live stream one time and long time, says Brandon there, and AB's Warriors, says Roy. And of course the Warriors actually getting themselves a win, which was massive for them. And most important, who is the ref, says RJJ. I'll quickly get that information for you. I did see it earlier on, but my brain has now gone blank, unfortunately, which seems like the worst possible time for it to go blank. So when we are doing a live stream talking all about this match as it does happen. But for the Rugby Championship, it's just about to load. The referee in charge of this one. Okay, it's telling me where the game is. That's very useful. But who's the referee? Player stats? No. Match stats? Is this one not going to tell me who the referee is? I don't think it's going to. That is unfortunate. Facts? No. Whereabouts would we find who referee is for this game other than the Rugby Championship website? I think it must be somewhere else that we can find that, so I will try my best to get that for you guys as well. But also looking through at the benches for these two sides, we have got number 16, Malcolm Marks, the super sub for the South Africans. He is going to be extremely dangerous when he does get the opportunity. Sorry, Amish, I'm too lazy to check, says RJJ. No worries at all. We have almost got it up. And then let's go box, says Davida. And like Luke Pearce. Okay, that's actually a decent referee, to be fair. I think a lot of people would agree that he could be a very good option for this one. I'm not too sure about who the assistant referees are for this contest, but I do like Luke Pearce. He's pretty strict, but he also seems to be able to keep control of the game, which is something that you need definitely in a match that is going to be as intense as this game between the two sides. And also Rusty is riffing, says Allywood, and what time are they playing? It is in there. So pretty much the game is kicking off at 3:05 a.m. New Zealand time. So what we will quickly do is we will go like this and we will go like that. That is the world map of what time it is kicking off, no matter where you are in the world. We are very early starting, but mainly because we have got many things planned for throughout this live stream, including our interview with ex-All Black Norm Maxwell, a kicking video, also a head-to-head stats comparison between both of these teams. There. I forgot how to talk. For each position is what I was going to say. And also, we are going to have that video that we filmed yesterday with myself and George, or it might have actually been the day before that we did end up filming that one, where we did a bit of a preview. We did talk through some important points to think about for this game. And yeah, you guys did seem to want to see it again on this live stream, so that is why that will be coming up. But during that video, I will be chatting away to you guys as well. And also we have got there, you're going to do an all-nighter. We certainly are. And go Bok, says Glenda there. Is Tyke Boone the best forward in the world currently? I wouldn't say so. I think there are a few who probably have a very decent chance of being higher than him. Josh Van der Fleur, absolutely love watching him. Malcolm Marks, he's put in a good argument for being one of the best forwards in world rugby today, but he is the man coming off the bench for South Africa. Then Stephen Kitsoff at 17, Vincent Koch at 18, Franco Mostert, Jasper Wiese, and Kwagga Smith. Now, Jasper Wiese actually the leading tackler in the whole competition at the moment, which is another stat we will be looking at later on. Herschel Yankees comes in as number 22, and then this try scorer from last week, it is Willie LaRue. That kind of rhyme, but now looking through at New Zealand's bench, Cody Taylor, George Bower, and a debut for Fletcher Null. So it's going to be an All Crusaders front row replacement when it does take place. Tupavai and Akira Ioane coming off the bench. Finley Christie, and alongside that, it will be Bowden Barrett and Quintapai. Thank you very much, RJJ, for becoming a member once again. Hugely appreciated. You now have access to those exclusive emojis, and that actually reminds me that we were going to be putting the South African logo back into our emoji. So I will do that during the first video that does play, so it can be all set up for us as well. What time is all your event? Says Brandon. Tell you what, you're onto it, Brandon, because that was about to be the next page that I did show, but we will get to that very shortly. And do you want the bots to give you guys a hiding so you can get Foster sacked? It's a weird one, because for for me, I think me and George talked about this the other day as well. I don't see Ian Foster resigning. He's already a hated man, so I don't see him being willing to give up his paycheck to say, yeah, it's not working for us, but he'll still want a job at the end of the day. He'll still want to get paid out, and New Zealand Rugby will owe him about $1.2 million if they fire him. That is how much money he'll be missing out on if he resigns with only a year and a bit. Good luck, bro. Have a smashing call. I've got to have a kip before kickoff, says Distractor Sports. So, yeah, hope you are doing well, mate. I know that you are going to be live streaming later on, so hopefully you are wide awake and rearing to go during that time. And if you do have any wheat bix, hopefully you have got enough milk to go with them. I can't wait for the ABs to lose, and we still keep Fozzie as coach, says Music Kiwi. That is actually a very high possibility, which is why I think a lot of the Kiwis who are saying, I want New Zealand to lose so we get a new coach, you might not get your wish. That's the scary thing about it. And even if the All Blacks win, it's time for a change, says Ronnie there, and got the Kiwis winning, says Robert, and they are $2.70 underdogs. But this is a little bit of a schedule of what we will be doing on this live stream and also our future live streams of the day. So we have got the start. We've already done that one. That's one box ticked. Then it will be the preview with George recording. So that is the preview that we filmed yesterday night. It is about an hour and 10 minutes long. So it's actually quite a long one. But in the second half of that, we really get into some quite deep conversation about the way that New Zealand Rugby is going currently. So that will be playing out until around the 1 a.m. mark. But I have got a timer on that, so you will be able to see exactly when we will be coming back. Then from there, we've got the stats and drop kicks. That is going to be one that we did film a little bit earlier on in the week, and it was looking at the statistical side of things for Andre Pollard and also maybe Bowden Barrett. Then Norm Maxwell, we did have an interview with him. That is at 1:30 a.m. Stats and drop kicks that we'll be replaying a little bit later on. And there, as you guys last week did seem to very much enjoy them. I'm asleep now and try to wake up at 3 a.m. for the game, says Cool Bros. That is a very good plan, as it is a late night game here in New Zealand. Then we've got a bit more chat. We've got the head-to-head stats. That one will be one that we do look deep into the stats of each and every player who is out on the field and pick who we think will be the better out of the two players who are out there. Then we have got the kickoff after the general chat. That is at 3:05 a.m. the kicking off in New Zealand time. And then match review will be coming up at 5:05. And then after that, the night's not over yet. We've got Pumas versus Wallabies as well. So we've got plenty on for this live stream, that is for sure. Quickly, before we get too deep into it, though, we'll have a look at the way that the table is currently sitting. As you can see, the Australians, with their monumental win over Argentina, it was a battle and a half. Both sides wanted their bonus point, but in the end, Australia scoring that last minute, tried to get themselves their full 5 points that were on offer. Argentina still unlucky to be missing out on any points in the Rugby Championship for this year or last. South Africa in second, they are sitting on the 4 points, and New Zealand actually in last as we currently sit, sitting on 0 points with a points differential of -16. So they'll certainly want to try and change that in this game, whether that is with a losing bonus point or whether they do manage to get themselves a big win. But it's at Ellis Park, which does always, it's just a tough ground to play at, I guess is the best way of putting it. You've got the altitude to go with the kind of BSL teams have 2 home teams, says Music Kiwi, and Hello Possums. Are we expecting another bloody road kill defeat? Sheesh. I hope not, but it is Ellis Park after all. And yeah, it's a tough ground, like I mentioned. The ball hangs in the air a little bit longer, which I believe is why they've decided to keep Jordie Barrett in that starting lineup. Even with his ankle injury, they've gone with him. So I believe that is why they have decided to go with that, just to have a little bit more ball security. And also he could strike him from about 65 meters out if he needs to. But these are the 2 results of the first round. As you can see up the top there, New Zealand, they did play South Africa, and they did find themselves getting defeated 26 points to 10. And then Argentina getting themselves 26 points. But the difference between those 2 sides is the fact that Australia were able to get themselves 41. New Zealand will lose more money if Ian Foster loses World Cup rights, says Ronnie Peters. That is true. And I think that's something that they need to look into for World Rugby. They locked him in at the end of the day. They said, right, we're going to sign you up till the World Cup. They should have gone, right, we'll sign you for another year. We'll see how you go because we're starting to hit a tough patch. And then from there, they should have gone, okay, maybe it's not working. And discipline crucial, kicking easy from 55 meters out, says Ali Wood. And we did see last week the All Blacks, I believe they gave away 13 penalties to the box 9 and how you stream until the game. How long till kickoff, says Kyle. So we have still got another 3 hours and a bit till the kickoff, but we have got plenty planned throughout that time. We've got an interview with Norm Maxwell, the ex-All Black and Crusaders lock. I will go like this. There we go. Those are the timestamps that we are going to have on this live stream. And yeah, I hope you guys do stick around for a little bit. I understand if some of you are going to be going to sleep. That is 100% fair enough as well, because we have still got a little bit of time before the kickoff. So you could get yourself maybe 2 or 3 hours sleep before we do get in to the matches. But I should mention next week, we've got a weird spell. We're not going to have any rugby for international level that we are covering that I know of anyway. If there's any other games that I can find, we will be doing those ones. But these are the games on August 27th. So we've got a little bit more time till we get around to that, and where we see the game live. Unfortunately, we cannot show any live footage, but I did actually post a video on the channel not too long ago of how to be able to watch the game. And all you need is to sign up for the VPN, and then also, I guess, just make sure that you cancel your subscription and everything like that for Stan Sport and the VPN before they charge you, and you will be all good to go to be able to watch it. What are your predictions for both games, says Edward? That's a great question. New Zealand, I did say that they were going to lose by 10, which I felt very harsh saying, because, of course, I am from New Zealand. That can get me in trouble saying things like that. But I think South Africa win it by 10, and I'm going to say Argentina win it by 3. See how we go with that one, because at the end of the day, Argentina were close in that other game. They've now lost Quade Cooper, who was one of the leading men when it came to the offloads and also the kind of anything else in that backline, to be fair. So I think it's going to be a close game, and I want to say Argentina get it by the 3. Another solid night of rugby, says Nathan. It sure is. We've got plenty coming up. Will you watch some NPC games next week since no test matches? I believe that is the plan. We're going to do some Bunnings NPC, and also I believe we've got family visiting, so I'll be able to juggle those two quite nicely, and then probably cricket or something along those lines to fill in some gaps. As well, I'm going to the World Cup for Union next year in Brisbane, says Robert. So that will be the World Cup for Union. Is that the Women's World Cup if it's in Brisbane? And also we have got there who decides what ties you wear. That is all me. So if it looks bad, it's my fault. I'll wear it on the chin. Can the Springboks do it twice in a row? Hope so, says Johannes Bain. I think they've got a very good chance of being able to do so. I think you're on the money, says Not Your Everyday Cultist, and Sweet Ass sounds good. Says Paddy there, and Kolisi Brew, and of course, Sia Kolisi, the captain. I do like what he can do for his side, because at the end of the day, he seems to be able to get those Springboks players riled up if he needs to, which is something they are slightly lacking. There's only one tie. I've got a few others. I just really like this one for some reason. I think it's because I wore it during the Super Rugby final between the Highlanders and the Blues for Super Rugby Trans-Tasman, and ever since then, it's just kind of been my tie of choice. It's quite nice. Overall, Rugby World Cup 7s in 40 days. Yeah, it's going to be awesome. Can we get Kristen Cullen boot up? Says Ruan Oosterhuizen. And there's, I mean, it would be absolutely awesome to see Kristen Cullen back in an AB's kit, of course. Although the thing is, this is going to sound like a harsh statement. They probably wouldn't play him at fullback in nowadays, because it seems to be we have plenty of potential fullbacks, such as Will Jordan, but we play him on the right wing. So they'll probably put Cullen on the right wing or play him in the 4-pack or something where he is just not quite as effective in box. All Blacks have 2 limiter options in All Blacks. And do you have to wear a suit? What about nice and casual, says Michael? Pretty much it's become a bit of a trend on the channel that anytime there's a massive game, we always wear the suit. And I think it's that whole dress to impress. And these games are always intense, which is why when it's a final of any competition, we do end up wearing the suit. Bring on mum to say kia ora. Pakia says no problem. She is currently asleep. It is 11:49 p.m. here in New Zealand, and All Blacks will be disappointed in the performances of this side and coach, says Wayne Taylor. And also old mate Kelly, best player ever on the park, says Rano Stays. And thanks so much for all the build-up and info. I think I'm going to head out and start the braai. And this is Not Your Everyday Cultist, and the suit looks clean, and hoodies are banned for the test matches. That is what I've been told. So that is why we do normally avoid those hoodies. But speaking of hoodies, anyone who did miss it yesterday, me and George, we did a preview of this match. And alongside that, we did actually have a little bit of a general discussion about Ian Foster, what the plan could be for New Zealand rugby going forward, how to kind of, I guess, balance the budget as well. And that will actually be what is playing on the channel in a very short moment. It is about an hour and 10 minutes long, so it's quite long. So anyone who does want to have a nap during that time, you are well and truly free to. I am looking slick, mate. Let's go the mighty ABs, says David the Mod. And there's Zach Foster, says, a.k.a. Just a Dog. But yeah, on that preview, we did actually get into the reasons why it could be a little bit riskier trying to sack Ian Foster rather than him resigning. But yeah, we will have the countdown going. We will still be sitting here on this chair. So if you do have anything you want to put in the chat, I will be messaging you guys. And what is the deal with the facial here today? Hamish says, hang a wrap. There's no real plan for it overall. Does that All Black suit exist? Says Michael in there. Oh, that's a good question. I know you can get the Christmas ones, and how good you suit the suit. Says Trevor, I can't wait for Hamish to live stream a local third-tier game, half drunk in the full bogan outfit, dressed to impress. Says meh. And there as well. But yeah, we will jump straight into that next preview that we have got. It was filmed last night, which is why I am wearing a hoodie in that one. So yeah, I will look a little bit underdressed. All right, my money is on the Springboks, but I hope the All Blacks in there. You know what? While we are on that other video, do I go shave? I don't know. I'll leave the facial here for now. We might end up shaving a little bit later on. We'll leave the mustache maybe. Try and give the All Blacks some luck. And do we want D-Mac back in the ABs? I think he could have a decent crack at making it for the World Cup. Just because we have that many fullbacks, but we don't seem to play any of them at fullbacks. Is Foster eligible for a sabbatical? Ooh, it's a very good question. I don't know whether or not. I know that if they fire him, he gets about $1 million. So he'd be happy enough with that, I would think. But if he doesn't fire, or if he's not fired and instead he is resigning, then that will be a little bit of a different story. And Will Jordan needs to go back to fullback. Says Isaac, and great channel also from Joburg. Says Luke Gordon. You'll appreciate that a lot. But yeah, like I mentioned earlier on, we have got a schedule that we are going to be roughly following. Now, there are some times that will get changed a little bit. These are all in New Zealand times. So we are just about to have that preview that me and George did. Then we will do a bit of the general chatter, stats and drop kicks. That is a video that I filmed down at the local rugby ground, as you guys did seem to love the one from last week. We got an interview with ex-All Black lock Norm Maxwell. We got the head-to-head stats, and then kickoff will be at 3:05. So we've got plenty planned for the next little while. So if you are new, be sure to leave a like and subscribe to the channel. But nonetheless, like I mentioned, I will still be chatting away with you guys with a bit of typing while this preview does play out. But I will see you all once the timer has finished. So I will see you all in a bit of time. How's it going? Welcome back to the Kiwi Lads channel. We're here for a live preview of the match between South Africa and New Zealand. Now, the last match I did a live preview for was actually the Super Rugby Aotearoa 2021 final.
Absolutely.
Between the Chiefs and the Crusaders. It's been quite some time since we have done a live one. First of all, mate, how are you going?
I'm good.
You good?
I have been brought in here for my strategic analytical expertise on the game of rugby.
Really?
Yes.
Is that what they told you?
Yeah.
At the moment, I should mention as well, there is a Hawke's Bay Ranfurly Shield Challenge that has just taken place. That is between Hawke's Bay and Counties Manukau. We will keep you updated with what is happening in that contest as well. But nonetheless, we'll jump straight into it. First of all, we'll look through at the Springboks lineup. Now, your head will disappear for a little bit here, mate. I do apologise.
Oh, it's all good. I
for
can
that.
silence.
Oh, no, you're still slightly there. But this is the starting lineup for South Africa that they have gone with. Oxnashare, Bongi Mbonambi is no longer in that starting lineup. Instead, it is Joseph Dweber, who has been brought in for injury cover. And then number 3, it is the big man, Franz Malharba, who did have a very good first test match up against the All Blacks. Then the locks unchanged from last week. Ebenetzebeth at number 4 and Ludiacha at number 5. Then Sia Khaleesi at 6, the captain of the Springboks. Peter Steph-Toy, brilliant in the breakdown, and also really brought that physicality into the breakdown last week, trying to get those counter rucks going. Number 8, a massive return. Dwayne Vermeulen does come back from his injury. He is replacing Jasper Wiese, who was there. But I guess you could say in some regards he is replacing Malcolm Marx due to the fact that they're both very good in the breakdown. Yeah. So they have one for the first half, one for the second. Yeah. Those guys who will be able to get those turnover penalties. Mark should start, says Frank Smith. And also, hello, says Gareth. Welcome in, mate. Hope you are doing very well indeed. Then Jaden Hendrickse, there at number 9, brought into the starting lineup due to Faf de Klerk getting injured. Then alongside that, it will be Hondre Pollard at number 10, had 100% kicking accuracy last week. I believe at altitude, he will get just that little bit more distance. Makazole Mapimpi out on the the left wing. Damien Dialende and Lukanyuam, an extremely strong midfield combo. They will be there as the centres. Number 14, Jesse Creel, gets added into the side due to the 4-week suspension of Kurtley Arunsu. And then at number 15, it will be Damien Valimza. Where's Faf de Klerk? He is currently injured. He did end up taking a very heavy head knock in that last match. Within the first minute as well, he just head-butted Caleb Clark's knee, knocked himself unconscious, and that was the end of Faf de Klerk, possibly for the next couple of weeks as well. But he did actually make his way back out to join the team, which was a good sign.
So he's not dead.
Not quite. No, but the replacements, Malcolm Marks, he will be starting it, or coming off the bench, at number 16. Stephen Kitsoff and Vincent Koch unchanged from what we saw last week for the Bomb Squad. Franco Moster at number 19, so no Salman Morat, who was there last week. Jesper Vesa coming off the bench rather than starting. Quaha Smith at 21. Herschel Yankees brought in as the halfback replacement. And then Willie LaRue, the man who did score himself a late try last week, does get himself the number 23. So from that starting lineup and reserves from South Africa, what are you expecting to see from the big men in this matchup?
Oh, well, I know Malcolm Marks is strategic.
He is.
That's strategic. There's a reason why they're putting him on. I don't know. They didn't do a lot of running rugby last week.
Although more than the All Blacks almost for running meters.
Yeah. Do you ask me who I think is going to stand out?
A little bit. We will probably go to that a bit later on. But from this squad, is there anything that surprised you? Good. Game on Sunday.
Not really.
It is indeed so, Lossie. This game will be kicking off at 3 a.m. on the Sunday, or 3:05 a.m. minimum. HIA staying down to 12 days, says Gareth. And it's a big surprise to see that Beauden Barrett is still there for the All Blacks with how hard he landed on his neck. But that transitions us straight to the All Black side that they have gone with. And this one, it is Ethan de Groot in the starting lineup at prop, Simasoni Takiaho at number 2, and then Tyrell Lomax at 3. So they have made 2 changes in the propping department from what they had in that first test match. Sam Whitelock at 4, Scott Barrett at 5, then Shannon Frizzell moves into that starting lineup rather than Akira Ioane, and then Sam Cane still keeps his captaincy at number 7. Artie Savia at 8, Aaron Smith and Richie Moonga going to be the 19 combo. So a little bit surprising seeing Aaron Smith keep a starting spot, but one of the few players who have actually played at Ellis Park before, with the last time being quite a few years ago. Caleb Clark at 11, David Arveli and Rico Ioane, an unchanged midfield from what we saw last week. And surprisingly, they did stick with Will Jordan as number 14 and Geordie Barrett as 15. Now, there were slight concerns with both of those players. Will Jordan had a stomach bug earlier in the week. He is 100% now, though, and Geordie Barrett, his ankle was questioned, but it does seem like he is going to be all right. They were playing with Marks, and score prediction says Rugby Hub. In my prediction a little bit earlier on that I said the Springboks by 10.
I don't know.
Good.
I don't know a lot about rugby. I think it's going to be a lot closer. I think it's going to be a better performance by the All Blacks. But Aaron Smith, he has to play really well. He has to be like Aaron. Aaron has to be doing what he does. You know what I mean? And it's smacking the balls on the arms, yelling at full voice like, "Come on!" So.
And did Suzy the waitress return? Says Gareth there. And also, do you think that Fitz Snyman can return to the box? I think eventually he will get himself back into this one, but it's very tricky because at the moment you've got 2 very good informed blocks with Ebenetzebev and Loteacha. So I don't think they'll change those 2 up until they know that RJ Snyman is going to be, is going to be 100%. I see him in the World Cup squad, though, alongside Loteacha and also Etzebev and Mostert. I think Snyman could really add a little bit more. Whereas Roger Tuivasa-Sheck, is he not ready yet, says Joseph. It's a bit unlucky for Tuivasa-Sheck because with the fact that he hasn't been selected in these games, I hope we do get to see him get a little bit of a crack in one of the later ones, or else he could have been playing for Auckland, get him more game time, similar to what we actually thought might be the case, give him more time. Got the ABs, the new ABs cards yet, says it was Max. Are we talking like the stat attack ones, Max, or which ones? What time is the game starting in South Africa time, and on what day, says Eugene? So it will be a Saturday night, 5:05 p.m. for you guys in South Africa, whereas for us in New Zealand, it is 3:05 a.m. It's going to be a late night one, but then alongside that, it is going to be the Argentina-Australia game kicking off at about 7:10 for it. And block by 3 if they win, says Rugby Hub. And also got the limited edition cards, says Max. And also, hi man, All Blacks, I must trust their ingesting, and we will win, says Marcelo, and also we have got boxed by 6, I reckon, says Gareth. Yeah, I can see the Springboks once again starting this match very well, playing it at a high tempo, because at the end of the day, the altitude just burns your lungs.
Yeah.
You want to be able to go for the full 80, which I think is why they've gone to Kere Ioane off the bench. Perfect segue, really. We're looking through the rest of the reserves and all front row from the Crusaders with Cody Taylor-Bauer and Fletcher Chanel.
Also be the strategy with Malcolm Marks. So they're going to have to really fight for the full 80. The All Blacks are, like, really fight. I'd say the last 40 minutes will be harder than the first 40, to be honest.
Well, that's when your starters have all of a sudden felt it.
Yeah.
You know, you got Beauden Barrett off the bench. I was mentioning beforehand that he's got a brilliant record coming off the bench, actually only having 1 loss ever for Beauden Barrett off the bench in the 33 times that he has come off the bench, and also on a 13-match winning streak off the bench for the ABs as well. And a shame Roger Tuivasa-Sheck and the Storm's Vunivalu both missed the test this week, says Frank Smith. Yeah, it is a shame that we aren't seeing too much of those flying wingers.
Yeah.
And also Roger Tuivasa-Sheck, I think he could have had quite a decent run at 12 in this contest, just to throw something a little bit different. But like someone said a little bit earlier on, maybe they aren't quite, I guess, reliant on him yet.
Yeah.
Go on, we'll give him a bit more time. New Zealand 12 and 13. It is David Havili and Rieko Ioane for this contest. But looking at the rest of the bench very quickly, Tupavai going to be coming off the bench. Akira Ioane, also Finley Christie, Beauden Barrett, and Quinn Tupaia for this one. But we will go like that, and we will go like that. And also we've got our mate Ioane doesn't play like a centre, does he? He passes the ball like one in Nelsprit. And that was to Kitsoff, says Jacques Brain. And when did the AB score in the first quarter, says Gareth? It's been quite some time. I want to say that first match up against Ireland. Yeah. But it would have been around that 20 minutes, maybe a little bit later. And go to New World, but Stat Attack, Weet-Bix, take it to the counter. They will give you a limited edition card. Well, there you go.
Didn't we go through like 6 or 7 boxes?
We did, yeah.
What? What?
How many of those games did he come off the bench with a starting that didn't have DCQ lads? Says Sean. I don't know all the stats. I just know the short ones. So maybe not too many, although Richie Mo'unga has probably started. I would say maybe of that 13-match winning streak, I'd say Richie Mo'unga started 10 of them.
Yeah.
Something along those lines, because they did have quite a little bit of a transition. And great review, Hamish, and your mate, sorry, don't know his name. But he's very laid back about this test. I'm losing faith, Bob, from the lower heart.
He's losing faith. I made him lose faith.
No, not in you. Just in the All Blacks.
What's wrong with this guy? Come on. Care a little bit more, mate. Come on. Sorry.
He's just talking about the fact that the All Blacks, they're on a losing streak. Yeah. And Ioane is not as good on the inside, says Salorsi. And I actually wanted to see Ioane come off the bench for this contest and have in the midfield Whainā Nuku.
Yeah.
Just to try it out.
Yeah, well, there's that Crusaders connection. I did see an article done by Rugby Pass earlier today where they were talking about that Crusaders with Richie, Will Jordan, and Whainā Nuku, talking about how if this isn't working, Ian should be looking at, what do they do to make that? But then again, it's easy to say, we'll get the backline firing, but if they're getting cut off out wide by the Springboks, which they were, and they keep dropping the ball when they rush defence, more the forwards' job, to get that quick, fast ball, protect the ball, and maybe look at working around the ruck more instead of going out wide. So,
which is actually why I had a suggestion earlier on of Scott Barrett at 6 and a bit more physicality. I hope Shannon Frizzell is match fit, because at the end of the day, we've seen him play once and then once for the Highlanders until he got injured for 6 months.
Yeah.
And also we have got there, who was that drunken guy the other night? Sorry, Amy and chat. My apologies, ladies and gents and kids. Let's go IBCU at 3 a.m. And the drunken fella the other night.
The
drunken fella. Who was our drunken fella?
Sorry, Hammy in chat. My apologies, ladies. Was he talking about Gareth?
Maybe.
He might be talking about Gareth.
And tell you, mate, I'm 82 and see more rugby in my life than him, says Daddy Bob.
Is it right?
And there as well. Yeah. So Bob's a veteran of the game.
Is he?
Sorry
about it, Bob.
He's done that, mate. Those two
Daddy Bob.
That start last week play their hearts out. They made more than 10 tackles each. And this week they get bench going on, or what's going on in Foster's Head. I can kind of understand Why though? Because the scrum wasn't firing for the All Blacks.
No,
and Bauer, he did make a lot of tackles. I thought maybe Ta'ava would have stayed in the starting lineup.
Yeah.
But for me, George Bauer probably had to go out. And then from there, bring in De Groot. He's great with a scrum, which is what he's going to need up against Franz Malhotra. And that was probably me, says Gareth. And I did appreciate the apology on the Discord after.
That golden geese.
So it's himself.
Oh.
Take the receipt up, and they will give you some limited edition cards. Says Max, I think our New World's just not really up to it. And also if Fozzie gets sacked, can he coach St. Pat's in Wellington? Says Frank Smith. See, that's the thing. I actually mentioned about it on the live stream I was a part of earlier on today. Ian Foster, for me, yes, they said you're going to have to resign. But if you're getting paid big money to be the All Blacks head coach, and after this, you're not getting another international coaching role. Not for a big team anyway. You're getting paid peanuts for the rest of your coaching career.
Yeah.
Do you resign? Or do you say, look, you fire me, give me my money.
Yeah. Wow.
And, you can move on, get another coach if you think it's such a bad option. But I think if you're Ian Foster, it's not the popular way, but it puts money in his pocket.
Yeah, and at least if he's got a long-term strategy, because I think that's kind of what's happening, is Ian Foster has got a strategy, but he's Steve Hansen probably agreed with him back then that sooner rather than later, teams are going to start to figure out what the All Blacks do. So it's going to be up to either Steve or Ian to figure out how to get the All Blacks team moving one step ahead. And Ian's been thrown that card, and he's trying to do it, but it's not easy. I'm going to be honest, the All Blacks were starting to slip when Steve was the coach. They lost to Ireland, they lost to England. You know what I mean? They lost in the 2019 World Cup to England. They were starting to slip. And it's not just Steve. But I think what's happening with Ian is he's come in and said, well, we need to actually completely redo things. And that's caused the All Blacks not to know what they're doing. But maybe they might get it. And then they might start winning. But, so...
And there are no Lions or Bulls playing in the Bok team, so altitude will affect both teams equally, I think, says Shark Brain. I guess that is a good point, that they will still have a little bit of that altitude to deal with, although you'd think the South African players, throughout their URC time, they would have had quite a bit of time playing up against the Lions, playing up against the Bulls, whether that is Curry Cup Rugby or United Rugby Championship. They'll probably be a little bit more accustomed to this altitude, whereas us down here at sea level, we don't really experience. Did he? Gave you a headbutt. A good night, Amish. I'm getting depressed. I need to go to bed, lol. So, and that was from Bob as well. And maybe Fox can coach Georgia or Uruguay, although they're both on the up, aren't they? So maybe
you don't want them to
wouldn't be a good idea. Yeah. ABs have played 14 times at Ellis Park, including the ground's first test game. And also ABs won 5 of those. When playing in August, they played 5 times. They won back in 1992, says Sean. So statistically, they've got a decent crack in this matchup. And I hope that we see something gel for the backs and the forwards, because it seems like they're not quite on the same page at the moment.
No.
I think we need to see Sam Cane almost an out of character team talk. Actually fire them up.
It's just hard though, because the way that the All Blacks win is through fast-paced ball, right? So they get the ball, they shoot it up, offload, shoot it up. They only commit 1 to 2 guys on every ruck. Quick ball, quick ball, quick ball. Problem is what the Springboks and Ireland have both done is they know to slow the All Blacks down at the ruck. So what they're going to do is they're going to slow it down, put someone in there, try to get it, slow it down. So the All Blacks have to commit more guys to the ruck. This means they've got less guys in support when they're trying to make their barnstorming runs, like they did in that first test against Ireland. So then this means that there's less guys that are available to go to the next ruck. So the Springboks set it up so that they get all the All Blacks into one ruck. They do another ruck. Malcolm Marx goes in there and grabs the ball. So it's all... The All Blacks aren't going to be able to play the quick, fast-paced ball when the Springboks know how to pick their rucks. So the All Blacks have to figure out a way to keep the ball, but also figure out how to breach the defence. Because if they're not doing the quick, fast ball, the defence has time to set, and then they have time to read where things are going to go. Same with Ireland. So this is what Ian Foster will be trying to figure out. How do we do this without losing the ball? So...
I think a big part of that is also making sure the handling errors are a lot less than they have been.
But that's all down to not getting that quick, fast ball, because they keep losing it, and then when they do get it, the defense is right up, so they need to figure out where to attack as well. So,
And morning, says Carl. Welcome in, mate. Hope you're doing well. Must be a 9:17 a.m. currently in South Africa on the Friday, so we do appreciate you all being here for the slightly different type preview that we are doing on the channel as a live preview rather than doing it as the video. We thought we'd try it differently. If you guys do enjoy this concept, do let us know, and we will be sure to do a bit more of it. The great side of McCaw and Carter lost 3 times in a year to the Box back in 2009. Sometimes there's simply better teams in the world, says Darren. And that is something else that a lot of people do need to consider is they're playing some tough opposition at the moment. There are sides that are in form, and the All Blacks aren't one of those sides that you would think of as an informed team. No. In fact, you wouldn't even put them in the top 5.
But you also got to remember, before 2011, the All Blacks would probably lose 2 games, 3 games a year. But they was never guaranteed to win the Tri-Nations. They were never guaranteed to win the Bledisloe. It's not until 2011 when they really started to dominate. But then that only lasts so long. So, yeah.
It was like, I kept taking my receipt back like 3 times. First time got 2 cards, then 3, then 10. Got all 5 limited edition cards. Oh, so you cheated the system.
Well, we just looked for every single box.
Yeah.
We filmed it.
We did. That video is actually all done. It's just sitting there.
We should probably upload it.
Probably, yeah.
If you guys want to watch a video, me and Hamish look through 2 free boxes of Weet-Bix cards to find the right one. I got annoyed, and it's in the video.
And the ABs need to come through the middle more, says Gareth.
Yes.
And 60th minute, all players are zombified altitude effect. I'm watching from Thailand, says Sean. And also, New Zealand will bounce back just a phase, they are going through, happen with the box as well. Says Carl, that is the thing. All great sides have had a rough batch, and the All Blacks at the moment are almost in the roughest of rough. But
the box, I would say, went through a really rough patch when they didn't have access to the overseas players. It wasn't until they were able to start getting their guys back from Europe when we started to see the old box come back, because they had the 50 test cap rule. Then it was down to 30, and now I'm pretty sure it's 0. Isn't it that if you're representing South Africa, you don't have to be playing in South Africa at all? Because they were just losing too many players. It's the same with Australia. They started to perform really well in the 2015 World Cup when they had access to guys like Drew Mitchell, Matt Giteau, and Adam Ashley Cooper. So it could be the same with New Zealand. I'm going to be honest. Like, there are a lot of big New Zealand players in Europe and Japan. Maybe we do need to look at changing our eligibility rules to get more depth, because there could be some guys in the squad right now who don't necessarily deserve to be there, but are just there because they're playing in New Zealand. So, I mean, it's the same with Australia. They've been getting a little bit better, but if they could have access to guys like Will Skelton or Rory Arnold in Europe, they could, even since having Quade Cooper and Simon Karevi in the squad, they've gotten that much better. So, yeah, a lot of it's got to do with that, just getting access to players that you didn't usually have access to. So,
yeah, because Nadi Mape, huge player that currently everyone has said, why did New Zealand Rugby drop the ball with him?
Yeah, well, you can still have him if you had eligibility rules, but then that means Super Rugby will start to lack. But Super Rugby's already lacking, so you might as well,
But the big thing as well is Nadi Mape, I think I saw a thingy earlier on that New Zealand Rugby said, we don't need you.
Yeah.
We don't think we need you as our inside centre. We don't want to pay you what we were paying you.
Yeah.
So see you later. But now the thing is, a spot that we're really struggling in is those centres.
Yeah.
We haven't found the right combination yet. I don't think Havili and Ioane is it, but it's the best we've got at the moment in the tough patch. And does Razor not want the job at the moment, as reported on the radio? He doesn't want his name associated with the possible first team in decades loss to Australia at Eden Park, says Frank Smith. Yeah, for me, I don't see them going with Razor before the World Cup.
No.
I think they'll go with a short-term coach, whether that's Smith or Gatland.
Yeah.
That is, of course, if the All Blacks lose this game. If they win it, Foster will become slightly more popular.
Yeah.
I've heard a lot of people saying that as a Kiwi, they want us to lose so that Foster's out.
Yeah.
And I've heard a lot of South Africans say they want the Kiwis to win so that Foster stays.
Yeah.
So it's almost one of those ones how everyone wants him to be either out of the job or in the job.
Yeah.
There's not really too many in between. And it's down to team selection. The player choice are crucial as well, says Carl Peterson. And also we have got 8:20 a.m. here in Tipperary. And hot. Here New Zealand get mild winter, says Porter. Yeah, we are currently sitting 6 degrees Celsius, so not too bad. And George Bridge was a powerful runner in the midfield.
But that's in here. 6 degrees in
No,
June.
that's 6 degrees outside.
I don't know if it's 6 degrees outside. It'd be more like 1.
It's probably the real feel of it a little bit lower, but we got the fire going.
It was -3 this morning. Oh, it was rough this morning. Oh, just bullshit.
Yeah, all right. And Anton Brown and Goodhue when fit. Says Sean, although I have heard people say that they're a little bit too similar in the way that they play. They both have very good defense and both have good vision. But when you got both of them together, it seems to be that sometimes it's like watching two players in a mirror. I'd like Goodhue at 12, and then maybe you go with another Crusader, Whainā Nuku at 13. I really like the idea of him at outside centre, just add a bit more size to the backline. Where's Sevu Reece? I was like, WGF, he is a player who I was pretty surprised that we didn't see in that lineup.
Who's replaced him?
So Will Jordan's still on the right wing, which I'm not sure whether it's the right call because he touched the ball twice in the last match.
Well, the All Blacks can't get the ball to them.
No, which is where Sevu Reece is quite handy because he actually goes searching for it a little bit more. He leaves his wing open sometimes. That is maybe one of his downfalls, but at least he's in there trying to find a way of going through. So I thought they would have transitioned Jordan to 15, Geordie Barrett off the bench. And have Mo'unga kicking. Due to the altitude, he would be able to get a bit more distance. And the All Blacks, they only had like 2 kicking attempts anyway last week. So I don't think it will make the difference. How's the Chubba Chups? And there says Rohan. And there as well, the Chubba Chups, they are doing nicely.
What's the Chubba
It's kind of
Chups?
creepy, Rohan, that you know that. I bought some Chubba Chups lollipops. I think Rohan's looking in the windows.
Why did you buy Chubba Chups lollipops?
They keep you happy for longer.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
I got to keep you well fed,
you
mate.
Get depression? What's wrong?
No,
you want to talk
good,
about this?
I just,
They keep you happy for longer.
No, you happy for longer.
Me? Why you bought them for me?
Yeah.
Well, where are they? I've never seen these Chubba Chup lollipops.
They came today.
Oh, Jesus.
And also, I can ask Nonu on Saturday if he can play second half of the ABs. He's going to be at Ellis Park. And don't believe the coach is the sole reason we are bad. It's because we have lost the passion to try not just beat, but dominate every opposition at 11 Celsius here on the west coast of South Africa. And hello there, says it was there from Marius, but we will quickly show the starting lineup for the All Blacks once again. Sorry, mate, you're going to have to lean to me just a little bit. No, this way. There you go. I've got to share the area too. But for me, I think selection-wise, I do like what they did in the front row, mixing it up a little bit.
Yeah,
because they did have to make.
Interesting one, isn't he?
He's brilliant for Southland, brilliant for the Highlanders when it comes to scrummaging. And up against Frans Malhabra, I think that's going to be really important. I thought that they may have gone with someone else at 6.
Yeah.
Maybe either Scott Barrett or Akira Ioane, tell him to go out there and put it all on the line for the first half.
We need a little bit more aggression.
That's
a little bit more, intensity. But then it's like, if you're playing an 80-minute game, you're going to use up a lot of energy trying to do that. It's really 6 and 1.5 does the other kind of stuff. Like if you go in there with more aggression, you're going to lose such and such energy. You're going to lose, you might find that they get the ball off you easier. So, yeah.
Because although the one thing that I would have done in that front row maybe is put Dane Coles in.
Yeah.
Just because to add a bit more mongrel into the front row.
A little bit more, someone who's actually going to give someone a kick up the arse if they're not. I'm noticing George Bower's not in there. I didn't enjoy watching him walk around the field last weekend, to be honest. Yeah.
And that's the thing. At altitude, it would have probably been much worse, which might be why they've gone with him off the bench. And Christie should start and Cody Taylor. I was hoping to see Finley Christie as the starter number 9. I
think if Aaron's not firing, they probably could look at bringing him on early because Aaron needs to be firing, but the only way to do that is have the 4-pack firing. But Aaron needs to see that, and he needs to think about, well, things are going well. What do I need to do to get these guys momentum? But
See, I think he needs to find his voice in this game as well, because Sam Cane, it sounds like we're kind of a broken record here, but he doesn't have that aggressiveness that you need in a captain. Like you want someone that the guys respect, of course, which he's got everyone's respect.
Do you reckon there's a bit of a power struggle going on?
Wait, what we got? Breaking news: Reece to replace Jordan Schiff due returning on bus drive to Ellis Park. Box supporters going crazy outside the stadium. Okay, now I don't know whether or not that is a thing yet.
No, Reese to replace Jordan Drew shit. He's shitting himself. What?
Well, he did have a stomach bug, but
Yeah.
and Aaron been firing blanks these past games, says Carl Peterson, and Geordie needs to be dropped. His brother should be 15, says Falcon. That was actually another one that a lot of people said. Maybe you do give Bowden Barron an opportunity at 15 if for some reason they don't want to give it to Will Jordan.
Yeah.
And that's the other thing. Does Geordie, with the replacements that they've got, I don't know whether Geordie does come off early.
Yeah.
Is their kicking option George Wallabies offer? Are the AB's Dave Rennie in exchange? Ian Foster, you accepting?
No, I'd rather just not do that. I wouldn't want to do the Australians any bad. We'll just leave you guys with Dave Rennie.
Cody Taylor has lost line out. He was dropped by Foster. That's not how you fix a teammate. And read my last message, please, says Max. So your last message, it was on my team pack. I only need Buck Shelford, Tanu Umaga, Brad Thorne. But got $7 Shelford. Going to give a $1 Shelford to someone I know because they only need $1 Shelford too. And I feel like Fozzie is the captain of the Titanic. He's just walking around melodramatically as everyone in New Zealand is in a state of panic. And Kane, the band leader, just telling the quartet play on. Yeah. Says Rico. Yeah, because for me, Sam Kane, if he was out there and he was telling the boys, like he was getting them fired up, like that's the kind of thing where you need someone who's going to step up, shout their head off at you.
Yeah.
Because some players, definitely the All Blacks, like, you know what it was like when Steve Hansen was the coach, Graham Henry. They'd give you a right firelit under you if you weren't doing your job. They'd say, right, if you're not doing it, I'm going to bring on someone who will. Whereas for this team, it's like, you didn't play the best, but you can try again next week. You know, you only made one tackle in the game and made 5 meters, but that's okay. Because we're just in a rough patch. But, like, they need something big from someone. Can we all agree that Bledisloe is going back to Australia this year, says Shark Brain? There's a good opportunity. Although the only problem is the fact that it's only a 2-test series rather than a 3. I think that does play in the All Blacks' favour.
As a New Zealander, to improve Australian rugby and to improve New Zealand rugby, I think there needs to be a very strong trans-Tasman rivalry. I think it would actually be quite cool if all of us won the Bledisloe back, because in the next year, there's all this big drama about can the All Blacks get it back? Can the Wallabies hold it? You know what I mean?
And Sam Kane needs to step up as captain, motivate your players, anything, hype them up. And that's where I like Dalton Papali'i, because you see him for the Blues, like clapping, he's chanting every time they get the ball in a turnover or something. And it's kind of like at the moment, if they win a penalty, the only one who pats Artie Savia on the back is Artie Savia. Like, he has to sit there going like that. Because, like, he gets the turnover and everyone's like,
nice.
We'll kick it into touch now.
And they drop the ball.
And I love Squidge Rugby's comment. Foster is only a rugby coach because he looks like one, says Gareth. And there as well. And I guess I might have to replace my Ian Foster on a 6 soon, depending on whether he does decide to resign. I don't see him resigning, though, because at the end of the day, whether he resigns now or he resigns at the Rugby World Cup, the public already don't like him.
But what does everyone think about New Zealand Rugby Union? I think they're doing an absolute shit job. I think they are not doing anything right. I do not like them.
I like that comment. Drop players if they're not performing. Exactly. If they're not going well, sometimes it's those taking a couple weeks off that can make a player better. Rather than continuously showing that they're out of form. Because then the opposition go, well, he's not playing well. We'll put pressure on him and see whether or not we can make him make mistakes. Similar to what we see for Aaron Smith at the moment. He's a world-class halfback, but he hasn't been able to find his stride yet. So that's where throwing something else at them just to try and muddle their brains.
But it's also sometimes guys like Aaron Smith can't find his stride because certain players around him aren't doing their jobs. So that means that he can't do his job. So.
And also, does Artie have a Lego figure? Says Joe Blogs. Not too sure. I feel like his haircut probably has been on a Lego figure before, hasn't it? New Zealand Rugby Union are the ones that made Foster the coach. They are just as much to blame as Foster, says Shark Brain. And the fact that after so many games, like the only reason Ian Foster is still the coach is because they don't want to pay him out. Plain and simple. If they weren't thinking about the money issue, they would have dropped him probably almost before the Irish tour. After that end of year performance where they could see that the All Blacks were in a rough place. And instead of dropping him, they went, right, well, we want to save a couple dollars here. We'll fill our wallets so that we can continue getting paid just like Fozzie. But it's a tricky one. And there's definitely some truth in the theory that the under-20s indicate the strength of the senior team in 3 years' time, says Darren. And at the moment, our under-20s are doing very well.
But then Australia's under-20s did really well last year, didn't they? So French's under-20s, they did really, really, really well. So, yeah, that's true.
And also they will pay him out like 1.2 million. So, they're trying to save that for themselves. They don't want to have to pay him those big bucks.
I think he should definitely just not quit.
Yeah, it's a payday, isn't it?
Like, fans will turn against New Zealand rugby if they find out they're having to pay him out that much. But you can spend 1.2 million on grassroots rugby. Instead, you employed a shit coach and now had to pay him out 1.2 million.
Yeah, you wouldn't pay Nari Laumape how much he was getting paid, but instead you give us a coach who's our assistant. And the thing is, I actually looked at a stat, and it was something to do with the fact the only other side that has appointed their assistant coach to head coach is Liverpool, and he was sacked within 6 months because it doesn't work. You need a whole new head coach most of the time, and New Zealand Rugby Union should bite the bullet. Should have put Razor in the head coach position, says Valkin. And I am having full Irish sausages, rashes, black and white pudding, also 2 fried eggs, brown bread, lots of butter, says Porter. It sounds like you've got enough for all of us. Can we come to Ireland quickly? I disagree with the Bledisloe. I still see a big gap between the top 5 nations and the bottom 6. So Bledisloe is still going to New Zealand, says Rico. And with it being a 2-match series, I think like New Zealand just need to play well in one of those and they get it back.
Yeah.
And also they might have to change all the stat cards in the week fix box. And also, but how much is New Zealand losing with this losing streak?
Yeah,
well, they're certainly losing confidence. And I worry about putting everything on Razor. Remember what happened to Robbie Deans. I don't see Razor as the option before the World Cup.
I think it's stupid to bring him in before the World Cup.
Because
Joe Schmidt would be the guy, but Joe Schmidt might not want it.
No, he doesn't want it.
I've heard that Scott Robinson doesn't want it either. I've heard he doesn't want the coaching job either, apparently.
Well, he wouldn't want it now because if they don't go better, then that's another coach that people will crucify.
But I know that Scott Robinson's going to want to bring in his own people. That's how he operates. He has a lot of control at the Crusaders about who he brings in, like Ronan O'Gara, as well as he's just brought in another coach this past season for next year. I feel like get someone else in there if you are, someone who's already part of the setup, Joe Schmidt. Bring in someone if he wants them, pull them to the World Cup. Don't go into it with the perspective that you're going to win the Cup, because that's stupid. There's a very high chance they won't. And if you don't, then Joe Schmidt leaves at the end of that, and you bring Scott Robertson in with his whole new coaching, whole new strategy, his own thing.
Give him 4 years.
Give him 4 years and just see what happens instead of going in there and going, right, you're the coach, this is what you're going to do, this is what you're going to do. Because Scott Robertson works best when he's motivated to get shit done and he thinks of his own way of doing it, and you just let him do it. I feel like that's something that Ian Foster's lacking a lot.
And also, we have got, didn't they just sign a deal with Silver Lake and now they are losing? Yeah, they've got a massive $370 million deal that they said they were going to put back into grassroots rugby.
Yeah.
So I assume that's why they're not paying out Ian Foster.
Yeah.
Because there's $1.2 million that they don't want to sacrifice out of pretty much what it could go into. But the thing is, like I mentioned, Ian Foster, whether he resigns after this game, like, even if he resigns, like, the ideal situation is everyone goes, okay, fair play, respect. But that's not what people do.
No.
This is 2022. People are really not nice at times.
No.
So whether he resigns now or he resigns in a year, people are still going to abuse him pretty much for the rest of his life, which is a sad reality.
Yeah.
So why not line your pockets with $1.2 million and be sad sitting in your mansion on a nice lake going, got them. You know? Because, like I mentioned, he's not getting another big coaching role anytime soon, I wouldn't think.
No.
Because everyone looks at the record and goes, no, probably shouldn't get him.
No.
And how do you know when Mackenzie could get signed with the All Blacks again? I'd like to think very soon, because he's playing for Waikato in the Bunnings NBC.
Yeah.
So I would assume because of that, it does mean that he's now eligible. Similar to what we saw for TJ Perenara when he did join up with the Rugby Championship. So maybe by the end of the year, take the money and enjoy life in his retirement mansion, says Carl. Exactly right. Like, anyone who's looking at it from a business standpoint, when you're told, right, you can either resign for nothing or you can get fired for 1.2 million.
Yeah.
I know what I would do.
Yeah.
Even though it's not the popular opinion.
Yeah.
And why was you talking about? You might have come in halfway through. Pretty much Ian Foster If he resigns, I don't believe he gets anywhere near as much money as he would if he was fired, which is what New Zealand Rugby don't want to have to do.
Yeah.
Because that's the thing. They've already lost a couple of their coaches.
Yeah.
And also, you're right, bring back DMAC. Says, Salan, how old are you, lads? I'm having a Foster moment. Just sat down and getting rid of a brown clown out of the circus. There's no paper, says James Ogden. That is unfortunate.
Did you hop in the toilet without toilet paper?
He did.
That's a very silly thing to do.
Mm-hmm.
Damn. That's sad.
It is. And also, we have got and also true that the Boks had 3 coaches in a row, which are still highly criticised still in South Africa, De Villiers and Meyer and Ali Kutsa. So that's the thing. Legacy lives on, whether you want it to or not. If you have one moment, people still remember Rieko Ioane dropping that ball about 3 years ago in the Rugby Championship that cost the All Blacks the game because they didn't get enough points.
Yeah.
People remember that.
Yeah.
People remember all the little things. Probably remember John Earls kicking the winning penalty for the Australians way back in the day. It's just little moments that stick with your brain, whether you want them to or not. So that's why you might as well get some money for it.
Yeah.
You know?
Absolutely.
And also we have got there, but surely there's a results clause, says Gareth. Well, I think they had that, but then they locked him in for another couple of years.
Yeah.
He recently re-signed about less than a year ago, didn't he?
Yeah.
And they went, we're going to give you till the World Cup.
Yeah.
Which was dumb.
Yeah.
They should have gone, we'll give you a year, see how it's going. And then after that, we'll get going. And did you do a vlog for the Georgia versus Italy game? I did not. I know that it was taking place, though, recently, wasn't it? If I'm not wrong. Or actually, is that the games that did take place a few months ago? Do let me know. At least we have Rassi now, says Vulcan. And I think Ioane should go on the wing for one game and see how he is. Yeah, I'd love to see him at the left wing just to see what they do with him.
Yeah.
And there, because normally it's his explosive pace that helps him out, which is also why I mentioned give him a chance off the bench. Number 23, get him in the game late when the other side are tiring, similar to what they're doing with Akira Ioane.
Yeah.
Get him off the bench, make him absolutely run his guts out.
Yeah.
You know, worst comes to worst, he gets tired. It's exactly what the rest of the team will be feeling at that point.
Yeah.
And also, if the ABs lose badly this weekend, the similarities will be uncanny. And players need to look for work, not pick their ass. There's a few players out there who are just stagnant.
They're just not interested, you know?
And that's where you need someone like an Ethan Blackadder. And yes, he's injured currently, but boy, they are missing him at the moment. Cullen Grace, he's worked his behind off all season for the Crusaders.
Yeah.
When he was playing in the Irish tour for the Māori All Blacks, he was working hard, running at anyone in their way. The Kiwi lads need to be selected, says Joe Blogs, although I think we get sacked pretty quickly. And maybe Geordie at 12 and take Havili out and put Will Jordan on fullback and Sevu as the wing. Yeah, I was very surprised not to see Will Jordan at fullback and even more surprised not to see Sevu Reece out on that right wing. So I would have thought last week was an indication that Will Jordan out on that wing and Geordie Barrett at fullback just doesn't quite work the way they want it to. And Hamish, they literally gave Foster a permanent contract last year after he won the Bledisloe. He played the Box 100 Chess the following week. And where's Anton Leonard-Brown still injured? Yeah, sadly, still out for the rest of the year, I think, for Anton Leonard-Brown. And also, all right, lads, how's it going? We gathered once more to bollock Fozzie Sebastian. Does seem that way. We're just talking about the fact how he'll rather get fired because he'll get some more money.
Yeah.
And Rico too focused on a silly haircut and calf compression gears, says Marco Vanapola. And also earlier on, we have got Vermeulen 120 kgs, Peter Stiftatoy 120 kgs, Khaleesi 106 kgs, Artie 98, Kane 104, Frizzell 109. Yeah. We are lightweight, and the loose forwards, we are very light.
Yeah.
Which is where you wonder, who's a guy we could have who's got a bit of size to him in the loose forward trio that's actually big.
But then, Artie's light, but he's got so much other to give.
Which is why you need someone else who's bigger at 7 or 8.
Yeah.
7 or 6.
Like, some would say that the Springboks forward pack would be too big because when they come up against a very fast-paced forward pack, they sort of struggle to keep up. But, yeah.
Do you think the ABs are too focused on social media and not rugby? I mean, it has to play on your mind when you're a player. When you've got so many, people saying, you shouldn't be on the side, and then you just want to prove them wrong, but then you don't, and then it just gets worse for you.
Yeah.
it's a tricky world that we live in currently with the fact that it's so instant. Like you used to, if you didn't like what a player did, you either had to see them in person or write them a letter.
Yeah.
And like it would take like 10 days to arrive.
Yeah.
Whereas now you can instantly send them a message saying, hey, I think you're the worst rugby player that's ever existed. And then, like, it's so easy.
To kill them.
And Peter Gus would have been a decent option. I also quite enjoy the size that someone like a Tom Robinson brings. It's that little bit of extra height, whether he is playing lock in replacement of Scott Barrett, who moves to 6, something like that, just to give that a little bit of extra size. Long arms is something we're lacking a little bit of, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know, someone like a Courtney Laws who just gets straight over the top and is standing with his arms just completely down. New Zealand Rugby made the biggest mistake by kicking out South Africa teams out of Super Rugby and not playing big physical teams to toughen up your players.
It was Sanzar. That wasn't easy rugby. That was Sanzar. I hate Sanzar. A bunch of dumbasses.
Okay, I should mention as well, if Sanzar ever see this,
you're a dumb.
This is George.
This is George, and he doesn't like you.
Yeah.
You're stupid. Stop following the money.
And I reckon George would be a good tackler in the All Blacks. And Artie Salvi is our best number 7. Rico Ioane is a winger, not a centre. How many passes did he throw last week? Jordy Barrett should be in the midfield. Says Paint Watcher in there as well. But the thing is, there's a lot of people who can see, well, I guess to that untrained eye, but also the slightly trained eye compared to the coaching staff. We can see what we think needs to be changed, but they never do it.
Well, but then they're also looking at things from a completely different perspective.
And Reed McCoy and Kano weren't massive. Says Dime Dual Death, although they also all had a ticker. You know, they were all workhorses that would keep on going. And that is something that is completely different to what we've got now.
Yeah.
Because, they were all quick. They were all brilliant at getting in their breakdown and throwing their bodies on the line. Whereas currently we seem to be lacking that mentality of kill or be killed in the breakdowns. We want someone who's going to go out there, risk the line of what is allowed and what isn't allowed just to try and put in a big hit, get them on the back foot. And what's the score between the Magpies and the Steelers game? It is currently 21 points to 6 in favour of Hawke's Bay. So a little bit more one-sided than we were expecting. Warren Foster has a tissue box for a different reason after each loss. So here's Lex Axel and Hamish Knock says Ollie Wilson. Who is there? And come on, Jets, hope Fozzie don't see these comments on staying on till he gets sacked. I personally believe that Fozzie should have sense of pride and love for the jersey to step down, says Rico. But the thing is, if he had that, he would have stepped down before the South African league, I think.
Yeah.
He's decided if there's money there, and it is that whole thing that we went back to before about you're already a hated man.
Yeah.
And yes, you might have like 1 in every 15, or actually, no, it's probably 1 in every 100 people will respect him more for standing down and go, okay, we don't mind you anymore because you did that.
Yeah.
But the other 99, they will hate him for life. So would you rather be a hated man? Yeah, but some people get real into it,
No, he's a fucking good bloke. I don't hate him though.
But like, would you rather be someone who people go, oh yeah, he's all right, but he's got like an extra 1.2 million now. We need a man up front, get some dominance and go forward.
Imagine if he was like, we hate you. He's like, yeah, but I'm got 1.2 million, so who cares if you hate me? I'm gonna go hang out with my $1.2 million. Me and my wife, so who cares?
Yeah, I'm going to go for a year in Sydney because I can.
I was going to pop off on the Rolls Royce for a little bit there.
Yeah, Foster will be hated at the pub, whether he resigns now or not.
Well, he'll be shouting everyone beers of his $1.2 million.
And be hated with money, then be hated with without money, says Sean. Yeah.
Might as well try the money.
It's the sad reality.
I'm sure his wife will be saying that as we'll either be hated with no money or be hated with $1.2 million. She's probably on the internet shopping. She's probably on the internet going, oh, we get this catchy in. And he's like in South Africa FaceTime and he goes, all right, that's all good, hon. I'll see what I can do.
Do we need 1 jet ski or 2?
2 jet skis. I like the new Range Rover, honey.
Poor Ian, eh?
Yeah.
It is a tricky situation to be in. We got to admit that. It's a very tough one.
Yeah.
And also, Matt told what we're going to do is I'm going to see if Ian Foster actually has an Instagram.
I don't think he does.
He'd be smart not to.
I think Sam Cane does it, doesn't he?
Yeah, Sam Cane does. Ian Foster doesn't. Scott Robertson doesn't either.
No, Scott Robinson's. I think coaches kind of learn that. I think coaches sort of learn a little bit over the years not to get too involved with that because you just get ripped apart.
Well, it's like there was a guy who tried to heckle Brian Habana, saying he was overrated.
Yeah. What about that one with Eddie Jones?
Oh,
I love that. I love that. You're a trader, and Eddie Jones is like, come over here. Come on now. I will drop your ass. I love that.
Should bring around Vi and Scott and the locking department, Ethan Savia and Satutu. And also we have got there, does he still live in Hamilton? He probably won't at the end of this.
Ian Foster?
Yeah.
Sure, he just moved to like Las Vegas or something.
And what is the worst possible finish for the All Blacks this year if this trend follows?
The worst possible finish. They don't get the Steinlager Cup. I don't think they're going to get the Rugby Championship Cup, and they lose the Bledisloe. So that means they get no cups for the entire year. You know? So,
that would be unfortunate, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
And All Blacks are having problems they don't usually have. There's no one that breaks the line and offloads at the moment. No second phase. I think they can still win, but need quick ball to use their skills, says William.
That's also down to the fact that when they make a break, they go to the ground, Malcolm Marx gets the ball off them. That's the issue. It's all going against everything the All Blacks do really well, which is fast-paced, quick-paced ball, because the Springboks know that. So they go down isolated, then they get the ball ripped off them. And they also can't do it with the amount of defense in their face. So,
I feel like we've had some good discussions on this live stream.
You've got to understand with rugby. Like, I've played rugby, and I've been taught rugby, and I've played against some reasonably good sides like Timaru Boys. You know, you got to understand that the forwards can't be in two different places at once. So you got to either play a fast-paced game, and offload the ball. If the other team's defense isn't that good and they're not very sort of strong, you can do that. But the Springboks, they're not going to, just stand there and defend. They're going to get that ball at the breakdown.
Frank Smith has said, did Marx used to be a flanker? Why is he so good at the rucks? I think he's just got the perfect frame.
He knows when to pick the ruck. He will, it's like when David Pocock, when the 2015 World Cup was going, they did an analysation on David Pocock, and he'll stay back and he'll look at a ruck that's potentially forming, and he'll go, that guy's isolated, so he'll get him near it when he's making a run. Then the very minute he goes down, he's right over that ball. That's what Malcolm Marx does. And it's up to the other team that's got the ball to figure out how to stop that from happening. The best way is to get players over the ball to protect the ball. But if you're trying to play fast-paced ball, you can't do that. If you're offloading it and someone's all the way up there, it's just.
And also what time it starts, says Cecile. It will be tomorrow night, starting at 3:05 a.m. We've got a massive build-up planned for this one. We have got an interview once again with Norm Maxwell. We've got a kicking video. We've got stat-to-stat, head-to-head, all sorts of stuff that will be coming up. We may even look at having a replay of this interview. Well, not really interview, but because we have covered some very good points that I'm probably going to cover on the live stream anyway.
Yeah.
So maybe could look at playing it before we get into the analysation. And George knows his stuff, says Frank Smith, and box rush defence forces the back line to go back forwards or back towards the forwards. You have the guys like Marx waiting, says Sean, and it will be no different in this game. Dwayne Vermeulen in the starting lineup. He is going to be doing exactly what Malcolm Marx does when he comes on the field in the second half. You've also got Kwaka Smith, brilliant in a breakdown. South Africa have got stacked opportunities of being able to jackal, turn over that ball, whereas you look at the New Zealanders, Ardie Savia. Anyone else?
No, not really.
You'd say is consistently getting turnovers?
The All Blacks have never really been a side that goes for turnovers, though. They don't usually commit a lot of guys to a rut. They usually defend. And their defense on Saturday was good. Their defense was good. It was more just they didn't know what to do when they have the ball. And the Springboks knew exactly how to defend against them. So you've got to figure out how to attack against the Springboks defense, But doing what they're doing in the last game isn't going to work. So if he goes in there with the same strategy, it's not going to work again. Because the Springboks will know exactly what the All Blacks are going to do. So the Ian Foster really does need to sit down and think, what do I need to do to break this defense? It's not going to work going out wide because they just shut that down and we keep dropping the ball. So, So
it is a tricky time because, like you said about earlier on, how if the forwards aren't doing the job, the backs are going to really struggle. And then also that offloading game that someone brought up earlier on. as well. The fact that they do have that offloading game for the Springboks actually more than the All Blacks currently, which is quite concerning because the All Blacks, something you normally see from them is keeping that ball alive, stopping the opportunity for the Springboks to turn it over. And I guess it's one of those ones that I guess if they're turning it over in the breakdown, at least it's not a fast break, but you still don't want to be turning it over, which is where someone like a Roger Tuivasa-Sheck, having that offload ability. Sever Reece, he's actually one of those guys. He would go with me for Ardie Savia in terms of actually trying to get the turnovers in the breakdown. Did it for the Crusaders throughout the season. And number 10's Openside is made captain of the All Blacks from Fozzie WTF Guz in there as well. And I should also mention Mo'unga is playing David. He is going to be the starting number 10 for this contest, and that All Blacks team just not the same. And do you remember how Hanson's men in the first Lion Series 2017 destroyed the rush defence with straight running from the ruck, says Dine till death?
That was down to Steve Hansen looking at the tape and going, what do we do here? And he did it. You know, sometimes you've got the right skills, but you just need to figure out how to strategically do it. So that's where I feel like Foster might be lacking a bit. He's not really looking at that side of it.
Yeah, and I do see we've got quite a few Ardie Savias in contenders starting lineup. Number 1, Ardie Savia. 2, Taukei'aho makes his way in there. 3, Ardie Savia. 4, Ardie Savia. 5, Scott Barrett. Let's get that opportunity. Savia as a loose forward trio. And also our number 9, Christie, Mo'unga, Clark, Ardie Savia, all the rest of the back line. And that's the thing. When you look at how much work he does, he is literally covering about 3 or 4 positions in just what he is doing out on the field. How many years have teams played rush defence on the ABs? They must have some answer, says Ben Huey. And would you pick Savia over McCall, says Frank Smith? Slightly different eras. In a dream world, I'd love to have them both out there. But then saying that they aren't the hugest of individuals to have. I would have, for this one, loved to see Savia 7, Satutu 8. Just because it adds something a little bit different. Like, at the moment, it's like they know what they're going to get. Sam Cane, unfortunately, just doesn't quite have that extra gear that we need from him. Shannon Frizzell, I think he could go all right with the physicality side of things, but needs to make sure that he doesn't let emotions get the better of him like he did up against Argentina. And then alongside that, with the fact he hasn't played much rugby, could be relatively risky having him in there. But I hope Akira Ioane does well. And will George and Donna help out with the co-hosting tomorrow? George will be asleep, I believe, during that time, and Mum will also be asleep. But my mum makes an appearance in one of the videos that we've got coming up, so be sure to check that one out. We have to dominate up front to win. And at the moment, the ABs forwards are getting belted by their opposites. It's paint, and ABs don't have it in their pants to dominate the Bok pack, says Velkin. And Frizzell literally gave a try away in the last minute of the game, says Shark Brain. And I think it was because he scored one earlier on. Everyone was like, okay, it wasn't too bad. But it's still one of those ones that cannot afford to give away those passes to the Springboks because they can make you pay. We've seen that more than ever now, how clinical they can be when they do get it right. Look, Kaio Arm, that man's offloading game has gone above and beyond. Like, he was already fantastic. And now he's decided he's going to start flicking it around the back, offloading from his back on the ground, finding everything. Akira looked slow last week, says Gareth. And that's another thing to remember. He's actually only come back from injury relatively recently as well. So we are struggling a little bit in the loose forward trio, which is why someone who hasn't been injured in a while, Cullen Grace, I mention him a lot, but I think he would have been a good option. And also, did you get the Weet-Bix down? I was struggling big time because I didn't have much milk. So instead, I actually only had 2 Weet-Bix, which was a bit poor from myself. I ran out of milk. You know? It's a shame, really. Julian Savia, that desperate for one last cap that he defends Foz, says Frank. Although I can understand where he's coming from because, like Julian Savia said, he was a bit embarrassed with how the New Zealand public are treating Ian Foster. But that's because he's been there. In France, he was like public enemy number 1 and just got everyone against him, really. So he's been in those shoes of having everyone not liking it as Blackadder injured. He is indeed. And you can be sure Savia will be marked, says it was David the Mod. And watch Sam Cane turn his head or try to. Those neck injuries ruined him, says Lex Axel. And also, if the ABs get a proper centre and a fullback, they'll be 10 times better. So I think the fullback's Will Jordan. They've got him in the side. They just aren't playing him there. And yes, he might not go that well for a start, but if it's anything like he plays for the Crusaders, he'll be handy. Sellout crowd and Ellis Park's a 65,000 in attendance for this game that could make or break the ABs. Julian doesn't get selected, send him to Samoa, and Fozzie will learn his lesson. serious contender. Yeah, we've already seen the likes of Fekatoa making his way into the Tongan lineup. Charles Piatal, also another player, Jordan Taufua, has made his way into an international side. And go the All Blacks, says Durkee. And what happened to the Wellington winger Lamb? Would he be any good for the AB side? I believe you're talking about Ben Lamb, and he's actually in France currently. He is playing for Bordeaux, if I'm not wrong, if he hasn't transferred from where he was. There's been a few good wingers. Another underrated winger, I would say, Wes Hewson.
Yeah.
Someone who really was unfortunate to never quite get those opportunities. He's got pace. He's kind of a little bit different to what the All Blacks normally go with for their wingers, because they do go with the big guys. You know? The big guys, such as, ever since John Alomu, they've gone with a huge winger on that left wing side. Caleb Clark, he's still bulking up. Lester Faina Nuku. Which is why Rieko Ioane, even though he's different to what they normally go with, I wouldn't think would be a terrible option. See how it goes. Back row 6 Savia, 7 Blackadder and Satutu, and let them go. Let them get game time as a unit, says Eric B. Yeah, because that's the thing. I feel like the only change I might make is I'd switch Blackadder to 6 and Savia as 7 in those 3. But I like that combination because they're all young. Savia, he's a little bit older, but he still plays like he's young, doesn't he? Yeah. Which is something that's important. Number 15, Jordan, Reese, Harveli, Geordie Barrett, and Rico. And number 11 says Nathan and Hamish. The fans literally shake the AB's bus when they came play at Ellis Park. They used the same entrance as the fans. Well, that's not very strategic, I wouldn't think. And hello from California. Do you guys think the boys from Tonga will do this year? Or how do you think they'll do in the World Cup? I think they'll be all right. You all right, mate? You got the sniffles. You got the sniffles a little bit. And also, Akira may do okay versus the Aussies, but not in big games, says Frank Smith. And whereas Sevu, he's missing as well for this one. But whereabouts are we? I read one a little bit earlier on. Yeah, Tonga, I think, could do all right. They're still in that kind of building phase, I guess you could say, because they haven't had much of an opportunity with those new players added in there, because they have got so many new guys in that side. A few of the guys from Moana Pacific are doing very nicely. Right? You need one of these, mate. No. Your issues. No. Hey? No? You're good? It's good. Half-time at the moment in the Hawke's Bay game. It is 28 points to 6, ladies and gentlemen, by the way. And Satutu probably regretted not taking Eddie Jones' offer to join England, as he does is hold the tackle, or all he does is hold the tackle bags during training. And Fozzie should make his way to the stadium through the fans unguarded. Who's with me? Sebastian.
He'll mess a lot of people up because he's going to have 1.2 million.
A bit of money. And even strong like his old man Todd Blackadder. And that's what we need. We need someone who's willing to put the body on the line and just try and break through the opposition. Yeah. Which is something that Savia has the ability to do. At the moment, I don't see it from the other two in the loose forward trio. Scott Barrett, if he was playing in there, maybe. Because he seems like he is really trying to step up for the All Blacks. And he does have that physicality, similar to his dad, Smiley Barrett. How he'll be able to go out there. So Razor will coach England next year. There's a chance that he could be involved in the coaching setup of the English, but we will, of course, just have to wait and see how they do end up going. But I'm looking forward to seeing what the All Blacks bring into this game. I did see earlier on that someone asked for a prediction.
I'm looking forward. Are the Barbarians playing the All Blacks?
They're playing the New Zealand 15. So not quite the All Blacks.
I'm really looking forward to seeing that. Him and Ronan O'Gara. Yeah. And
Razor and Eddie, good combo, says Frank Smith. And why is George so tired? He's been working all day. He was up nice and early, getting out on the yams. And cheers for the update, Bunnings NBC. Up the Magpies, says Nathan. Is Jack Goodhue still injured? I don't think so. Or he's about 90% at the moment, I think. And look, ABs are done and out for now. I just watched the 2013 game. This ABs team, it could not match the Ellis Park crowd. Go Bok. And body on the line, Tom Robinson, all day he throws that big orange rig into contact. Scary how careless he is with his chiseled body, says Marco Vonapola. And also the All Blacks, $3.75 to win the Rugby World Cup 2023. That's not actually too bad. I don't think that's gone down a huge amount since before they hit their bad patch. I know that France are favourites at the moment, though, I believe. And guys, I'm not hating on Fozzie Bear. No one deserves that. Says Aussie. Oh, sorry, that was Obi. Just imagine Razor beats the ABs 50-0 with his Barbar team. His sharp brain. What happened to Gus Sowakula? I heard it. He pissed off to get dropped. Yeah, they gave him one cap. And some people were saying it so that he couldn't, go play for anyone else. But I don't know. He would have been a good option. I think his handling was something that did let him down. just a little bit. And I did say that about his second half of the season for the Chiefs.
Yeah.
But he's still a decent fellow when it comes to getting in the breakdown, putting in some big hits. See, even someone like a Devin Flanders could have been a decent option at 6 for the AB. Someone with a bit of size to him.
Yeah.
And just trying to throw it around and go have a beer later, George, and get France $3.50 while it was George Bridge dropped. I know that the New Zealand public definitely turned against him on that left wing side, but I believe with Caleb Clark returning, they decided that they'd go with him over the option of George Bridge. Might have still been handy somewhere along the lines, I would think. And do you think the AB's 10-minute spells that got so many last-minute wins actually counts against us right now as what is our style, or as what is our style, our game plan, says Frank? I think the thing is, the 10 minutes at the start of the game, for me now, is more important than the last 10 minutes.
Do you think so?
Because the All Blacks have conceded the first try in their last 4 outings, which is something they cannot afford. Josh Dixon is brought on tour and yet is not being played. Yeah, I believe he was just injury cover. Same with, Fletcher Null was supposed to be just injury cover.
Yeah.
Braden Enor in the same boat. He is another player that didn't get his way out onto the lineup. Bullet from Fiji says, Lasiasa there, welcome in, mate. Hope you are doing well. And also, it started from the 2019 semi-final. Had a shocker, says Die Until Death. And Luke Jacobson at 6, another player who I would like to see possibly in that All Blacks loose forward trio.
Yeah.
Because he can play 8, he can play 6, and he can also play 7 if you do need him. And there, we've got a few good options, but they don't go with any of them. And I think it goes right back to Lachlan Bosch here, when a lot of people wanted to see him, and he was said no. So then from there, he went to Japan, and now he's making the he's probably not quite making $1.2 million.
$700K or something.
They definitely need a good start. They've been terrible, says William. The players are the ones dropping the ball and missing tackles, says Obi. And where's Roger Tuivasa-Sheck? He is missing out once again. 5 minutes scrum, and Peter Gastola scores every time. Yeah, he hurdled Aaron Smith in the first round of Super Rugby Pacific when he got that early opportunity. At this stage, they did once again say, nah, she'll be right. Don't need him in there, because they've got a few options that they just don't use. I guess, is there another sport that can generate this passion? Says John Smith. It's a good question. I know that football really does have, it's make or break for a coach. Every game they lose, there's the chance that you could be gone completely. And can you please show us your rugby ball? I don't actually have it with me at the moment, but it will be in one of the segments tomorrow. Nismo and Marshall are going to have a hard game to commentate, says Katenda. Yeah, it must be hard when you've been there and played for the All Blacks and they've been winning very comfortably, and then you go on to witness them just struggle time after time. And Springboks will win by 20, says Christian. And can't wait until later on, says Gregor. What's the odds? Box can keep AB scoreless. South Africa are still having nightmares about the 57-0 drumming at North Harbour, says Paint Watcher. I mean, they all but kept them tryless in the last match. It was just that last try of Shannon Frizzell and Caleb Clark is like a perfect replacement for Ma'anono Akira. Struggles when his team doesn't have the ball, says Die Until Death. And I was actually talking to someone about that yesterday, I believe. And it was the case of, I pretty much said, when Akira Ioane's on a winning team, he's very good. You see him all the time. When he's on a losing team, you hardly spot him. Because he's one of those players who loves having the go forward, but he doesn't end up he doesn't go searching for it when it's not on his side. Skolkberger gave some real solid advice about the ABs after the game. And what do you think the score will be tomorrow? I went the Springboks by 10 as my prediction. And also, we have got, if you suffer 2 losses in a row, the whole stadium a chance for your dismissal. And can you please show us your girlfriend? You can see her.
Am I your girlfriend?
Yes. Isn't that nice? No, you're not, are you?
I wish I was, Deborah.
I think the media are too hard on Foster in New Zealand. Don't the Kiwis regret kicking South Africa out of Super Rugby now?
Well,
says Ashton Paul.
The thing that I was just thinking of, it would be interesting if we did play against the South African sides. Do you think New Zealand sides would do well against them?
As in our Super Rugby?
Yeah.
It'd be interesting.
You've got to remember, this Springbok side has a lot of international guys who are playing in Europe and Japan, So I don't necessarily think the South African Super Rugby sides would be that good against New Zealand and Australians. It'll be the same. But, this is, so.
And I think it would heavily depend on where the game's played. As we've seen from the URC. Are we in sight of when the cameras are off, says Sebastian? And can the ABs beat Argentina? It's going to be a tough one Because at the end of the day, Argentina have shown that when they play well and they've got the passion behind them, they can beat anyone.
Yeah.
Yes, they haven't been able to beat certain teams yet, but they're getting closer. I mean, they pushed Australia. Australia scoring 2 late tries in that contest to be able to get themselves the win with a bonus point. Argentina were close to getting a bonus point of their own in that contest.
Yeah.
And also, guys, should we, Oz and New Zealand, welcome more South African players in our squads, especially forwards, says Hanoi. I mean, if they want to come over and play, I think it's a great opportunity because it's a whole different style of rugby in a way. That's why Pablo Matero, I think, has been loving playing for the Crusaders.
Yeah.
And he's mentioned it many times. It's so different to what you see in France.
Yeah. Yeah.
And everything along those lines. It's physical, which is somewhere where Matero really shines.
Yeah.
Because he loves a good old bash fest out there on the park. And Super Rugby doesn't always translate into international form, says Time Till Death. Super Rugby helped New Zealand helped New Zealand adjust to the stadiums. So when they played, they were used to them, says Shark Brain. And also I see Northern Hemisphere boys up here, says it was Nathan and the All Blacks. Thought you were ripping the wallpaper off for a second there. I can tell you one thing, we would never lose to Japan, says Obi. I wouldn't know and guarantee that. I think Japan at the moment are on the up. You look at where Japan rugby was 15 or 10 years ago.
Yeah.
And how far they've been able to come. And they pushed Australia as well.
Yeah.
So I don't think New Zealand, I don't think they win it easily up against them. But we will find out because it recently was announced that New Zealand will be playing Japan in the end of year tour. Another fixture has been announced. Could say the same about underage rugby or the URC, says Kipper Cronk there. And if they use Havili as a battering ram, then we will suffer. He is not the type of player, or not that type of player. The man has got a lot of skills. Bashing the ball up 5 or 10 meters at a time is not one of them, says Paint Watcher. And it was interesting that they went with Havili having Geordie Barrett available, because the reason, I say that is Havili for me is there for his kicking. But if Geordie Barrett's there to kick the long ones, you don't theoretically need Havili. No. You could go to Paya, or you could go Tuivasa Sheck. Absolutely. But maybe even put Geordie Barrett to 12. South African fans are very, very bullish this week. Are their favourites. But boy, they like to let you know about it.
Don't get me started on that.
And also, come on, we don't get to do this very often, says Gareth. Now France almost lost to Japan in the second test this year. The way the All Blacks are playing at the moment, I wouldn't be so sure that they would win, says Ashton Paul. Yeah, it would be a tough game.
Yeah.
It would be a very awesome game to watch, though, and we do get to see it a little bit later on. But nonetheless, I think we're almost at the end of this preview. I hope you guys did enjoy it. It kind of became away from a preview at times and more of just a general discussion.
Shit.
I guess so, but
shit you seen.
I guess the thing is, I feel like there's some interesting points here. So maybe this does need to be at the start of the live stream that I do tomorrow. We will still have our 3 hours of build-ups. We might have to start even earlier.
Yeah.
I feel like that's the thing. 3 hours last time flew by, and it almost didn't feel like enough time with the amount that we had. So we're going to have plenty more this week as well, ladies and gentlemen. So if you are new, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. More than likely, this will be part of the live stream coming at the start of it before we get too deep into what we are going to be talking about for the upcoming match. But thank you all very much for tuning in. If you did enjoy, be sure to leave a like and subscribe to the channel. We'll throw it back over, I guess now we could say, to the boys in the studio, which is just me, because I'll be all alone.
It's just him.
It's just me.
You're weird, bro.
I am, yes.
You're different.
And cheers over to George, says Gareth. But nonetheless, we will see you all. There we go. We're back, ladies and gentlemen. That felt like a little while. I was just sitting here in my suit going, I wonder what I should do for this hour. I actually ended up watching the first half of the All Blacks versus Springboks from last week. Did see a lot of action and did see a huge amount of pressure that the Springboks were putting on the ABs. And something that I loved about that start to the Springboks match was the fact that all of their players looked like they were rearing to go. They were fired up, and that is exactly what we need to see from the All Blacks for this game at Ellis Park. We have got Yucko in the chat. Nice suit, bro. He is back finally, says Siki. We are back. And Hamish, are you not tired? No, I'm doing pretty well. I did wake up at about 1:30 p.m. today, so I've still got quite a few hours left that I will be up. I've been up for about 12 hours. We're probably going to be up for another 12, but then after that, we will be sleeping for a relatively long time. Nice time, mate, as well, says Mike. Yeah, we are back in the suit all of a sudden. But I will mention once again, ladies and gentlemen, we've got a little bit of a schedule that we are following for this live stream for anyone wondering what is coming up at what time. So currently we're in the live general chat section, which is a bit exciting. But then after that, we got the stats and the drop kicks. That is something that I did decide that I would go for. See out here looking like a Sansa official from Kitty there as well. But it is going to be, I guess this will not make me look very official for that video when it does end up getting shown. And I guess the question is, do you guys want to see the goal kicking video from last week ahead of the one that we have filmed this week, just so that you're kind of up to date with what happened? Do let me know if that is something you want to see. Then we have got our interview with ex-All Black Norm Maxwell. We did talk about the game last week and also what to expect for the game coming up. We've got some more stats, few head-to-heads, which is going to be pretty much position by position, breaking down who the players to watch are. They should have a Club Rugby World Cup. I know that they were trying their best to be able to get it organised, but I don't know whether or not they ever quite got it to the stage of actually being able to get it going. I think 2025 might have been the earliest time that they were going to be going with. And I want New Zealand to win, as I want Foster to stay, says Mark Dunphy. Yeah, that seems to be the general consensus, is anyone outside of New Zealand want New Zealand to win so that Ian Foster stays coach. And then everyone in New Zealand seems to want Ian Foster to lose so that we have a different coach. But I think something that me and George talked about on that video was, I think they're going to have to fire him. I don't see him resigning. I think it's going to be more of the case of he'll get paid out and New Zealand Rugby will have to have their tail between their legs and go, yep, we made a mistake. Now we are paying for it. I wouldn't be surprised if they do. The question is, still be on the man who chooses his first 15. Says Golden. And also we have got, hey, Amish, how you doing? It's been a long time since we last spoke, so I hope you are doing well as well, Aiden. Hope you have been keeping well and hope you are excited for this match when it does get underway just around the corner. It's going to be epic to see how it does end up going. What I will quickly do is I will get that video file up down the bottom of my screen as well. So as soon as we do get to that stage, we will be able to play that video. Where is it? Hang on. It's hiding. There it is. Right. We will put that down the bottom so that we can play it at some stage. Why aren't you enjoying the last remaining days of summer, Mark? Rather than watching Southern Hemisphere rugby, says Stephen, and they won't fire him. They don't want a South Island coach, says O'Brien. And I feel sad for Ian Foster. He is under so much pressure, says Woohoo. Yeah, like all of the weight at the moment is on his shoulders. But I think it's the thing. Handling errors have not been the best either for New Zealand. There's been a few other players who possibly aren't pulling their weight. Does Ian Foster's job depend on the result at Ellis Park? According to New Zealand Super Rugby, yes. But according to, I don't know. It's a tricky one because if he does end up winning this game for the All Blacks, yeah, I guess he gets to stick around to the World Cup and people will still not be happy. And would Joe Schmidt slot into Ian Foster position, Ian Foster as assistant coach? Maybe they would look at doing some sort of rearrangement if Joe Schmidt does want to. Are you going to a funeral? I may be going to Ian Foster's funeral when it comes to his international coaching career in 3 hours' time when we do find out whether or not his ABs are going to get the win. We have the players just not in the squad or playing out of position, says Dwayne. And then up the box, let's go. My boys, Mapimpi. And also we have got Lowell, says Yucko, and also reshuffled, says Nathan, for that one. I'm blocking the All Blacks games are always simply the best, says Daryl. Yeah, that game last year was absolutely insane. And then they had another one the next week that was just as insane, if not more insane. So I'm hoping that this game is going to be relatively similar. This is the way that the table currently sits. Australia sit on top of the bunch on 5 points. That was when they were able to get themselves the golden point win, or the bonus point win, I should say, up against Argentina. South Africa in second, Argentina in third, and the Kiwis sitting there in fourth. But the games that are going to be coming up, not this weekend, but the weekend after, it's going to be taking place in Australia. That first game's at the Adelaide Oval, and New Zealand, they will be playing Argentina. I believe that game's in Christchurch, only 2 weeks' time. Those games are both early morning for you guys in South Africa. In fact, 7:30 a.m. for that first match between Australia and South Africa. We have got the question is, does Ireland deserve to win a quarterfinal, says Stephen. If they play like they currently are, I think they've got a good chance. Ian Foster funeral, says Nathan. And they will keep giving Foster one more chance until after the World Cup. I think Joe Schmidt will take over after this game, and Robinson after the 2023 World Cup. I feel sad for him. He's been under lots of personal criticism, which isn't cool, says Mark. And yes, some people do take it too far. Like at the end of the day, the man's doing a job. If you don't like him in the job, keep it to do with the job. Don't bring his family into it. I've seen some real rough stuff. And how does altitude affect rugby, says Hum? Pretty much, I guess the general science, I guess you could say, is the ball seems to travel further, but it's actually a little bit more to do with the fact that because the air is lighter, the ball kind of floats a little bit more, hence the little bit of extra distance. So I think we could see someone slotting them over from 65 meters out, maybe. If they do try and absolutely smash it, that would be Geordie Barrett. More than likely, if Francois Steyn was playing, we would have seen them from about 70 meters. And one of the TAB odds says Yako currently for New Zealand, they are $2.60 underdogs. They were $2.70, so it's gone down a little bit since then. Harder to breathe as well. Yeah, you feel it in your lungs straight away, which is actually something that we did talk to Norm Maxwell about, as he has played in South Africa, and he always said after the first run, you just feel shattered. You feel like you've got nothing left in you. Vocal, but I'm picking an All Blacks win, says William. And I think a lot of people are waiting for that All Blacks bounce back because we don't normally see 2 games lost in a row, let alone 3, with now the chance of it being 4. And good morning, please. Can we see the first video, says Bianca? We certainly can. So pretty much we will be showing that in a very short moment where we do show our first kicking because it's actually still kind of relevant other than the kicking stats. Handré Pollard, he's even higher now. Geordie Barrett didn't really get too much of an opportunity in that last one, but I think box by 15, says Daryl. And mate, you're a rock, or you're going to rock a killer commentary today. We'll have the ad, which will add to this epic encounter box. We'll have another gear today, and we'll destroy the AB, says Warren. And the scary thing for the All Blacks is the fact that Malcolm Marx, Jasper Wiese, Kwaka Smith, all coming off the bench. Franco Mostert, world class. Vincent Cox, Stephen Kitzel. I could literally list the bomb squad as players to watch out for in this game, and it's going to be epic. Sexton will be taken out, then it will be good 9 nerves, says Stephen, and a box by 4, says Theo Duprea there. And yeah, I think the box by 8. I believe my original prediction was box by 10. So it seems like a lot of people are on the same page. But nonetheless, speaking of box by 10, I can show you some kicking that hardly went 10 meters. This is my kicking video from last week. Where was the video filmed? It was actually at the local rugby grounds that this video was. So we have got the video from last week where we talk about the goal kicking side of things. And then a little bit later on, we will be showing a video of us talking about the drop kicks, which is something else that we did end up doing at Hamish, New Zealand. Have George Bauer, says Mark. Yeah, but South Africa have that list that I mentioned. I mean, to be fair, Beauden Barrett has only lost 1 game when he comes off the bench in 33 appearances off the bench and also a 13-match winning streak. So it's an interesting one. And well, Hamish, you must have done the better this week, or you would not show first video, smart man, says Richard. I wouldn't guarantee that. Overall, I think there are some interesting clips in both, to say the very least. But I guess best way to segue is do let me know what you think of my kicking, even though try to be slightly nice. As you will see, it's not great, but we will see you all in a very short moment. It's just around the corner from getting underway. We look a little bit more at the field. Now, this isn't the exact field that they are going to be playing on, but we are here at the local rugby grounds to highlight the kicking and how important this aspect will be of the game. So we start to move forward and we are finding ourselves near the 40-meter line. Now, this is somewhere that normally Handré Pollard finds himself kicking quite comfortably, but due to the game being played in South Africa at altitude, it does mean that he will be able to kick from a little bit further out. So what we do with altitude is we add another 5 to 10 meters. Pollard could be slotting them over from 50 out if he is accurate. So far throughout 2022, Handré Pollard, he has been kicking at an 83% success rate, kicking 10 from 12. So we find ourselves now at the halfway line, which is somewhere we will possibly see Handré Pollard looking to slot them over from. But then we look at the All Blacks. We assume they've got Geordie Barrett in that lineup. And for Geordie Barrett, his kicking, we all know that he's got very powerful legs and he is able to slot them over usually pretty comfortably from 50 meters out. But because it's altitude, we keep on walking. We move to about 60 meters out, where Geordie Barrett may be looking try and add those extra points on, but his kicking so far this season has only been at 69%, kicking 9 from 13 throughout the Irish tour. So that could be a stat that we do look at throughout this matchup, with Geordie Barrett's kicking not quite as high as he would like it to be. Handré Pollard, though, very successful with the way he has been kicking. So we're sitting here at the 60-meter line. It's quite far, isn't it? It is a very long distance to the goalpost, but Jordie Barrett, anytime a penalty is given away between here and these goalposts, the All Blacks may back him to be able to try and slot one over and give them the extra 3 points, because these 3 pointers, as we've seen from their last 2 matches, could be the difference between a win and a loss. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab a kicking tee and I'm going to give it a go from 60 out. So I've got myself the tee. The good news is I at least have a good kicking tee. So we're going to go from 60 out. We're going to blow a hammy just to prove a point. So ball goes down. Jordie Barrett, of course, he'd love to kick it straight from 60 out with no angle, although sometimes that can be Jordie Barrett's downfall. It's because he does get them a little bit too straight on, can sometimes veer it when you're trying to kick it 60 metres, like myself. A few steps backwards, couple sideways, just like you're taught in under 9s or under 8s. You know, you used to just kick it, didn't you, without the tee. These pants are a bit tight, I'll be honest, they don't feel like I could get the leg up enough. We'll do a couple warm-ups. Don't want to pull anything. If I'm limping during the live stream, you know why. It's a bit far, isn't it? You think it's going over?
Nah.
Cheers, Mum. We look at the posts from 60 out. We look at the ball, we look at the post, we look at the ball. We do that a few times. Yep. If anyone suffers motion sickness, I apologise for that. That's similar to what we see from Jordie Barrett sometimes, minus the height. Big difference is, because it was so far out, I was always going to shank it. That's the mindset that he really needs to not come into his mind playing in the game. That ball's gone quite far though. Add 10 metres on that for altitude. We'll go down here, we'll check how far it's gone. It's a high quality tee. I heard that Dan Carter likes to use a similar one, which is why I think I am, you know, a bit of a hybrid between Barrett and Carter in their prime. Just minus the skill and everything else that I mentioned earlier on. It's made it to the 22, that ain't too bad for one that went 2 metres off the ground. That's travelled about 45 metres. I'll write that down and put it in my personal journal, because that's not actually a bad strike. Right, I'm actually going to do one from 22 metres out, because I'm going to be Andre Pollard here. Now the difference between Andre Pollard and Elton Yankees, one of them goes to a decent barber, but also the other side of things is Andre Pollard's a lot more accurate in the way that he does kick. So we're 22 metres out. I was a bit worried I was going to slip over, to be honest. Oh, Jesus. That's unfortunate, isn't it? Did you see that? Hope that didn't capture. 22 metres out, Andre Pollard, like I mentioned, kicking at an 83% accuracy for the season. I'm currently kicking at a 0 from 0, or from 1. We'll call it 1. It's never going over though, was it? Right, 22 metres out, Andre Pollard steps up to the and misses. I'm going to go get the ball. We're going to try that again.
Run, Hamish, run.
It's very high, just like my potential when it comes to my kicking game. Here we go. We look at the post. Andre Pollard. Here he comes.
Yes! It's over.
It's still gone over. I don't know how physics works, because theoretically when it hit it that clean it shouldn't have gone over, but I guess that's exactly 22 metres out, isn't it? But unless I'm tired now from running, I'm really not fit. That's actually a perfect example of what the All Blacks will be feeling when they're out there at altitude. You can really feel it in the lungs. I'm going to throw up. The All Blacks, they'll have to make sure that they do use their gas tank wisely, because if they do gas out early on, South Africa will certainly be able to make the most of it. But I will throw it back over to myself in the studio. It's a lot warmer, and I would have caught my breath by then, but we will see you all in a very short moment. There we go. That was the video from last week. Now, the question is, could I have gotten any worse when it comes to the drop kicking aspect of this competition / Rugby Championship? 1 out of 3, not bad, says Theo Duprea. Yeah, they did come off the boot a lot better. Like, oh, that's actually a lie. No, they didn't. They didn't actually come off the boot too well in the last one. The unfortunate thing about the last time that we recorded was we did the whole video, but then my microphone wasn't turned on. So sadly, well, I mean sadly, but also luckily we got to film it again but it meant that some of the kicks weren't quite as good, of course. And also we've got there, Tom OK has put a nice donation there. Thank you very much, mate. Boots at the sticks will be crucial, 100%. Or bust ABs, mean Geordie kickers, 50% success rate. Run from 2 stretchy pants for sure, says Tomo. And I guess that almost kind of segues perfectly into my attire for the next week. That was earlier this week that I did end up filming this next video. That one was from last week. So ladies and gentlemen, are we ready for a little bit more kicking? This time we are looking at the drop kicking aspect rather than just the place kicking. So I will see you all in about 5 minutes time after I do embarrass myself once again.
Grounds, and now I've got 3 balls. I managed to get a couple more. Well, I had them, I just wasn't using them. Today we look at drop kicks, and you can find a few of them around this region of the world. Sorry. So last week we did see South Africa put on an absolutely clinical display. 26 points to 10 over New Zealand. One of their monumental wins over the All Blacks. But now we look a little bit more at the kicking, and also more specifically drop kicking. Like I mentioned a bit earlier on, we actually saw a drop kick from Handré Pollard in that last match, which came out of nowhere. But what we're going to do is we're going to show you how it happened. Because my drop kicking, believe it or not, is actually a little bit better than my goal kicking. So we're from about 22 out. Now the reason we're at 22 metres rather than the 60 is because we already filmed a video, but I forgot to turn on the microphone. So because of that, I blew a quad down there. I think I pulled a quad. So that's unfortunate. And the worst thing is we've got another camera angle. Oops. I hope it didn't see that. I don't know if it can see us, but if it can't, then this just looks weird. Someone in the distance will think that I'm trying to say hello or maybe help me. But today I've also got different sneakers on, got the socks, got the shorts, and still got the same jersey on from last week, but it's been washed, hasn't it? But I should mention, these legs haven't seen the sun for about 6 months, which is why they're looking as pristine as a jar of mayonnaise. But now, Handré Pollard, 100% kicking accuracy last week, with his drop kick included. My drop kick from 22 metres out. What are the chances of this one going over?
Pretty good.
Pretty good. I'll take it. Here we go. I'll get the pass back from Jaden Hendrickse, as we do know he will be the halfback. Fires it back to me. Oh, just the way to the side. It was close. Yeah, the quad's feeling it. Oh yeah. Here we go. Handré Pollard, 22 metres out. Gets it in the pocket. Oh no. Yeah. They go over.
Don't know if it did actually.
No, we'll say it did though. Yeah. So Handré Pollard, if he uses that drop kick to his advantage, South Africa could find themselves maybe 3 to 6 extra points in this game. And this game is being played at altitude, which does mean drop kicks might go a little bit further. Beauden Barrett though, whether or not he's playing, we are still yet to find out. It is a Wednesday that we are filming this, as normally we only get one sunny day a week. So we thought, why not film it on that one sunny day? It's still pretty chilly though, snow up on the hills. But Beauden Barrett actually winning a game for the Blues in Super Rugby Pacific with a last minute drop goal. Zahn Sullivan was able to do the same. Aaron Smith, oh no, it's too low. So my mum, she's feeling pretty confident that she could knock it over from here. Now she has got bad knees, so I'm a bit concerned. If you want to have a go, we'll give you a go. Do you want to go?
Why not? I'm just about to try to kick it over.
So can I just quickly come over here and say, Kiwi Lads is not responsible for any injury.
Yeah,
that does
ACC
succumb
won't
from
be
this.
watching.
Because I haven't ever seen you kick a rugby ball.
I just couldn't see.
It went close. Oh, she's got it.
Is that right?
It was good. Oh, straight.
Nailed it. Look how straight that went.
Look at the swagger you've got now.
Well, I didn't know if I could do it. Oh, yeah. This is Kiwi Lads on another lovely day, even though I've got wrapped up to the nines. Back to the studio with Hamish. See you later.
Now my skills have come a long way in just 1 week. You guys will remember last week I was missing absolutely everything. This week, it's a bit different. Did that even go close, or was that like way off? That went further than my kicks.
Here we go. So the drop kicking, the worst thing is, you guys won't believe me, of course, but the second video, my kicking was worse. The first video, I actually struck one beautifully from like 25 out, and it went over. I feel like the only way to prove it is to show you guys the footage one day, but it did happen. And now it's made me think, maybe we do need to do some sort of thing of me versus mum in a goal kicking challenge. And on board, my guy says Nathan, and also he's no barbarian, says Stephen, yeah, I tried the back heel that old what's-his-face Creel was able to do, but it didn't quite come off. 1 out of 3 success rate. Oh, snap, mum. 2 out of 3 success rate. Yeah, it's kind of like the Barrett brothers going head-to-head. I was Bowden, and mum was Geordie. A little bit more accurate. And also we have got the Kiwi lads' mum as the bollocks. I see Shane in there as well, but your step back is too far, Hammy. I thought that. I felt like I was like just striding way too much. Well, they wanted more excuses than Foster said, Stephen. Yeah, I'm pretty good at them overall. But yeah, I actually wore shorts. Are you ever going to come to South Africa? That depends. Do I have to kick a rugby ball when I'm there? Because if I do, I might have to book my flight before I go. And then your mum is better than you. It's her 2 from 3, and Richard will be the box. And eat those wheat books, my guy. Donna for the wins. Says Nathan in there as well. So yeah, maybe we need to need to do one, and like to see your mum's box kick. Says Sean. And there is, I see what you did there. That's all right. We are all friends there, and your mum are totally awesome, says Bianca there. But yeah, she might actually be in a few more videos in the near future. But anyone who hasn't already seen the lineups for this week, I will quickly show them again. South Africa, they did go with Oxnashad, Joseph Dweber, and Frans Malherbe as the front row. So a couple changes there compared to what we did see last week for the Boks. 50th match as well for Frans Malherbe, bringing it up in this game. Ebenezer at 4, Ludiacha at number 5, Sia Khaleesi, Peter Steftatoy, and then Dwayne Vermeulen, the return into the starting lineup. Jaden Hendrickson at 9, and Andre Pollard at 10. I should also mention earlier on, we did actually get a donation from Bevan with the super sticker, so thank you very much for that, mate. I did see it came through just as that video was starting. Here there's mum is my mum indeed, says Shane, and also you're a good sport, mate. Glad to see you can take a joke. Says Sean, that's the thing. If I couldn't take a joke, I feel like YouTube would not be the place for me. Because like anytime we do a Sevens live stream, I will receive about 20 messages abusing me because I'm not showing the game. So I guess I've kind of got thicker skin now. And I wish I had thicker thighs, because at least then I'll be able to get them over from 38. I feel like that is the long-term goal, kicking it from about 30 and then maybe from the sideline eventually. But Pollard at 10, Damien Delende and Lucanio Armas the midfield, Makazoli Mapimpi out on one wing, Jesse Creel moves into the starting lineup. That is due to Kurtley Arinsur getting himself the red card, and then Damien Willemse will be there at fullback. For the All Blacks, also a few changes they have gone with. It is Ethan de Groot at number 1, Samisoni Takiaho at 2, and Tyrell Lomax does slot in at number 3. Why did your parents name you after a hamburger? As in ham-ish, says Down Under. I guess it's a good question. I don't know whether or not they were thinking about the hamburgers at the time. I know that my sister was going to be called Forrest because Forrest Gump came out right at that time, but she was born a woman. So then from there, that kind of ended up throwing a spanner in the works. I haven't seen many women named Forrest. That's not to say there are none, but yeah, not my sister. She got a different name that isn't actually named after a burger as well. And what a team says, Dwayne and Ethan de Groot sounds South African. He does a little bit, I believe, Dutch heritage for de Groot there, but looking through at the lock, Scott Barrett there at number 5, Shannon Frizzell, Akira Ioane, and Sam Kane will be the loose ball chair. Aaron Smith at number 9, Richie Moonga at 10, then David Avili and Rico Ioane will be the midfield. Caleb Clark, Will Jordan, and Geordie Barrett. So the only change in that backline is actually Richie Moonga, who does find himself slotting in at 10 rather than Bowden Barrett. It's a Scottish name. There was a Hamish and Braveheart, a Highlander connection. Sorry, I did the tongue roll again. No worries, mate. You are the GOAT. I enjoy your show that you are funny as, says Bevan in there. And yeah, it is hugely appreciated for the support that you do show. Like I mentioned, for these 2 matches between South Africa and New Zealand, we have gone all out in terms of the amount of content we have got coming out before the match. We've only got an hour and a half till we do manage to get onto the match. We have still got another 40 minutes or so of clips and whatnot. One of them's an interview with the ex-All Black Norm Maxwell. The other is a head-to-head based one, and Frost Greenhill is a woman's name, says Richard, and that's worth saying. It's like putting fruits and chocolate, says Golden Guest. And as an Aussie supporter, watching the All Blacks get pumped by the Irish, and now the Box has been awesome, says Master Mal. And then, yes, 90 minutes to go, says Nathan. So it is getting extremely close. And Kiwi led at 15, maybe one day we find ourselves in the starting lineup for the ABs. I mean, if they have enough injuries, maybe they would get desperate enough to give us a call. But Malcolm Marks, he is a super sub and a half. Don't come much better than that man. Stephen Kitsoff, Vincent Koch, also in the front row. Franco Moster, Jasper Vesa, and Juaga Smith. It is surely going to be a very lethal last 30 or so minutes for the Springboks. Herschel Yankees and Willie LaRue there at number 23. Then alongside that, it will be Cody Taylor, George Bell, and Fletcher Newell. And all Crusaders front row, Tupavai, Akira Ioane, also Finley Christie and Bowden Barrett. So a few Blues players in that lineup for the ABs. And then Quintupaia will be there at number 23. They didn't quite close it out with all Blues. In that one, they could have had maybe a Roger Tuivasa-Sheck. Could have been an option off the bench relatively late. And also we have got there, they just add in Jesus Christ, and Iron Man and the Box are still winning, says Master Mel, and just feels like some sort of energy behind the ABs this weekend. Reckon they will be winning over the Box, says Campo, although it's going to be extremely tough, of course. Playing at altitude, you have to try and find that extra little bit of oxygen in your lungs, which is normally very tricky to do. As you guys saw in that first kicking video, I ran 10 meters and I ran out of oxygen. Whereas these guys, some of them are going to have to cover more than 5 kilometers, maybe even closer to 10 if they do want to help their sides get towards the victory. Wallabies need to be brought down to earth really soon. So here's RJJ. And our Southern Hemisphere brothers, they also lost when it came to their 3-match series up against the English, didn't they? But we also lost to the Irish, so we were in the same boat. Bledisloe Cup coming up relatively soon, though. Should be pretty entertaining indeed. But now what we will be doing, I believe I will have a quick look at the schedule quickly, see what we have got planned next. That is actually the Norm Maxwell interview. So that is just around the corner. That will be coming up on the channel. It is about 20 minutes long. He does go in depth about not just the All Black side, the Springboks, and also looking at the kind of the difference between what happened last week and what could happen here. Where did you get the tie? It was from Hellenstein's that I ended up with it. I do see in your picture you have got a tie on as well. So we are tie brothers, I guess you could say. And did Hamish skip PE at school? No, actually, I did all right at PE, surprisingly. We just didn't play rugby. We were kind of more playing weird sports that no one had ever heard of, but they wanted to have it so that we could play them and everyone was on an even playing field. Believe it or not, I'm better at hand-eye coordination sports than kicking. But I'm normally not terrible either. And looking forward to France, South Africa later this year. And forwards look better than what I'm expecting tonight, says it was Golden Guest. But nonetheless, we will throw it straight back over to myself and also Norm Maxwell, where we do talk all about that last game and what the All Blacks need to do this week to be a little bit more clinical. But I will see you all in a short moment. Gentlemen, I did have Norm Maxwell with me for the first test match, and now we are back for the second, mate. First of all, how did you find that first test match, and did it live up to the expectations that you were expecting for that first test match of the Rugby Championship?
It's a tough one, being an All Black supporter, I suppose.
Yeah.
So to be able to look at it sort of objectively, doesn't it? But it was quite an intense test match by the sounds of it. I didn't actually see it. I was listening to it through your stream. You know, obviously when you've seen it with your own eyes, you get a different perspective as well.
Yeah.
But it sounded like you probably have a better take on it than what I do. But it sounded like the intensity was they had to endure a real intense 30 minutes at the beginning of the game. And
Yeah.
I think they were quite happy to come out sort of at half time. Not so far behind, but it's one of those things where it was a little bit of a cauldron, you know, sort of hot and are under a lot of pressure, and they seem to be reasonably okay with their performance. You know, we talked about that last week, so it might go better going into this week, you know, if they can look at it objectively and take what they need from it and make the improvements they need to make, you know.
And of course, with this game, we head a little bit further up in the altitude stakes. It's going to be played at Ellis Park. Now, you mentioned last week about how you didn't have a good game at altitude, which I feel like course, your standard's probably pretty high. For yourself, you mentioned about the breathing. How would you best describe the feeling of altitude in terms of what it does to your body, what it does to your mindset? Do you just feel like you've literally never run before in your life, and then you do one sprint and you're like, oh my God, I've done a marathon?
You feel it straight away, you know, because early on, we started going to South Africa in '96, you know, at the beginning. Early on, we would stay up in Johannesburg. What's the other one? Pretoria. We were the two places that we used to play in altitude. And we would stay there we would arrive there and would stay there the whole time. So we'd be there for about 5 or 6 days before we played the game, you know, in an attempt to try and acclimatise to it.
Yeah.
And I think that now they've sort of changed that later on, sort of when we got into the 2000s, or when I was playing, like my last season was 2005. So we would stay at sea level and then go up the day before. You know, there's something to do with the body sort of. It's either better to have it like just go in there straight and just have it like the day, or you need like, I don't know, 2 weeks or something to acclimatise properly, you know. So we probably weren't doing it that efficiently to begin with. But in terms of the sensation, yeah, it's just like, obviously the air is thin, so you probably, I don't really know the percentages, but it feels like you're taking in half a breath, you know, so you're taking in a full breath, but you're only taking in a half. So it's sort of in some ways you feel like you're suffocating, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And you're not getting the same amount of oxygen you used to. Take the strength out of my body, you know. I don't know if anybody's ever run and your legs sort of feel weak, you know, when you have that.
Yeah.
You know, your oxygen comes out of your body and your legs feel weak. I used to feel like that, you know, after the first run, pretty much. So it's hard to catch your breath. So it's a strange sensation. And also the ball noticeably travels further, you know.
Yeah.
So whether you're passing it or whether you're kicking it, it's further. So quite often the games are more open, you know. The kicks are longer. That adds to the situation as well. The games seem to be a little bit more open. Quite often it's dry up there as well. It's not rainy.
So do you think that factors more in the favour of the Springboks or the All Blacks in terms of their open play? Because, of course, the Springboks, they'll be a little bit more used to that altitude, whereas the All Blacks, you don't really get to see too many high-altitude games.
Definitely the advantage of the Springboks, for sure. Just because they're used to it. They're used to that style. If you're playing there, there's a big difference between playing there like 20 times a year and playing there like 2 times a year, you know?
Yeah.
And training there like, I don't know, hundreds of times. So the guys that live there, I don't know how many in the Springboks are from altitude. There would be, and the other guys have been playing there every second weekend probably. So they would be a lot more used to it than New Zealand guys, for sure. And now, especially with Super Rugby, a lot of those guys, the new guys, wouldn't have played a lot at altitude at all, you know. We were playing there at least like 3 or 4 times a year, probably, when I was playing, especially with the Super Rugby, you know.
Yeah, because I did actually go back through to have a look at all of your stats, because I was wondering, was there ever a time that you had more than like 1 or 2 losses in a row? And I did find out, no, you had a very good record at international level, only the 2 losses in a row, but both of those sets of 2 losses was a loss in South Africa, which was quite an interesting little stat there.
Most of the time we did bounce back, yeah.
Yeah.
You know, I don't really remember, especially for the All Blacks, we didn't really have a long skid. No, we lost a few games though, especially against Australia. Just some brutal ones right at the end of the game, you know.
Yeah.
We did 2 of those with the Bledisloe Cup games. We were lost in the last play, so that was a bit painful. But most of the time, we didn't lose too many. 4 in a row was, before I came in, I made the team in 1999. In 1998, we lost 4 test matches in a row. That was unheard of at that time.
Yeah.
And that was sort of due to, before officialism came around, the team, I think I mentioned it before, like it was more difficult to get out of the team than get in it, you know. So once you sort of established yourself and you always like played the same 15, and so they sort of had that same mentality sort of in 98, and then it sort of caught up with them. So they had a lot of these older guys. So in 99, they sort of cleaned house and we had a lot of young players coming through. Now they're more sort of, now it's changed a lot, but so that was part of that 98 thing. It was just they hung on to those older players for a bit too long, you know.
That almost segues perfectly into the current team. Do you feel there are too many of those older players in the current All Blacks setup, or do you think it's something else that might be causing the little bit of a disruption in the form that they did previously have?
No, I don't think so. I think they've got a reasonably good balance. I think you need the older guys there. It depends on the quality of the older guys as well, you know?
Yeah.
In terms of like their ability to sort of give back to the team and to be able to nurture the young guys through. And some of the older players were more individualistic, especially in the old days, but now I think they're a little bit more, you know? If you look at someone like Sam Whitelock, he's just a genuinely nice guy, you know? You can just tell. I just remember at the press conference, they all had their cameras. I think it was before the game. He was like, "No, I'll just bend down." You know what I mean? So instead of everybody adjusting their cameras, he said, "Oh no, it's easier for me just to bend down." So he sort of, I don't know if he was like in the old leg burning position doing the interview, but it just shows you how sort of nice he is, you know. So you get the older guys like that are still performing and have the ability to sort of relax the younger guys and sort of mentor them. I don't think it's a problem. So no, I'm not in the camp, so I don't know, you know.
Yeah.
I don't get the sense of that. It's a tough one, man. To sort of, it's a chicken and the egg scenario, you know. When you get to this losing, you know, you can sort of pick things out, but it's really hard to know, isn't it?
Yeah, there could be a lot going on because, of course, the New Zealand rugby media and also New Zealand rugby themselves have mentioned if Ian Foster doesn't have an All Blacks win here up against the Springboks, they want him to formally resign. So that is a massive one. If he doesn't get the win in South Africa, he is going to be gone, they are saying. But the question is whether or not that will actually take place. So for me as well, the next question is, if Ian Foster does manage to win this match, where do the All Blacks go from here? Is it straight away you're looking straight at the World Cup, or are you still looking at the Rugby Championship just in front of you with your upcoming games up against Argentina and Australia, or does the mindset completely go to that World Cup and say we need to win this thing?
Is that official? Was that official? Was it? Did they come out with that statement?
I believe the New Zealand Rugby Union tweeted it. I think it was.
Really?
Yeah, they said if we don't get any wins,
they're going to ask for him to resign.
Yeah.
Wow.
So it's a big one because at the end of the day, if they fire him, they've got to pay him out no matter what, don't they? Because of the contract. But I guess if he resigns, it means that it saves them a little bit of money, which at this stage, who knows? It's a really weird one because the other question that's on everyone's mind is, are they going to look at bringing in a coach that they want to have for the World Cup plus the next World Cup, or are they going to bring in a kind of part-time coach for a year and then after the World Cup rebuild with a new coach heading into the next one? There's a lot of uncertainties at the moment in the way that they've got it all set up.
Yeah, that's right. My take would have been, I would have thought that loss on the weekend would have been the last straw. I would have thought they would replace him after the next game. That would have been my take on it.
Yeah.
Not that I agree with it or disagree with it. That would just be my opinion on it. So, but then tweeting out, so maybe there's another chance for him this weekend. So it's just tough going against the weight of the public opinion, you know. That must be really difficult for the decision makers.
Yeah.
And obviously for Foster as well. I saw an article with not Adi Savia, what's her name? Julian Savia.
Yeah.
So he was just talking about, he said he was embarrassed that the New Zealand public are treating Ian Foster the way he is, you know, that he's human and he has a family and don't like just the personal attacks and the nasty way that people have been coming at him, you know.
Yeah.
One thing at his job, he had that in France, you know, so he's a little bit sensitive to it. He's talking about like mental health and how we're treating each other, you know.
Yeah.
And so I think it's probably an important topic, you know.
Yeah.
Just that it's easy to throw away sort of words and opinions around, isn't it? But then you also got to remember that these people are human, and I've got no doubt that Ian Foster's given it everything that he has. Yeah. Whether that's exactly what's needed or not is another question, but, you know, he is totally committed to it.
Yeah, because the All Blacks at the moment, they are heading towards one of their longest losing streaks. Whereas if they get that turnaround, there's a chance they could start building momentum for that World Cup, because it only takes one win to change pretty much a chain of events, doesn't it? So for yourself, I guess only having the 2 losses wasn't too bad overall in a row. I did see your last 9 games for the All Blacks. You won every single one of them, including 2 tries up against the Flying Fijians, I'll mention as well, which did look like a very impressive performance. Yeah, at the moment, I hope the All Blacks can make this game a lot closer, just to show that they've still got that fight left in the tank. They've got certainly plenty of players who have got the potential. I guess my next question is the All Blacks backline at the moment. They've got some world-class players in there. But do you think there's anything in particular that you've picked up on as to why they haven't quite been able to play that style of rugby that a lot of people feel that they would be able to? You've got Rieko Ioane, Beauden Barrett, Geordie Barrett, all of these world-class players. But it just seems like something's not quite connecting. What do you think's that the gelling factor that they're missing there?
My perspective on it as well is it starts with the forwards.
Yeah.
So we're always going to start with the forwards, and a lot of these guys, man. Imagine if you're a back. I always wanted to be a back, but in some ways it's
that would have been a scary sight if you were running down the wing at someone.
Yeah, it would have been run around probably about 100 times. But I was obviously a forward, and I always believe it starts up front, and so there's a big difference between getting on the front foot, going forward, having space, having the defence going backwards and being able to play, or being on the back foot, having the defences coming right forward to you. It makes it very challenging to sort of get going, Like I said, there's a back, you're totally dependent on the forwards, sort of getting the ball. And needs to go, especially if you're a winger, needs to go through a lot of sets of hands before it gets to yours. And so imagine being a back and only touching the ball once or twice in a game, it must be quite frustrating. I suppose that's what the beauty of being a forward, you can sort of create your own sort of thing. You're there, So it must be quite frustrating for the back line sometimes. I'm not a back expert, so I've got no idea about how to get the back line going, that's for sure.
Because definitely with that rush defence of the Springboks as well, sometimes it could be shut down by the time it reaches the centres type thing, which just shows how quick they are off the mark. They're very good at timing it. And speaking of marks, Malcolm Marks, he was sensational in that last game. 3 turnovers. There is actually the late news that I believe by now I would have mentioned on the live stream, but Bongi Mbonambi is no longer in that starting lineup. Instead, it will be Joseph Dweba does make his way into that starting lineup. The youngster, a big opportunity for him, but they have got the super sub of Malcolm Marks off the bench, and also Dwayne Vermeulen returning. There is a lot of firepower for the Springboks lineup. So I guess the final question, and it's a massive one. There's no easy way of answering this question, of course. What do the All Blacks need to do to beat the Springboks in Game 2?
Yeah, wow. Yeah, good question. And if I knew that answer, I'd probably be I'd be in the coaching staff, wouldn't I? Yeah, it's a tough one. I think they've done well in terms of like the way that they took the last loss. Obviously there was a huge amount of pressure, and they looked like they were quite analytical with it. The way that I saw an interview with Smith, the halfback, and he was talking about what they needed to do and things like that. So I don't know if they were that far away either. So I did predict that the Springboks would win by 15 points last time, didn't I?
Very close.
I was actually I predicted the All Blacks to win by 15. So I got no idea what I'm talking about really. But hard to say. And I don't know. I talked to my mate and I asked him how Vicky, he's in the coaching staff, how's the mood in camp,
Yeah.
So he said, the forwards are reasonably happy, he said. Interested to hear that, So let's see what sort of week they can have. I'm going to touch base with him again today, see how he's getting on, I hope Foster's going okay as well, and they can put a good performance out. You never know with the All Blacks, man. You never count them down. I reckon it's just the start. And it's tough as well, because you can say, let's start. It's the first 2 minutes. We got to concentrate, and sometimes it just doesn't go your way, it's the game,
Yeah.
Sometimes you're just under pressure, and sometimes you can't, as what I was talking about before, it's just like there's some uncontrollables. That's just the way it is, because you got an opposition, you got a referee, and sometimes they're just better.
That is exactly what a lot of people said about the Springboks for that first match. They just seemed to be a lot more clinical in the way that they were playing than the All Blacks for that first test. So you did mention your prediction was a little bit off for that last match. Have you got a prediction for this one?
I don't know if I'm qualified. I knew it was going to be tough, man. I just thought it was just more of a hope. It was more of a hope guess last time. It's going to be tough again. Let's say more of a wish than prediction, I suppose. Let's say All Blacks by 8.
Okay, alrighty. Yeah. So preferred.
I don't think I've ever got a bet against the ABs, man.
No, that's the thing. Once you've worn that black jersey, like it's just you're with it for life, aren't you? No matter what thick and thin, you are an All Black.
I've got the players, they've got the ingredients, you know. They just need to put it all together.
And that's the thing. I've currently got Ian Foster on a stick, and I feel like as soon as if he does get sacked, I got to find a very high resolution picture of the next coach, which is tricky to do. Because, I mean, look what happened when I tried to print out Stuart Hogg. He became a zombie. I think Ian Foster, maybe we need Maxi on the backside, actually. This one? Would you put your face there?
Yeah, I don't know, man. It's your job, isn't it? It's a tough one, man. He must be feeling immense pressure at the moment, especially with the tweet from his bosses. I really feel for him. Not an easy profession.
No.
Get well paid for it though. So it's part of the parcel way.
It's always that case of you can make plenty of money if you're having highs and highs with it, but then as soon as you reach those lows, just like that, someone else could easily come in and take your spot. And then that's the thing, the uncertainty. What if the next coach comes in and the All Blacks continue with those losses? Will they go, maybe Ian Foster wasn't such a bad choice. It's just we had a rough patch. It's such a tricky one to predict. If you got the All Blacks, they were on the phone and they were like, Maxi, we need you to come coach the ABs. Would you do it? Or would you say, no, I'm good in Spain, mate. Don't mind this place.
I think I could play a role in that in the team in some ways. I don't think a technical coaching position probably would be my best at the moment. You know, you'd have to like upskill a little bit. I could see myself playing a role in the All Black environment, but as a coach, it's a bit tricky. I would need to have a little bit more homework to do, man.
Tell you what, if you turn that team that you're coaching, or you were coaching, the one with the 80% loss rate, if you turn them into champions, surely the All Blacks are just around the corner.
There it is, man. There it is.
But nonetheless, I guess that is going to be the end of this interview. Once again, mate, it's a pleasure having you on the channel. And we'll have to have another catch up very soon.
All right, brother.
Right,
go
we'll
to
see you later.
again.
Exactly right.
All
All Blacks by 8. You heard it here first. If it's bang on the money, you'll be rich. There we go. And that is another video down, ladies and gentlemen. I actually turned off my lights. I just realized we'll turn them back on. Live television, of course. I think picking positions is out. That's it. And you can turn it around, says Benjamin. And also Wallabies top elite without Michael Hooper, Karevi and Cooper gone. The easy wins for the Lost Pumas. And still better than the Wallabies. They wear yellow for a reason, says Dwayne. It seems like it was getting a little bit heated. I'm not ex-Lock nor Maxwell, by the way. I'll quickly take that away. I am the Kiwi lads. Less impressive in some regards. And what do you think the ABs have to do to win? Do you think it will keep, or if they keep losing, they will get rid of their coach or get new players in the team? Do you think we can win the World Cup? It's a very good question. First of all, for that first half of it, what do the All Blacks have to do to win? They certainly need to make sure that they work extremely hard at altitude, which is easier said than done because some players, like when they feel they're back up against the wall, they shine. Thinking straight away, Artie Savia. That man will give it 150% and he'll keep on running. Whereas someone like a Sam Cane, does he still have that extra gear in him? So I think it's going to be bringing that intensity and making sure that you don't allow the Springboks to get those easy turnovers in the breakdown, because we did see quite a few of those last week. And then also, will they get rid of the coach? It is going to be the case of New Zealand Rugby have said if they don't win this game, Ian Foster, he has to resign. But whether or not he will, completely different story. And do you think we can win the World Cup? I don't even know if we're going to come into the World Cup as one of the top 4 favourites, which is a little bit concerning there. But the All Blacks, they've got the players, like Maxie said before, they've got the players. They just need to find some sort of momentum building in it. And likely he can through his ass, says Dwayne, and there. And he can be the jugular, says Shane in there as well. Yeah, Artie Savia, he's always going to work hard for a side. No matter what, he is going to keep on giving it 110%. I think Scott Barrett has a big game in this contest at altitude. And then alongside him, that's where you kind of need someone like a Brodie Retallick. So it's a shame he's not there, because that man, he just has a ticker that keeps on ticking, which is exactly what you need And I think South Africa, they've got a couple of those guys as well. Peter Steph Toy seems like he's got himself back to 100% match fitness. Alongside him, I think we're going to see a couple big performances from big Frans Malherbe. I think he's going to be working hard. And yes, hopefully like Richard can play or finally play some tunes that unlock his backline. I wish him well, says Master Mel. And there's on the AB says Max of 500 plays Minecraft. And yeah, but nonetheless, speaking of the ABs, we have actually got one more video before we get into the live build-up for the contest. Sadly, he's too tiny and will get splashed or get squashed and run over, says Master Mel. And hey, howdy, hey, y'all. Hope you're all well, says Katie Dixon. Hope you are doing well too. We have just finished that interview with Norm Maxwell. And now the next one that we have got coming up, it is the head-to-head stats for each position in this game. So we will be throwing it over to that video. We will see you all in about 20 minutes time or so. This one's relatively long, but it is because we go a little bit more in depth looking at those head-to-head stats. But I will see you all in a very short moment. Good look at head-to-heads for the players. This week will be no different for the second test match between the Springboks and the All Blacks. So we'll jump straight into it. We will start with the front row. As you know from last week, we do go number 1 versus 3. So the first head-to-head will be Oxnard for the Springboks. And then number 3 for the All Blacks, Tyrell Lomax. Now, both men weren't in the starting lineup for last week's fixture. So that does mean we may see a little bit of something different compared to what we saw when it was Trevor Kanye taking on Angus Ta'avao. Now, Lomax has a bit of an advantage here due to the fact that he was actually on the bench last week for the All Blacks, whereas Oxnard, this is the first time we have seen him in action for the Rugby Championship, but his stats, they are as follows. He is 27 years of age, 115 kgs, 176 centimeters tall, and he has got 10 caps to his name, whereas Tyrell Lomax, he is 26 years of age, 127 kgs, so an extra 12 kgs compared to Oxnard, 192 centimeters tall, and 15 caps for the All Blacks. So when it comes to this head-to-head, I think the scrum is going to be so important for these two sides. Couple other changes in the front rows compared to what we saw last week as well coming later, but for this one, I think because of that running game that we've seen from Tyrell Lomax for the Hurricanes, it does look like his rugby's come a long way in the past 12 months, which is why he is going to be my player out of these two that I feel will be able to have the better performance, which is a big call because Oxnard is a very classy player. But now moving on to number 2, it is going to be, rather than Bongi Mbonambi, it will be Joseph Dweber. Now that was a late injury change that the Springboks had to make, so Joseph Dweber, he is going to be making his way into the starting lineup, and they have still got Malcolm Marks off the bench, whereas for the All Blacks, unchanged from last week, it will be Samasoni Takiaho. So two relatively newcomers in their respective sides, which can always lead to a very exciting head-to-head. Looking through at Joseph Dweber's stats, he is 26 years of age, 108 kgs, 172 centimeters tall, and he has only got himself the 2 caps for the Springboks. So I believe out of all the players across both sides, he is the second lowest cap player to be going out there on the field at Ellis Park. Then for Samasoni Takiaho, 24 years of age, 115 kgs, 183 centimeters tall, and 12 caps. Does play for the Chiefs throughout Super Rugby Pacific. So it will be quite interesting to see how these two tanks approach this game, because both of them can run over the top of the opposition, that is for sure. But one thing that is said about both of them is that their line out isn't quite as accurate as a few of the other options that both sides have got. So I think it's going to be such an important aspect of this game. Whose line out is more accurate, and who do we see a little bit more of the work and the breakdown from? So for this head-to-head, I have actually gone with Samasoni Takiaho. It's a big call because Joseph Dweber is built like an absolute unit. But I am going to say Samasoni Takiaho, due to the fact that he has been playing a little bit more rugby as of late for the All Blacks. He will be the one who does end up going better out of the two. Now moving on to the other side of the scrum, it will be Frans Malherbe for South Africa, and then for the All Blacks, it is Ethan de Groot. Now, Frans Malherbe, this will actually be his 50th test match. So that is a massive achievement for the tight hair prop, but he is 125 kgs, 191 centimeters tall. Like I mentioned, his 50th cap, and he is also age 31. But something that I love from Frans Malherbe is the fact that no matter what, the man's going to put in an absolute shift, and he's got that backup of having Vincent Koch come off the bench. So even if he gasses himself out after 35 minutes, they still have a brilliant tight hair prop who is just around the corner. And then for Ethan de Groot, he's a Southlander, he's built strong, he's a Southern boy, but he hasn't had a huge amount of experience in the All Blacks setup. 24 years of age, 122 kgs, 190 centimetres tall, and he has got the 5 caps. So he's brought into the starting lineup rather than George Bower. So he will have to make sure that he's making plenty of tackles, as we have seen double figures from Bower throughout a majority of 2022. But de Groot, he's more strong in the scrums, I would say, and also with that running game can be very handy indeed. So for that reason, it was a little bit closer, but I'm still giving it to Frans Malherbe, the veteran of the front row for the Springboks. 50th test cap. I think he is going to have an absolute blinder. But now moving on to the locks. Now last week in the battle between Ebenetzebev and Sam Whitelock, I did end up giving it to Whitelock. This week could be a little bit different. Ebenetzebev, he is 30 years old, 117 kgs, 203 centimetres tall, and 101 caps. Then you look at Whitelock. These two just keep on adding caps for their respective international sides. 33 years of age for Whitelock, 117 kg, still weighing the same as Ebenetzebev, 202 centimetres tall, and then 135 caps for Sam Whitelock. So last week we did see the lineouts working relatively well for both sides, but I think the Springboks is going to be so important that Etzebev is patrolling that lineout, really stepping up, as they have got such an inexperienced hooker in Joseph Dweber. But Etzebev, we didn't really get to see a huge amount of him in general play for the last week's match. So I think we're going to see a lot more of him this week, and that is why he is the one in my head-to-head who I feel will be the strongest. Now looking through at the other lock, it will be Ludiaga for the South Africans, and then for the All Blacks, it is Scott Barrett. Now Ludiaga, he always gives you about an 8 out of 10 or above. He's always very solid and is a tough man to beat when it comes to those stats of how many line-out turnovers he can get throughout a season or a competition. But he is 29 years of age, 112 kgs, 205 centimetres tall, and he has got 59 caps, so working his way possibly towards that 100 within the next 5 years or so, if he is still one of the first choice locks for the Springboks. Whereas Scott Barrett, he is a little bit younger, 28 years old, 111 kgs, 197 centimetres tall, and he has got 51 caps. Now I was interested to see whether or not they would be playing Scott Barrett at lock, or whether they give him the blindside flanker role, as I thought he might have slotted in there quite nicely. But they have gone with the lock. But I think we're going to see a little bit more of Barrett in the breakdown, because Malcolm Marx last week, Peter Steftotoy this week, we're going to see Dwayne Vermeulen back out there. I think the All Blacks were lacking a little bit when it came to getting those guys in the breakdown, trying to stop the Springboks from taking it straight away, which is where Scott Barrett, he's going to have to work his butt off to be able to keep the ball on the side of the All Blacks. So for that reason, I think Scott Barrett, he will be up for the challenge, and that's why he is my pick for the number 5 of who will be able to play better. But we move on now to the loose forward trios. First of all, the captain of South Africa, Siya Kolisi. He is 31 years of age, 106 kgs, 187 centimetres tall, and is bringing up his 66th cap. Now, he does play for the Sharks throughout the URC, used to be a Stormers man, but has now found a home in the South Sea Sharks. Now, some would say that he hasn't been performing as well as we do expect from Siya Kolisi, but he's still been very solid and a very handy addition to that loose forward trio. Then for the All Blacks, a change from last week. Rather than it being Akira Ioane, it is Shannon Frizzell. Now, he did get himself a late try in the match last week up against the Springboks. He also conceded a late try with a pass that didn't quite find anyone's hands, and it did instead find Willie LaRue's boot when he was able to kick it over the line and score himself the try. But Shannon Frizzell is going to have to muscle up in this contest. One thing that the All Blacks were lacking a little bit was a big, strong hit from Akira Ioane. I know that Shannon Frizzell can play with a lot of aggression, which is something the All Blacks may be able to use to their advantage. I'm still a little bit concerned with how little we have seen from Frizzell in the past 6 months, though. So for that reason, I have gone Siya Kolisi as the one who will be able to have the bigger performance, just because we know that he's been playing pretty decently, whereas Frizzell is still a little bit of a question mark. But moving on to the number 7s, Peter Steftotoy for South Africa, and then for the All Blacks, it is Sam Cane, the captain. Peter Steftotoy is 29 years of age, 119 kgs, 200 centimetres tall, and he has got himself 61 caps. And I believe the time that we saw the most of Peter Steftotoy last week was when he was trying to get those counter rucks going, just causing a bit of disruption for the All Blacks when it came to getting that ball out the back, which was actually very handy, because Aaron Smith, he had a lot of pressure on him, and it did allow the box rush defence to be able to get up as soon as possible and shut down any chance of an All Black attack out wide. Whereas for Sam Cane, he was a little bit slower getting to those breakdowns. And I think this week, the fact that he's the captain again, he needs to just find that fire, because the All Blacks, they need someone to tell them when they're doing the wrong thing. And Sam Cane, I don't know if I've ever seen the man properly angry, which is something you kind of need, I think, at this stage with the patch that the All Blacks are in. So for that reason, I have gone Peter Steph du Toit as my man out of those two, who will have the better game. But now we move on to a battle and a half. It is the number 8 jersey. Duane Vermeulen returns from his injury, does play for Ulster now, and boy, he is a tough man to shift when he does get his body weight down over a breakdown. But someone for the All Blacks who has been putting in a shift week in, week out, it is Ardie Savea. So first of all, looking at the head-to-head stats, Duane Vermeulen, he is 36 years of age, 117 kgs, 193 centimetres, and he has got 60 caps, whereas Ardie Savea, he is 28 years of age. He is giving up a whole 18 kgs disadvantage to Duane Vermeulen, only weighing the 99. He is 190 centimetres tall, and he's got a very similar number of caps with 63. But Savea, we know how hard he's been working for the All Blacks week in, week out, like I mentioned. Duane Vermeulen, we haven't seen too much of him since he had his surgery, which does make me a little bit concerned with whether or not he will be 100%. We haven't even seen him come off the bench for South Africa, which I think may have been a better way of doing it rather than chucking him in the deep end at Ellis Park with a huge amount of altitude to try and play against. But Duane Vermeulen, he's one of those guys who will certainly love the challenge. But for me, Ardie Savea, the way he's been able to get the turnovers in the breakdown for the All Blacks, he looks like one of the only forwards who are really trying to change the momentum of the game. So for that reason, Ardie Savea, I think, will be the more dangerous out of Duane Vermeulen or Savea. Now we move on to the backs. We knew straight away that there was going to be no Faf de Klerk due to the head knock that he did take last week. He did decide to try and Superman dive straight into Caleb Clark's knee and learned very quickly that's a pretty solid knee. You shouldn't be doing that, Faf, but I do hope that he is going to be on the sideline for this game cheering on the Springboks. He won't be playing, though, in the starting lineup or reserves. Instead, it is Jaden Hendrikse who does get himself the start in this contest. Not a huge amount of caps for Hendrikse, whereas you look at his opposition for this game, and it is a very experienced man in Aaron Smith, who hasn't been in the best form as of late. So it could be quite an intriguing battle. See who does get the better of this one. But Jaden Hendrikse, he is 22 years of age, still a very young player with a bright future. 86 kgs, 184 centimetres tall, and he has got himself 5 caps for the Springboks. Whereas Aaron Smith, he has got the 5 caps of Hendrikse, plus another 101. He's sitting on 106 currently. He is 33 years of age, 83 kgs, and 173 centimetres tall. So like I mentioned, quite a big difference when it comes to the experience. But Jaden Hendrikse, the thing that I liked from watching him last week was he didn't really have the same style as Faf de Klerk was playing. Instead, he did go quite aggressive and hardly any kicks were in play. Whereas Aaron Smith, I think the big thing for him is if his forwards are doing the job in front of him, he can be as dangerous as ever, but he needs those forwards to be able to get that ball out the back quickly. The All Blacks, they'll need quick recycled ball, and if they can get that right, then that's when Aaron Smith's bullet pass can be absolutely lethal. So for that reason, I have actually gone Aaron Smith as the man to watch out of these two, mainly because I feel like Aaron Smith has had too many performances in a row that haven't quite lived up to expectations, and I feel like there's got to be a big game just around the corner. He's played at altitude before, he's played at Ellis Park before. Perhaps that will give him just a little bit more of an edge, but now we move to fly halves. We did see one change on the All Black side of things. Handré Pollard, he keeps his spot at number 10 for the Springboks, and instead of Beauden Barrett for the ABs, it will be Richie Mo'unga who does get to slot in as number 10. So straight away, Handré Pollard, 27 years of age, 98 kgs, 189 centimetres tall, and 63 caps, the exact same number as Ardie Savea. Then we look at Richie Mo'unga, 28 years of age, 83 kgs, so a little bit lighter, 176 centimetres, so a little bit shorter, and then 36 caps. So I guess the 63 just reversed for that one. But a lot of people have been asking to see Richie Mo'unga come into the starting lineup for quite some time. He now gets his opportunity. It's slightly down to that injury we saw from Beauden Barrett, but also I think the ABs just trying to throw a little bit of something different in there. Handré Pollard, his kicking has been fantastic throughout the Rugby Championship so far. He has yet to miss a kick. He is also tied for the leading point scorers of the competition, sitting on 16 points alongside Emiliano Boffelli, I believe it is, of Argentina. But Handré Pollard, he nailed a drop kick last week, add a bit more altitude into the mix, and I think he's going to be a lethal man off the kicking tee once again, whereas Mo'unga, we might see a little bit more of that running game. There's a reason that for the Crusaders, they do talk about Mo'unga magic, and that is something that the All Blacks will certainly need. He's got a couple Crusaders teammates in that back line, and David Havili and Will Jordan. He probably would have liked to have a couple more, Sevu Reece, Whainā Nuku perhaps, getting added in there, but instead it will be him receiving the ball from Aaron Smith and trying to create something for that All Blacks backline. But for that battle of the head-to-head, I have given it to Handré Pollard. I think his kicking game is going to be crucial for how well the Springboks go throughout this contest. Something that they did do throughout their last match was kick for the corner a little bit more than we are used to seeing for the Springboks, but I think Handré Pollard is going to be able to have a very solid game. Now we move into our first wing position. It is Makazole Mapimpi on the left wing versus Will Jordan, who is on the right wing for the All Blacks. So similar to the props, we are mixing it up a little bit, going with those head-to-head battles, but it is Makazole Mapimpi first of all for the Springboks, 32 years of age, 90 kgs, 184 centimetres tall, and has got himself 28 caps. Whereas Will Jordan, he is 24 years of age, 94 kgs, 188 centimetres tall, and 16 caps. For the youngster Makazole Mapimpi last week, he looked sensational under the high ball. We didn't see a huge amount of that running game for Makazole Mapimpi, but he was still dangerous when he did get half a chance with the ball, which is something that is always very entertaining to see. And if he can nail those high balls, he should be able to be a very useful factor in the Springboks when it comes to ball retention. Then for Will Jordan, it was questioned whether or not he would actually be there this week due to a stomach bug. He has got himself in the lineup. I would have loved to see him at 15, but instead does get to stay out on the right wing. Last week, we only saw him touch the ball a couple of times. There was one where he did accidentally kick it into touch on the full, and then the other, he had a brilliant attack and run when he was able to carve his way through the defence. Now, the big thing for me is Will Jordan in this game, I think, has to play a little bit more like Sevu Reece. And the reason I say that is normally Sevu Reece, when he's out on that right wing for the Crusaders, he cuts infield a little bit more. He goes searching for the ball. Yes, it can sometimes leave that gap on the outside, but I think it's worth the risk to try and get Will Jordan into the game a little bit more. The man's got explosive pace, similar to Makazole Mapimpi, and it's always going to be explosive when they are going down that wing. But for this head-to-head, it pains me because I did it last week as well, but I am going to go Will Jordan over Makazole Mapimpi for who will be more dangerous in this contest. That is always the hardest one to pick, I think, alongside the fly halves, because Makazole Mapimpi, there is no doubting that man's heart and what he can do out there on the rugby field. But now looking at number 12, Damien de Allende for the Springboks, and then number 12 for the All Blacks, David Havili. So no changes from last week for either side at inside centre. So Damien de Allende, 30 years old, 101 kgs, 189 centimetres tall, and 61 caps for the Springboks. Havili, a little bit smaller when it comes to that weigh-in, 88 kgs. He is 27 years of age, 184 centimetres tall, and 17 caps. It was quite interesting that the All Blacks did stick with David Havili in this contest. I thought we might have seen a little bit of a change, whether that was Quintal Paia or maybe a few people were saying could have been Jordie Barrett, who did get that opportunity at inside centre, but instead they've gone with Havili. It's almost about a third or fourth kicking option that the All Blacks have got if they do need it, and I'm hoping he can have a couple good territory kicks throughout this game for Havili. But across from him, it is Damien de Allende. Now, that man ran hard all day at Beauden Barrett for last week's match. He was making metres, he was dangerous, he's a solid individual, and he always took two defenders to try and drag him down. Beauden Barrett, like I mentioned, Beauden Barrett, he had to make a lot of tackles on Damien de Allende, as soon as he got the ball, he would cut back inwards with a couple more straight runs, something that the All Blacks may consider to use throughout this fixture also. But for this one, I've got to go Damien de Allende in the head-to-head battle of who I think will be able to have the better game. Now we move to the outside centre, Lukhanyo for the Springboks, and then number 13 for the All Blacks, it is Rieko Ioane. Now last week, I accidentally called Rieko Ioane David Havili when I got further into the head-to-head stats, so I'll try my best not to do that this week. But Lukhanyo for the South Africans, he is 28 years old, 93 kgs, 186 centimetres tall, and 29 caps. Then for Rieko Ioane, recently able to bring up the 50th cap up against the Irish, but he is currently sitting on 51, 25 years of age for Ioane, so still a huge amount of time left in that man's career. 103 kgs and 189 centimetres. Now, we didn't see a huge amount of Rieko Ioane when it came to the running game, and I'm wondering whether or not that is because he is playing at outside centre rather than maybe being out on the left wing. But they do continue to select him at outside centre, so there must be reasoning behind that. His defence is normally very solid, but then the man he's across from, Lukanyoam, this man's offloading game has just found sixth gear in the last little while. He did manage to set up a beautiful try in that last contest for Arantxu, and it seems to always be up against the All Blacks that he's able to find those beautiful offloads. So we may have to expect one throughout this contest as well. So that is why Lukanyoam is the man I am selecting in this head-to-head battle as the one who could be more dangerous. I think Rieko Ioane is going to have a relatively solid game though, but it will just be a little bit lower than what is able to do out on the park. In the second last position that we are looking at, it is going to be a head-to-head of Jesse Creel, who was added into the starting lineup due to Arantxu getting his suspension, and then up against him it will be the man marking Arantxu last week, and that is Caleb Clark. So Jesse Creel added back in, 28 years of age, 96 kgs, 186 centimetres tall, has got himself 52 caps for the Boks. Then for Caleb Clark, he has only got 6 caps to his name. He's 23 years of age, 107 kgs, and 184 centimetres tall. Now, he was explosive when he got the running game going. Arantxu was able to shut him down relatively easy at times throughout that game, and I think that was not just down to his brilliant defence, but also Lukanyoam was working extremely well, being able to cover, defend, while Caleb Clark was getting a couple of his big runs. But we did see Caleb Clark get that offload to Shannon Frizzell that led to the first try for the All Blacks. Jesse Creel, we haven't seen a huge amount of him in the Bok kit as of late. I believe last year's Rugby Championship may have been the last time we've seen him in action. So for that reason, even though Caleb Clark has a lot less experience, I am going to say that he is the one out of those two who does do better. Then the last battle in the starting lineup, it will be Damian Willemse and Jordie Barrett, the fullbacks. Now, there were questions of whether Jordie Barrett was going to be actually in this lineup due to the ankle injury he did sustain last week from going up for a high ball. In fact, I think it might have been Sam Cane who he ended up colliding with, which would have hurt quite badly, I would think. But Damian Willemse still having a brilliant 2022, the youngster, 24 years of age, 86 kgs, 183 centimetres tall, has got himself 19 caps. Whereas for Jordie Barrett, 25 years old, 95 kgs, 196 centimetres, so a bit of a height advantage there for Jordie Barrett, and then 40 caps for the All Blacks fullback. But Damian Willemse, like I mentioned, he's been running the ball brilliantly. He seems to know exactly where the gaps are in the defence. Also has a brilliant kicking game, getting the All Blacks back inside of their own half and causing a lot of extra pressure on the ABs throughout that first matchup. Whereas Jordie Barrett under the high ball, that is normally why he is selected in this All Blacks lineup alongside his kicking. We didn't see a huge amount of either going in favour of Jordie Barrett for that first matchup, but I think he's going to be a bit busier in this game, as they have got maybe Beauden Barrett to go to fullback at the end of this game, or it could be Havili or Will Jordan could find their way into that 15 jersey. Jordie Barrett, he's a good player, but for me, Damian Willemse does take the advantage in this head-to-head, so he is the last man in the starting lineup that I have gone with as the one who I feel will be able to have the better performance. But now we look through at the benches as a whole. First of all, the Springboks, it will be Malcolm Marx at number 16, 17, Stephen Kitsoff, 18, they have gone Vincent Koch, then 19, Franco Mostert, 20, Jasper Wiese, 21, Huacha Smith, 22, Herschel Yankees, and 23, Willie LaRue. So the changes from last week do involve Malcolm Marx. He is going to be coming off the bench rather than starting in this game. He's going to be a tough man to move. Definitely in the later stages when the All Blacks are getting tired, when they're feeling it in their lungs, and Malcolm Marx is just locked in over the ball with that vice-like grip. It's going to be extremely hard to be able to stop him from winning the turnover or the penalty for the South Africans. Stephen Kitsoff and Vincent Koch, always very solid when it comes to their scrummaging, whether that is going to be at the end of the first half, if they do decide to make that change as early as that, or in the second half. Then Franco Mostert is there at number 19, so no Salman Morat, who was there last week. Jasper Wiese, rather than in the starting lineup, coming off the bench. Huacha Smith, still there at 21, and then Herschel Yankees added in. That is due to the injury of de Klerk, and Willie LaRue plenty of experience there with 75 caps, going to be coming off the bench late, and also was able to score himself that try in the last moments of the contest last week. Now we look at the All Blacks bench as a whole. Number 16, Cody Taylor. Number 17, George Bower. And then number 18, it's a debut for the All Blacks, and that will be Fletcher Null. So actually an All Crusaders front row that they have gone with for this contest. Number 19, Tupavai. Number 20, Akira Ioane, who was in the starting lineup last week, instead does find himself coming off the bench. Number 21, they have gone Finlay Christie. Number 22, Bowden Barrett. And then number 23, it is Quinn Tupai. Now, a stat that I found very interesting is the last 13 matches that Bowden Barrett has come off the bench, the All Blacks have won, which is a massive one for them. So I'd say that out of all the players for the All Blacks, Bowden Barrett is the one that the Springboks may be the most concerned about. And then if you're doing it vice versa, it's got to be Malcolm Marx as a player you don't want to see having a good game in the second 40 if you are an AB supporter. But for me, if I had to pick whose bench is going to be more effective, I think I've got to go with the bomb squad, even though I feel Barrett will be able to do well in this contest. And also Finlay Christie, I like the look of what he might be able to bring late into this contest. I think it's still going to be a Malcolm Marx show at Ellis Park, and the ABs will have to try and find a way early on to shut him down, or else the Springboks will get some serious momentum near the end of the game. But nonetheless, that is the end of this head-to-head. So last week I did add it up, and it was 8 apiece for the two sides in terms of those players, including the bench. So it was out of 16. This week, it's a lot more in favour of the Springboks. I've got 9 Springboks in my head-to-head, and only the 7 All Blacks. So they've been able to take one off the ABs this week. So we will have to wait and see how the result does end up going. But now we will throw it back over to Hamish in the studio. We will be getting relatively close to the kickoff now, which is very exciting news. But I will see you all in a very short moment. Right, so like I mentioned, ladies and gentlemen, 45 minutes till we get to the kickoff. The Rugby Championship, we did see a first round. They had a couple very good performances from the Springboks and the Wallabies. They find themselves in the top 2 currently. Australia getting that bonus point up against Argentina. New Zealand sitting in dead last, and they will certainly want to try and change that. The only way they can go above the Springboks, though, is if they win this game by 17 or more points, which could be a very tricky task, seeing as the way that the Springboks played last week. These are the results from last week, 26 points to 10. And then also for the Australians, they were able to win 41 points to 26. But it does look like a relatively nice evening there at the ground. Although one thing I will mention, while we did see it was a little bit of the interview beforehand with Martin Nonu, etc., did actually have the microphone, and I could see the jacket just kind of blustering a little bit, flapping around in the breeze. And I believe that the breeze for this game was going to be about 20 kilometers per hour. So a little bit of extra wind there at Ellis Park, but it's going to be entertaining. These two sides are going to go out there, throw absolutely everything into this. And as Hamish, or has Kieran been banned? And there's says Gary Dixon, and there as well. He is still about somewhere. He is just hiding at this point in time, I guess you could say. But something that I was interested in talking about as well was actually looking through who were the main performers in last week's match, and a few of the other statistics to do with last week's match as well. So this is actually the full attack and defense stats that we did see last week. So as you can see, more tries being scored by the Springboks. Also, meters carried extremely even between these two sides. 372 meters for the ABs and 343 meters for the Springboks. Defenders beaten. There were a lot more beaten by the ABs. But the thing that I need to talk about is the fact that they only got 1 try for being able to beat 25 defenders. Clean breaks, 3 apiece. And then also the offloading game, 6 apiece. In fact, 8 for the All Blacks and 6 for South Africa. Then the tackles, both sides making quite a few, 121 and 117. So it was quite a hectic game, and this game being played at altitude with the ball traveling further. We're going to see more intensity. We're going to see more players probably going down with injuries, having drinks breaks. And we want to know how I can see the game over VPN without paying for it, says Down Under Monga. And there as well, it's a tricky one because normally with a VPN, you do have to sign up using money. But then after that, you can get your money back in their guarantee. I guess that is one thing to think about. So there is a couple options for certain VPNs that they'll be like, you can have a 30-day risk-free trial, and then from there you are able to sign up. Stansport in Australia, you can use their 7-day free trial. See how it does go. And also, yes, there, Fluffy. And Ian Foster, I do see in the chat as well, but we will go like this. These are a couple of the other stats that we did see. The New Zealanders giving away 12 penalties compared to South Africa's 7, and a few of those were coming in the breakdown. Malcolm Marx was causing a lot of problems for the All Blacks last week. Lineouts won 14-14, and 2 lineouts lost a piece. And I think we're going to see a few more lost today with Samisoni Takiaho and Joseph Dweber, just because they're not quite as accurate as someone like a Malcolm Marx. But yeah, red card for the Springboks. It was late in the game though, so it didn't really affect the result too much. But that is how it did end up going for them. Now looking through at the next one that we have got, it is actually to do with the tackling stats that we did see last week. They are quite small numbers, but I will be reading them out for you. Caleb Clark, he was able to make 10 tackles. Artie Savia, 10 tackles and 1 turnover 1. Sam Kane, 10 tackles and 1 turnover 1. 10 for Ta'avao and 11 for George Bauer. Now, Ta'avao and Bauer, that's 21 tackles from those two, but they aren't playing in this game. Instead, they have decided to make a couple more changes also for the All Blacks when it comes to the attacking stats. We did see some good running meters made by Caleb Clark, 83 meters, 2 defenders beaten, and 1 clean break. And Beauden Barrett able to get himself 67 meters. A majority of those did actually come from the singular run that he did have in around that halfway. Or he managed to make it up to halfway, after having the ball in his own in-goal area for the Springboks. We did see Damian Valimza get himself 73 meters carried. Always very classy from that man. And then the next highest was actually Kurtley Arinsa, who was able to get 50. Lukanyuam and Hondre Pollard and Damien Dialende all doing pretty well alongside them. Then looking at the tackling stats, we did see 2 men reach double figures. Jasper Fisa will be coming off the bench, and then it was the captain, Sia Khaleesi. Also a little sneaky name in there for the turnovers. 1, 2 for Lukanyuam, 2 for Kitsoff, and then also the 5 for Malcolm Marx. He will be coming off the bench. And at this contest as well, the chat is going extremely quick at the moment, so I do appreciate you all being here. And also, I don't mind a bit of the love chat as well, says Stephen. And also, we have got, and then most likely says, I'm nutty. And also, where can I watch it? Depending on where you are in the world, or if you've got a VPN, you can actually watch it from anywhere in the world. Stan Sport have a free trial, so that is your best bet. You do get 7 days free, but you do have to be situated in Australia. And also, did the link work for you? Says, I'm nutty there. And also, we have got there in the chat, will get his stream taken down. Yeah, pretty much if we show any match footage or audio, we get taken, sadly, straight off YouTube. No matter whether it's a second or it is an hour, they will still have us well and truly taken down within pretty much a second. But looking through at a few of the try scorers for that first round, we don't actually see anyone as the leading try scorer. Everyone's sitting on 1. And I believe there will be 1 or 2 who are missing from that list, as we did see a few more tries being scored by the Aussies. I believe they were able to get themselves 5. Argentina, Pablo Matera there, Juan Maton Gonzalez, then Shannon Frizzell scoring the lone try for the Kiwis. Australia, they do have the 4 try scorers on there. And then also the next one that we will look at very quickly is actually the tackling stats. If I have clicked the right one, there it is. Jasper Fisa, Juan Maton Gonzalez, Pablo Matera, Thomas Lavanini, and George Bauer all in there. And then quite a few men who did have the 10 tackles made, which will be interesting to see how it starts to develop throughout the rest of the Rugby Championship. I love how I haven't kept up with Tasmanian Battle. Big game tonight, says Golden Guest. And also Stand in Australia, you get 7 free days or days free, and it's $22 a month. And to get the rugby and you're the best, you must be a commentator for Rugby on TV commentary, says Hano, and I do appreciate that a lot. And also watching from Denmark, go the AB, says Shane. And I'm back, bro, 1 hour sleep. Let's go, says Marco Fonopolis. So I'm hoping you are feeling well rested, mate, as it is certainly going to be a hectic game soon as it does get underway in only about 35 minutes time, ladies and gentlemen, until that game does get underway. But a few people were talking about a VPN as an option. If you don't know what VPN to go with, I think we have actually got a link that we can put in the chat as an affiliate link for ourselves. But with our link, you do get 3 extra months for free, and plus also 82% off a 2-year plan. So what I will quickly do is we will go like this, and we will go like that. That is our link for a VPN, ladies and gentlemen, if you do want to get it. And then from there, if you do sign up, then you are able to access an Australian, location. You set yourself to Australia, and then you do go on to Stan Sport, 7-day free trial. You'll also have to put your credit card details into there. The only downside of most VPNs is they will charge you initially, but then with the money back guarantee, you can get that money back after a couple days or whenever you decide that you do want to start watching. And also, we got the $22 a month in there. So says Hollywood. Yeah, I did say it a bit weird, didn't I? I'm feeling like crap. But I'm sure I'll feel worse after watching the bot get a 14+ win over the Men in Black, says Marco Vanapola. Although, if the All Blacks somehow get themselves a win, perhaps you do get woken up to a whole new level of excitement. I know that George has got work tomorrow on Sunday, or I guess today on Sunday, which is why he won't be with me for the Argentina versus Australia game. But he did mention that after work, he's probably going to go to KFC. So I might end up with a random George showing up at my door at some stage throughout the night. But what we will quickly do is we will show you guys also alongside what we have already said. These are the next games of the Rugby Championship after round 2. So we have got 2 weeks till we get to see those next games taking place. They will be Saturday. That is a 7:30 a.m. time, South Africa. And then after that, that is a 9:45 a.m. time for you South Africans out there. So it's not actually too bad overall in terms of whether it's going to be in the middle of the night, unlike these games that we do have for New Zealand when they're in South Africa, how everything does end up in the middle of nowhere, I guess you could say. But this is where, or all around the world, and the times that it will be kicking off for this game. Hi, Scrum Lass, my friend. I'm good, thank you. I hope you're doing well. Send him a love. And also, we have got there, George sounds like crema. And there as well, says Stephen Bisser. And did the hats work now? And also, we have got George hangs out with too many Samoans, says Golden Guest. And there, and also, did they work for you? Says I'm nutty. And also, nah, says Fluffy. And that one as well. But they are showing Sam Cane on the screen. I think it's going to be an absolutely massive occasion for this man. He needs to show that he can still find the next gear, because if he doesn't, there is certainly going to be an option that can, whether that is Dalton Papali, whether it's Blackadder, Jacobson, Peter Gus-Sawakula, Big Red, Tom Robinson. There are a lot of guys who want that number 7 spot, and there are a lot of guys who probably want that captaincy alongside it. So Sam Cane is going to need a massive game here, or else if Foster is going to have to resign, maybe Sam Cane, unfortunately, does find himself in the same boat. But we will look through the lineups in a very short moment, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, it is South Africa. They have made a few changes to what they had in the last match in the first round of the Rugby Championship. Oxner Shah, he will be at number 1. That is the first change for Trevor Nakanye. Joseph Dweba, the late change, and that was actually for Bongi Umbanambi, who was initially in the starting lineup, but he did end up getting himself injured in a training. So because of that, Joseph Dweba does get himself the opening start. Then Frans Malherbe, it is his 50th test match. It's going to be awesome. See what that man can do. Like they mentioned, he's a big man, 125 kgs, but he moves like one of the smaller guys, and will be sure to put his heart on his sleeve for this one. Eben Etzebeth going to be there at number 4. Why South Africa not playing Fafa? He injured. He is concussed at the moment, so that is why he is unable to play. He did knock himself out on Caleb Clark's knee in the 43rd second or so of the first match, unfortunately. Also, there are a few rugby channels to watch out there for free. I think it's Rugby World and a channel from England to watch it for free. But you have to look around, says Bevan. And also bring back Buck, says Bevan. And that one, but looking through at the loose forward trio, these guys are strong. Sia Khaleesi, a lot of experience there. Peter Steph-Tatoy got experience as well. And then the 36-year-old Dwayne Vermeulen returns into the starting lineup. He has been playing for Ulster in the URC. He did have a relatively serious knee injury. He's had his surgery. He's gone through the rehab, and now he is back out there ready to go. And also we have got their 2022. Nothing ain't free these days, apart from Kiwi lads. See it down under and there as well. Yeah, it's very hard to find things other than free trials. Other than that, everything has a bit of a catch. It's like that VPN that I mentioned. You do still have to have some money in the account to be able to then cancel it later on, if that makes sense. Yeah, it is a tricky. Too early to talk predictions, says Reno. In fact, I think it's almost the perfect time to start talking predictions. Reno, who are you thinking will be able to win it? Do I have to use the VPN? Says Strike. Unfortunately, if you aren't in the country, such as Stan Sport for Australia, if you aren't in Australia, you will have to use a VPN to be able to get it going. Unfortunately, that is just the way that it is set up. They all have it geo-blocked so that people from other countries aren't able to also work their way in there. But I will mention, with a VPN, you will be able to watch the sevens on the World Rugby YouTube channel, no matter where you are in the world, as long as you got that VPN plugged in. Just got to make sure you put it to the right location. The back line, Jaden Henriksen, he will be at number 9. That is due to Faf de Klerk ending up with the injury. And then Andre Pollard gets to go at number 10. 100% kicking accuracy for Andre Pollard. And I believe this week he's going to be able to do very nicely. They are just showing the head-to-head overall. New Zealand have won 60 of their games up against South Africa. South Africa winning 38. We're seeing 4 draws. Could we see another one today, perhaps? We'll have to wait and see. Looking at the poll, majority says the Boks. Says Reino. The midfield will be Damien Dialende at number 12 and Lucanio at number 13. Now, he seems to always be able to find a magical offload every time he plays the All Blacks, so I'm waiting to see what that one will be. In this match, Makazole Mapimpi out on the left wing, solid under the high ball last week. Unlike last week, though, they have got a different right winger due to Arinsur getting suspended for 4 weeks. Does mean that Jesse Creel finds himself in that right wing position. Then Damien Valimza will be at number 15, who did have the majority of the running meters for South Africa last week when they did end up playing. The sun is blazing and girls look amazing. Here's Shane in there, but we will go on to the All Black starting lineup and reserves very shortly. Ethan de Groot in the starting lineup. He's only had 5 All Blacks test caps, but it's another massive opportunity for him to get a chance for the ABs. Normally very solid in a scrum, which could be a handy feature as he does have to go head-to-head with Franz Malharba. Samasoni Takiaho will be at number 2, and then Tyrell Lomax. He is injected into the starting lineup after coming off the bench last week. He does replace Angus Ta'avos and Whitelock. A lot of experience there, over 130 caps for the All Blacks. And then Scott Barrett, he brings a bit of physicality. Also was trying to go for quite a few charge downs last week when it came to that box kicking. Although without Faf de Klerk, I don't think we'll see anywhere near as many box kicks as we normally do from the Springboks. The loose forward trio, Shannon Frizzell gets his way into there. That is for Akira Ioane. Number 7, the captain, Sam Cane. And then number 8, man who always plays with his heart on his sleeve. That is Ardie Savia. He's going to give you 120%, even if his legs are like jelly while playing at Ellis Park. There's altitude to play with, but Ardie Savia, even though he's not the biggest man in the world out there on the park, he's got one of the biggest hearts the way that he plays. Aaron Smith, he will be at number 9 for this game. Are they going to play the actual game? It is 5, says Maurice. Unfortunately, we are unable to show any match footage or audio, mainly due to the fact that it is all copyrighted, but we will be doing the commentary, also keeping you guys updated with the score and who is doing what out there on the park. But Aaron Smith has been out there on the park many times, 106 caps for that man. The Highlanders, number 9, Richie Moonga, makes his way into the starting lineup. We did worry that Beauden Barrett wasn't going to be able to play in this game at all, but instead he will be coming off the bench. And Moonga, he's going to have to try and get that magical stuff going like he has for the Crusaders. And he's got a couple Crusaders in his backline, including the next man that I am about to mention, David Havili. He is at inside centre for this game. Had a decent territory kicking game last week. Also had quite a few running meters, which was very impressive for him. The All Blacks going to get a hide and go box, says Craig there. And big love except Fozzie and Kane. And I hope we will win. Please hold, says Jaco Smith. And then my original prediction was Springboks by 10. So we will have to wait and see whether or not that is correct. Are we going to see the game? Sadly, due to licensing, we're unable to show any match footage or audio. But if you have got a VPN, you can get yourself a StanSport free trial. It is 7 days. Just make sure that you cancel it before the end of that trial. Also, if you do want access to a VPN, we have got this one that we use. We also got an affiliate code, which does make me pretty happy indeed. But pretty much if you want one to use, you do have to put in the credit card details and everything, similar with StanSport, just so that they know that you are serious about it and aren't just going to use the trial. But they don't know that you're going to be cancelling it after a week. But then Rieko Ioane at number 13, big game needed from him. Caleb Clark, the most running meters out of any All Black last week, almost was able to get himself a try. Instead, set up Shannon Frizzell's Will Jordan out on the right wing. We saw nowhere near enough of that man in the last match. Only one kick that did go into touch on the full, and also a brilliant run up the middle. I see Whainā Nuku and Dalton Papali'i both warming up with the All Blacks. I'd love to see either of those two out there in the starting lineup. Okay, I have a theory. Do you think Sam Cane's performance level is falling because of new dad nerves? Says Katie Dixon. Although the thing is, normally being a new dad does actually help your game a little bit. Alex says, shut up as well. Cheers, Alex, for the input. Wouldn't quite be the same, though, for a commentary live stream without any words, unless we just had, like, subtitles or sign language. So if you know sign language, Alex, yeah, just the middle finger, that is the best one to go off. Geordie Barrett at number 15. We'll have to wait and see how he ends up going for this one as he is going to have possibly a little bit of an ankle injury, depending on how much he did end up tweaking it last week. But I think he should be all right to go for at least 30 or at least 40 minutes, really, they need from him. And then maybe you can move Will Jordan out there. Rico Ioane could transfer to the wing. There are a lot of changes that they could go with if they do get the opportunity. And also we have got there in the chat, and he is just not playing well and our team not doing well. And also we have got changes looking like it's going to be the end to the beginning. Says the last game, Hammy. Thoughts on Fozzie after this game, win or lose? Says goes Golden Guest. I think New Zealand Rugby are going to have to buy him out because I don't see him resigning. If he's getting paid $1.2 million, if he gets fired, compared to getting like, I don't know, 100,000 if he resigns. I know what one a lot of people would be doing. Love your pronunciation of box names and impartiality. I always suck at that word. Keep it up, Kiwi. Says Ria, do appreciate your Bok. And there, and changes looking like it's going to the end, to the beginning. Oh, no, I read that one. So we are all good, but they are just showing the scrums. We did see 2 penalties against George Bower and Angus Ta'ava, which I believe is why they have decided to make a little bit of a switcheroo in the front row. Will we be able to see any rugby footage here on your channel? Says Eugene. Sadly, due to licensing and copyright, we're unable to show any match footage, so I do apologize for that. But yeah, the replay will hopefully be on YouTube only about an hour and a half after this game. Also, the highlights on the All Blacks YouTube channel and the Super Rugby YouTube channel. I highly recommend checking that out. Can New Zealand stop the bomb squad today? I'd like to say yes, but then I start reading the names. You only got to go to that first guy, Malcolm Marks, and you go, okay, maybe not, because he got 5 turnovers last week in the match up against the All Blacks. Stephen Kitsoff and Vincent Koch, also both there in the starting lineup. Franco Mostert, Jasper Visa, Quagga Smith, Herschel Yankees, and Willie LaRue there at number 23. He did score himself a last-minute try in the last match. We'll be hoping to do the same. But Jasper Visa, the leading try scorer, the leading tackler of the whole Rugby Championship. Stephen Kitsoff did brilliantly, winning 2 turnovers last week. But Malcolm Marks, he won 5 and made it look very easy in the process. Then for New Zealand, it's Cody Taylor, George Bower, and Fletcher Null as the front row. All Crusaders for that front row replacement. And Cody Taylor, we didn't actually see him last week. Same can be said about Fletcher Null, as it is going to be his debut. Tupavai at number 19, Akira Ioane, Finley Christie, and Beauden Barrett. All Blues players during Super Rugby Pacific and all have a massive role to play. Beauden Barrett, he's got a very impressive record when it comes to coming off a bench and being able to win the game. And also show us your TV screen. Let's see what's happening in Ellis Park, says Craig. Unfortunately, yeah, any match footage or audio, they take you straight off YouTube. Unfortunately, a switcheroo, what is that? A Kanga who loves or waves a rainbow flag in there as well. Not too sure what that means, but pretty much the switcheroo is a new front row. Pretty stock standard for the ABs. They do like to make quite a few changes every week. It's interesting positions normally. A lot of people want to see a change at number 7. And I can't believe Ian's not using Roger Tuivasa-Sheck. Says Car Crazy in South Africa. Go, says Daryl. And there as well. But then Quintupai, he is the last man who is in the New Zealand lineup. He will be coming off the bench at number 23. Was in the starting lineup for the first couple games up against Ireland. But then moves his way to the bench for a majority of the rest of them. But I will mention anyone who is new to the channel, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. It is hugely appreciated, you guys all being here. We are on the road to 16,000 subscribers. So if you do want to help us out, it is absolutely hugely appreciated. We are also sitting on 143 likes, I see. So if you haven't already, be sure to hit that like button. Let's see if we can get to 200 in the next couple minutes. I think we could do it. We have got a lot of people watching. Good day, team. And there as well from Jolene. Welcome into the live stream. Hope you're doing brilliantly. Where did the term bomb squad come from? I know that there was the nickname given to the South African reserves. I can't remember who started it though. And also we have got there, who's your money on tonight? Says Jared Wilson. I think a lot of people are probably putting their money on the All Blacks, mainly because we've never seen the All Blacks paying so much money. They're paying $2.60. And a lot of people want to say that they'll be able to find their way back, but safe money's probably on the box. I think they could win this game comfortably if they do get the hang of the altitude early and they are able to really shut down the All Blacks like they did last week at Umbabella Stadium. And just gifted 2 subs. And there's also Xavier Brown. I see. It doesn't actually come up on the channel, which is a bit weird. And Gareth, you're a member, brother, says Sebastian. One moment. I'm going to have to go to this and see whether or not I can see the gifted subs. Well, thank you very much, Xavier. Hugely appreciated for you gifting subs to our viewers. And what is the age difference between the two teams, says Isaac. So Dwayne Vermeulen, the oldest player out of anyone out there on the park. And then alongside that, who's the oldest player for New Zealand? Oh, yeah. So he gifted one Kiwi Lads membership. So Atini was gifted a membership by Xavier Brown. And then also Gareth was gifted a membership by Xavier Brown. So thank you very much, Xavier. Hugely appreciated there, mate. Well, you gifting a few of the regulars their memberships as well. But anyone else who does want exclusive access to those emojis, be sure to hit that membership button. Hi, guys. What site can you stream live from? Says Jan Jansi van Furden. I believe your best bet, if you've got a VPN, is to go onto StanSport and sign up for a 7-day free trial. Most VPNs, they do have some sort of catch that you do have to put in the credit card and you will get charged, but then you can get refunded after. You just say it's not for you and you don't really want it. We have got a link for a VPN if you guys do want a relatively cheap one. Brilliant channel, mate. Well done. Excellent commentating from a neutral technical perspective, says Information Outpost. Thank you very much, mate. Hugely appreciated all the support. I can't believe how many people we have got on this live stream already. We are still 20 minutes away from the start of this match. But yeah, it will end up that you do have to put in your credit card. Sadly, that's just kind of with everything. But once you do have that free trial, you are good to go. And can you please confirm the game will be streamed, says Candace? Sadly, we won't be able to stream it on this channel due to licensing, copyright, and everything along those lines. As soon as we show any match footage or audio, we would get taken straight off of YouTube, unfortunately. But we will be doing the live commentary, keeping you guys up to date with what is happening. Close game, Springboks will win. Or close game, sorry, Springboks will win, says it was YouTube user, and also average All Black, age 7 years old, says Tom there. Although Sam Whitelock surely adds a little bit to that age. I believe he's the oldest player for the All Blacks. I'm trying to think of who else we got. Dane Coles isn't playing. He's relatively up there. Aaron Smith, actually. Aaron Smith might be our oldest player. Looking slick, brother, says MU. And of course, there's a lot of us here. We're here to witness Fozzie's demise. What a moment, says Sebastian. And yeah, it's going to be a massive one for Ian Foster. He will be sweating profusely at the moment because he's only 20 minutes away from finding out whether or not his All Black side are going to come out firing or whether he's going to be packing the suitcases and realizing that this might be the end of his coaching career. Whitelock is old, isn't he? He's actually only 33, which, like, it's actually incredible the fact that that man since 2013 has looked the same. Like, he's got the same beard, everything along those lines. He just seems to be like, age for him is just a number. Other than that, he's all right in terms of how well he's been playing. How many South Africans on this channel, says Jolene? I think we've got quite a few. It's actually our most viewed geography, I believe. I think it is about 20% of our audience are South Africans. And 3 a.m. drink water, says YouTube user. And Super Ravi for me, like last game for me, Hammy, says Golden Guest. And Kiwis drink fermented wetters, do we? I didn't realize that. And I'm from New Zealand. I do enjoy some fish and chips, though. When they are on the table, it is always a fun time. But what we'll quickly do is we will show the way that the table sits once again, ladies and gentlemen. Australia sitting at the top. The Springboks, if they win this game, if they draw this game, if they get a bonus point in this game and only lose by 1, they will, I believe, overtake the Australians, depending on how many tries they were able to score. As you can see, 1 try, or 1 point, sorry, for less than 7 points difference between you and the opposition. 1 point for scoring 3 or more tries than the opposition. A little bit of a different setup to what we normally see in other competitions around the world, where it is normally just if you score the 4, you get yourself that extra point. Whereas in this competition, you could score 9 tries, and if the opposition scores 7, you don't get a bonus point. But saying that, if you concede 7 tries, you probably shouldn't get a bonus point for that side of things. Anyway, fish and chips, says Katie Dixon in South Africa, 1-12. Put the house on it, says Cody. And how long to go for kickoff? It is still 15 minutes away, but we are getting extremely close. Are you having a beer, champ? I have actually got myself a water, which is, whoa, that was very blurry, but I have got myself a water for this one. We have not just got this live stream, though. I will mention we have got the post-match review that we are doing on the Kiwi Lads channel. And then after that, we are doing Argentina versus Australia. So we've still got another maybe 5 hours of talking, so it's going to be a big night. But it is going to be very exciting and pleased that it go live. Unfortunately, due to copyright, we aren't actually able to show any match footage, but we will be doing the commentary for this matchup. So if you are new, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. We are flying up in the likes, and also with you guys hitting that subscribe button, hydration, says Katie, it is very important. Definitely when you talk at this speed, Whitelock, the Elephant Man, Says Shane. So we are currently sitting on 15,660. Question. Can we manage to get ourselves up to 15,750 by the time the kickoff is coming up? So if you haven't already, be sure to hit that subscribe button. ABs is a good team, but Box are well poised, says YouTube user. Yeah, the Box will have a lot of confidence going into this game, but I have heard a lot of people say as well that the Springboks, they are not underestimating the All Blacks, because once you do that, sometimes that is when you find yourself a couple weaknesses. And please explain the bonus points again. I'm confused now. Thanks, says Jake. So pretty much if you are less than 7 points behind your opposition, but you lose, you do get 1 point. And if you do get 3 or more tries than your opposition, you do get yourself 1 point. So theoretically, you could actually get 2 points for losing. If you did score way more tries, but your opposition got a lot of penalties, you could actually slowly make your way in a weird roundabout. Sorry, that will be more confusing. So just that first system, an Aussie in there from young boy Pete's T-Bone Steak. And there's, I do appreciate you here once again, mate. Hope you're doing well. Currently, I believe you will be sitting at, is it 12:50 a.m. in Australia for yourself? And also, you can never underestimate the ABC's truth always wins. And almost to 200 likes, y'all smash that like button. And 200 likes just straight like that. We have been able to hit it. So thank you all very much for hitting that like button. It is hugely appreciated. And also, be sure to hit that subscribe button as well. But the South African supporters, they are certainly in attendance for this game, because at the end of the day, like the Springboks at altitude, they're going to have the whole crowd behind them, and the All Blacks is going to be deafening when they go out there. Severeese has got a new haircut, which looks a little bit interesting, do I have to say. But during the haka, I don't expect us to be able to hear the haka at all unless they've got really good microphones, because the crowd, just like last week, will be able to drown it out. Do you think normal beers slag off ginger beers just like normal people bollock ginger people? Says Sebastian, I guess it's a good question. Although saying that, if your beer is talking to you, it probably means you have drunk about 10 of its cousins, and it's probably pretty mad, and you might be heavily intoxicated at that point. But I guess it's a decent argument for a chat. I didn't hear the haka last week. It all says, Reno, yeah, the crowd were loud, and the passion for the national anthem was even bigger as well. Now, last week we did have it that if South Africa won, I did play their national anthem on my electric guitar. I feel like we need to up the stipulations just a little bit more. So I will say once again, because I end up doing it every single time, if the All Blacks do lose this game, this part comes off and I'm stuck with the mustache again for a little bit longer. So we lose the beard, but I guess we gain a new coach. Maybe in box wingers run like cheetah, says YouTube user. And yeah, Jesse Creel, it's going to be entertaining seeing him back in a bot kit. So yeah, it's got quite a bit of experience in there, over the 50 caps. And then on the other side, it will be Makazole Mapimpi, the try-scoring clinical winger, who is certainly going to be able to get himself a try in this Rugby Championship. Whether it's this game, will the game be streamed? Sadly, we are unable to show it due to licensing, but we will be doing the live commentary for the match. And no KFC, says Nazi Williams. I mean, we could add some stipulation of KFC, if that's something you guys do want to say. You know, I'll accept any KFC. George is going to KFC tonight, I believe. And also, how weird was Faf's tackle and head injury last week? Very weird, because he just head-butted Caleb Clark's knee. I think he got overly hyped up, Faf de Klerk. I imagine him as a bit of a pocket rocket. He goes around, he's running, and then he was like, I'm Superman, I'm going to dive straight through Caleb Clark's knee, bang, unconscious, unfortunately. But luckily, he was all right afterwards. I want to see a return of Hamish the Honky Tonk Man. And here we go, says Gareth. Maybe the haka has lost its significance. Does New Zealand have more than one haka? They do. They have got Kamate and also Kapo Pango. I believe they did Kapo Pango, which is normally for special occasions. And I guess it was a special occasion because they had one of their biggest losses ever to the Springboks. So it was a special occasion for all the wrong reasons. AB's really this desperate. Get a new coach fix. Funny how they are emulating the Boks and there as well. But that's the thing. I don't see Ian Foster resigning. Even if the All Blacks lose this game, I think New Zealand Rugby are going to have to pay him out the $1 million or so that's still on his contract. And also supporting the Boks from China. Thank you for the stream, says Melissa. No worries at all. And thank you very much for tuning in. I'll send you some KFC. You deserve it, eh? Says Nathan. And here's what I think. I reckon the Boks will win by 10. New Zealand Rugby Union still won't sack Fozzie, but he'll step down voluntarily. I don't think he's completely out of touch with reality, says Sebastian there. So you've actually got the same prediction as myself with the Springboks by 10. And also we have got the Get Off the TV and Let's Watch the Bot Kick Ass. And yeah, the replay is going to be on YouTube, and also the highlights on the Super Rugby YouTube channel will be very awesome to see. Huge respect for the ABs despite their recent losses, says YouTube user. And Yemai Haka thought should only be challenged on Aotearoaan land. I guess that's a decent point in a way, because at the end of the day, the Super Rugby sides, when they were welcoming the Moana Pacifica side and the Fijian Drua to New Zealand, that is actually when they did their hakas. They didn't do it for every game, but I guess it just depends on the special occasion and everything. And hi to all the Thompsons, says Johan Thompson there. And 100 wicket wings. 100, that would destroy your insides and your outsides, I would think. And at night shift work on Australia, can't wait. Go Box, says Tristan Wood. So I guess we're up to that stage with only 10 minutes left till kickoff, ladies and gentlemen. Do let me know your score predictions in the chat. And also alongside that, who do you think will be able to get themselves the first try of this contest? Well, the place is packed, says Bevan. Yes, 65,000 expected in attendance for this match at Ellis Park, and it's going to be an absolutely massive contest. I cannot wait. We're only 10 minutes away. We actually started 3 hours, 20 minutes ago, and it has flown by because we knew at the end of the build-up that we were going to get to see a match for the ages. Do the New Zealand have the money to relieve the coach because he will not re-sign and contract? New coaches will support them, our support team. See, that's the thing. I think that's what they're worried about. They don't want to have to pay him out the amount of money that he's still got left on his contract, as it will cost them quite a bit, you would think. Plus, to bring in a new coach this close to a World Cup, they will surely want quite a bit of money. That's going to be a tricky one for New Zealand Rugby Union. They've kind of got their backs against the wall, and they've got to work out where their next move is. 45-15 for the All Blacks, says Chris, and go the All Blacks and Springboks. 18, All Blacks 15, says Trevor. Even the group for the first try. And also go Bot Go, says Alta. And streaming the thing, guys, says Amanda. Or stream the thing, guys. Sadly, due to licensing and copyright on YouTube, if we were to show any match footage or audio, we would be gone within a second. They take you straight down. In the box, 14 plus Sam Cane, 0 turnovers, 3 drop balls, 2 knock-ons, concedes 4 penalties. And I get the box away in the middle of the screen while live streaming it in YouTube. How do I get the box away in the middle of the screen while live streaming in YouTube? The box. Have you got, as in like, is it that you need to press the screen or anything like that maybe? I'm not too sure, sorry, Mandy, about how to fix that one for you. And the All Blacks by 10, says Bevan. And South Africa 21-11. I'll go with Dwayne for the first try. Why not? And also it's on New Zealand dollars, so not worth much. And also New Zealand to win, paying $2.75. Yeah, it's absolutely huge for the All Blacks in those odds. We have never seen their odds so high in recent history. And now they have to try and find a way of beating the Springboks at altitude. It's going to make it even that much harder. But this is the Springboks lineup that are making their way out onto Ellis Park or Emirates Airline Stadium, where the Emirates Lions do play their URC rugby. But Oxnashea in the starting lineup, he is at number 1 rather than Trevor Nakania. Joseph Dweba will be there at 2, replacing Malcolm Marks. And then Franz Malherbe will be there at number 3 for his 50th Test match. I should mention Joseph Dweba wasn't initially supposed to be in the starting lineup or reserves, but it was due to the injury of Bongi Omanambi during the week that Dweba did get the call-up. Then Ebenezer Beth brings physicality and certainly going to make sure that he has got plenty of it for this game. Ludiacha at number 5, Sia Khaleesi, Peter Steph-Toy, and Dwayne Vermeulen as the loose forward trio. Now, Vermeulen, we haven't seen him in an international kit for quite some time. We've seen him play for Ulster more recently in the URC, but we haven't seen him in action for the Springboks in quite some time. I'm looking forward to seeing what he can do. Jaden Hendricks at number 9, currently 19 kilometres of wind. I did mention earlier on it would be around that 20 mark, and it is 21 degrees, which means the players, they will get hot, they will start sweating, they'll suck in for air, and there won't be enough of it because they are playing so high in the altitude stakes. Andre Pollard, 100% kicking accuracy last week, did absolutely brilliantly, and will look to continue his 90% kicking that he has had for this Rugby Championship in 2022. Damien Dialende and Lokayawam as the midfield, one of the most dangerous in world rugby. Makazole Mapimpi out on one wing. Jesse Krill makes his way into the starting lineup on the other. And then Damian Valimza will be there at number 15. Then for the All Blacks, few changes that they have had to make as well. Ethan de Groot, Samasoni Takeaho, and Tyrell Lomax as the front row. Then it is Sam Whitelock and Scott Barrett slotting in as the two locks. So a lot of experience between those two, going head-to-head with a lot of experience for the Springboks in Diaga and also Etzebeth. Then the loose forward trio, just the one change for the All Blacks. Shannon Frizzell at 6 rather than Akira Ioane, who will find himself coming off the bench. Sam Cane as the captain at number 7, and Artie Savia does slot in as number 8. Aaron Smith at 9. Richie Moonga, the only change to the back line. He will be there as fly half. He needs to unleash some of that Moonga magic that we see throughout the Crusaders Super Rugby season. David Havili and Rico Ioane, they will be the midfield combo that the ABs have gone with. Havili actually having one of the most running meters out of anyone in the All Blacks side, other than the man on the left wing, Caleb Clark. He had about 87 last week. And then Will Jordan out on the other wing, a man who we didn't see too much of, but hopefully this week we do get to see him a little bit more, maybe even transition to fullback a little bit later on in the game. Then Geordie Barrett under the high ball needs to be precise, make sure that he is getting it right. But he is at 15, also offers that kicking opportunity from anywhere within 65 metres. Geordie Barrett will be trying his best to get it over. But now we look through at the benches. The bomb squad is as packed as it's ever been. Malcolm Marks, Stephen Kitsoff, and Vincent Koch there as the front row replacements. Marks getting 5 turnovers in his last match in the start up against the ABs. His man of the match performance for his 50th test. Franco Mostert, he is at number 19. Jasper Visa, who is the leading tackler of the competition. And then Kwaka Smith at 21. So a strong loose forward trio in the starting lineup and also off the bench could be very strong as well. Herschel Yankees and Willie LaRue, they are the back replacements. They will not want an early injury when it comes to those backs. Definitely not at altitude. So we'll just make it that little bit trickier. Cody Taylor at number 16, George Bauer at 17, and Fletcher Null there for New Zealand. So that is going to be an All Crusaders front row, and alongside the new forwards coach, James Ryan, might be a pretty good option for them. Tupavai at number 19, Akira Ioane, number 20, Finley Christie, number 21, a man who a few people wanted to see starting for this contest up against the Box. Bowden Barrett, the super sub, will be wanting to make the most of his opportunity when he does make his way out there, whether that is fly half or fullback. And then Quintupaya there at number 23 can add a little bit more crash ball aspect for the ABs in this contest. But I do see from when I've clicked back on the chat, there are about 50 new messages. So I do apologize if I have missed a few of them. And Leka Bok, love your commentary at work, and no TV, says Stefan there as well. But now the Box are about to make their way out onto the park, and it will be Franz Malharba who does get to lead his side out onto the park. And also we have got Sweet Ass's prediction. And there we have got ABs 32 and the Box 19. And do I need to pay to watch? Only Buffin on my side, says Alangia. Unfortunately, due to licensing, we're unable to show match footage or audio. But if you have got access to a VPN or you have signed up for one recently, you will be able to get a Stan Sport free trial, which I do recommend because you will be able to watch this game theoretically for free as long as you have got enough money on your credit card to be able to then cancel, and then they will give you your money back, if that makes sense. Sorry, that was a really weird way of explaining it. This is a link to a VPN, though, if you guys do want access to it. Franz Malharba ready to go. Sia Khaleesi leading out his side. Sorry, I was watching the Man City soccer match. Anyway, here we go. South Africa 45-0, says Richard. So he's come out with a massive prediction. But the thing is, from how the Springboks played last week, there is a good chance that they could get themselves quite a few points on the board. And that is why it's going to be so entertaining when they do get out there. And also we have got All Blacks all day, says Pieto, and cheers for the donation, my guy, says Nathan. And there, and also Vanapola, really, brother, is Birdie V. But yeah, anyone who is new to this channel, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. We had the goal of hitting 15,750 by the time we do reach kickoff. And currently, when I do refresh, we are sitting on, we're getting closer. We are only 65 away from reaching that target. So if you haven't already, please do hit that subscribe button. We are back every single week. The URC is only 5 weeks away, and we will also be doing all of the commentary for that one. There is an Ole chant going around the ground at the moment. Ellis Park, like I mentioned, 65,000 in attendance for this game. It's going to be epic. This is awesome. To 2,121 viewing. Freaking top stuff. And are we going to see live coverage due to licensing? Unable to show match footage, unfortunately, but I can recommend where to watch the highlights. And also, I believe there will be a full match replay on YouTube coming up a little bit further in the future. And also, how's it, Kiwi brother? Says Peter Lowe, I'm doing very well, mate. I'm nervous for both of these sides. South Africa, they might be known as the side that put the final dagger in Ian Foster's coaching career, or they may be the side who are known as the ones who revitalized the Ian Foster career. Why they're an aeroplane? Says Richard there. And also, can we see the match? Says Matamela. Sadly, not on YouTube. It is going to be very tricky to find, but I do recommend if you are in Australia, Stan Sport free trial, you will be able to see this game plus the Wallabies versus Australia. If you do need a VPN to set your location to Australia, we have got an affiliate link that you can sign up for, and you do get yourself 3 months extra for free with the 2-year plan, which you can cancel at any time so that you aren't charged for it as well. But the national anthems are just around the corner. Then we will have the South African, or I almost said the South African haka, but the All Blacks haka. That woman does not care that she is spilling all of her beer. She's on TV. A lot of viewers, says P1J, and which stadium they will play. So we are at Emirates Airline Park, Ellis Park, and it is a massive ground, 65,000 in attendance. This is where the Lions normally do play all of their rugby in the URC for their home matches anyway. And also, now Foster's gone one way or another. His comments are that this is the best game of the season last week. Must have pissed people off, says Gareth, and this is going to be a cracker. AB's going to bring it, says Peter Lowe. It certainly will be, but everyone's shaking hands at the moment. So we are at 3:05 a.m. The game was going to be kicking off now, but we have still got national anthems. Then we've got the All Blacks haka, and then we are ready to go. But we are currently only 5 away from 15,700 subscribers. So I do appreciate you all very much for that. And if you are new, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. How you're watching at Sky? I am on Sky. So Sky Sport 1 here in New Zealand is your option. If you are in New Zealand and you've got a Sky subscription, where can I watch for free? Says Loshini. If you have got a credit card that you can connect, that you don't mind using to put money somewhere that you can then put it back. If that makes sense, pretty much. It's with a VPN. If you sign up for a certain extent, and then after you have finished watching the rugby, you can just cancel your subscription and they will give you your money back within a couple days. So that is a good bet. And then also alongside that, Stan Sport is another one that you can get yourself a free 7-day trial. Who is the ref? It is Luke Pearce in charge of this one, which I think is actually a pretty good option for both of these sides. I believe they do enjoy Luke Pearce as referee, but the game is just about to get underway, ladies and gentlemen. We have got national anthems just around the corner. I'm going to have a quick drink of water because or else my voice will be gone by the time we get to kick off. Here we go. The New Zealand national anthem will be first. And he has a video about it. Everyone enough asking, says P1J. Yeah, we did put a video up on the channel just a little bit ago explaining step by step how you can get this game for free. And also All Black Sports Action, Ireland and England, Wales and Scotland, says a Richard. And there in the Hamish and the Hydrate, says a Nathan and Go. The All Blacks, says Lizette. So as we get closer to the kickoff, once again, ladies and gentlemen, do let me know who is going to score the first try of this match. The exact player, my bet, is on Makazole Mapimpi. I said him last week as well, I believe. He didn't get the first one, but it's going to be awesome to see what he can do out there. And the All Blacks, from their last 4 games, they've shown that they can't start the best. So we'll have to wait and see whether or not that changes. South Africa going to eat your ass, says Derman. That's a little bit weird. I guess kicking my ass might have been a better choice of words for that one. They don't want to do the eating of it, that's for sure. A really packed stadium, says P1J, 65,000 in attendance for this game. Stop talking. Okay. So it doesn't quite have the same effect, unfortunately, for live commentary. But if you do want to watch this game, you can either watch it on DSTV, Super Sport. There are a few other options. And also, sorry, says David, no worries at all. It was just, it caught my attention, that's all. And why don't you stop talking, says Chanello, because then it would be complete silence. And I could mime the game if that's something you guys are interested in. I roll time to bury the All Blacks bones once again, Bok, says Craig. And also, says Peter Lowe in there as well. But Aaron Smith, the emotion on his face, he's smiling. He's happy to be in the starting lineup. But the question is, for how long will the All Blacks be able to handle the extra little bit of altitude? And by a little bit, I mean a lot. You're pretty much like Norm Maxwell, the ex-All Black, said, as soon as you run once, you feel it in your legs. You feel it in the lungs. You got to dig deep, maybe deeper than you ever have before. And that is what they are going to need from the All Blacks. Sam Kane, speaking of Maxi, he's in the chat. Hello, mate. Hope you're doing well, mate. Hope you are doing very well. So it is going to be the South African national anthem performed by Belinda Davids. Is she lip syncing or is it just out of sync? It might just be out of sync with the timing. Great commentary, Amish says Alta. And also going to need matchstick soon. My age is catching up with me. And stop talking, they singing anthem, says Craig. And also we have got can we hear the audio for the start at least, says P1J. Unfortunately, that might be all they need to take us off YouTube and Sky Sports. Is a disgrace, says Shane. Yeah, I wish there were more options of being able to watch this game for free. But if you do sign up for that VPN, the only side thing with it is the fact that you do have to, what was I going to say? You do have to actually give them money for them to then give it back to you after, and you're a champ. And now Mbok for the win, 32 points to 20. And also, what's the wings about, says Richard. So on the sides, it is going to be Makazole Mapimpi and Jesse Creel. And then alongside that, it will be Will Jordan. And also, it is going to be the other winger in this game, which is Caleb Clark. I can't believe I almost forgot that. And also, Hamish is the Business Brothers. And also, we have got Bok Enthusiast. Greetings, best Kiwi broadcaster, says the Julep. Welcome in, mate. Hope you're doing brilliantly. Like I mentioned, do let me know your score predictions, ladies and gentlemen, as we are just about to see the haka and then the match gets underway. Loving this commentary, says Durban. Do appreciate that. And drinks, what's everyone drinking tonight? I am drinking water, believe it or not. It's a little bit anticlimactic, but it's going to be something that keeps the throat going. You tell him, Amish, says Shane, and you're a champ, mate, says Craig. Yeah, we are currently 3:10 a.m. here in New Zealand, and the Bok can't afford to be mentally complacent in this game. They need to give it their all. Exactly right. And can I watch the match here? Sadly not here due to licensing, but we will be hopefully providing you decent play-by-play commentary, but there will be other options for the highlights, such as Super Rugby's YouTube channel, the All Blacks YouTube channel. But for the actual match, I believe it is very hard to be able to find somewhere on YouTube that they are showing it that doesn't get taken down pretty much instantly. Here we go. Good luck, VABs. Good luck, South Africa. Time to lock horns. May the best team win. Yeah, one thing's for sure. These two sides are going to have an absolutely awesome game. No matter what, the fact that there's that rivalry that's gone for a total of over 100 years, over 100 matches, they are certainly going to be putting it all out on the line. Seems like Aaron Smith is the man who is leading the haka for the All Blacks. I want to see a fire lit under Sam Cane here, because we haven't seen that aggressive side from Whitelock. Like Maxie mentioned earlier on, he's a nice guy, but out there on the field, if he wants to muscle up with Eben Etzebeth, you've got to take that nice guy out of there, and you've got to go into those deep, dark places in your soul to be able to take on the Springboks at altitude. You feel it everywhere. You feel your legs start to give out from underneath you. I almost forgot how to breathe for a second there, and I'm at normal sea level. I've never seen that before. The man holds South Africa flag, saying his heart out. Unusual, says Richard. And also the old haka says cited, so they've gone right. Didn't work for Kapoa Punga. Joseph Dweber doesn't want to stop looking at the All Blacks. I would not want to make eye contact with Joseph Dweber, because I feel like he is going to definitely put me in some sort of coma. He's a scary man, but he is going to be starting this match for the Springboks. Sia Khaleesi looking just completely locked in at this point. Now we are getting close to this game getting underway. Luke Pearce will be the main official in charge of this one. Angus Gardner, Christoph Ridley as the assistants, and Brett Cronin as the last man who is on the TMO. If you haven't already, be sure to leave a like and subscribe to the channel. It's hugely appreciated. You guys all being there. Camera to the game, please. We'll talk after Shu, says Anito. And there, sadly, due to licensing, once again, we are unable to show any match footage or audio. They do take us straight off YouTube if we were to do so. So I do apologize for that. And does New Zealand do well at altitude? I would imagine not, says Durban. We don't really get the opportunity to play at altitude too often, definitely because Super Rugby, we no longer have the South African sides in there. So it's probably going to be a bit of a wake-up call, and it's going to test the fitness of some of these All Blacks. You know, some of those guys who maybe are just out there jogging around a little bit, they're going to get shown that altitude's a whole different game, but it will be the All Blacks with Richie Mo'unga kicking off this game. There is a plane at the moment flying above the ground, nice and low, and his Bolt has taken retirement from international cricket after he is removed from central contract. I'm not too sure at this stage whether or not Trent Bolt has got another season in him. I assume he would, unless he's just taking the big money off the IPL. Understood, thank you, says Devin. Okay, Bok, let's do this. and punishment about to commence in Belgrade Plain, says Bevan. But now that's the only deep breath we're going to get to take during this match. So I decided to take it just before kickoff. But Richie Mo'unga, the Crusaders fly half, about to get us underway. This monumental test match between the All Blacks and the Springboks. Is this Ian Foster's last dance as head coach, or will the ABs be able to avenge him? Richie Mo'unga kicks off long at Ellis Park, and the second test match of the Rugby Championship with these two sides is underway. And the first man to touch the ball is big Thor Dwayne Vermeulen, and he's tackled by Jordan inside of the 22. And it looks like Hendrickse might be considering a bit of a box kick here. They are deep in their own half. It's kicked high. Lomax tried to charge down, unable to do so. It sits up nicely in the air. Geordie Barrett doesn't get it. Instead, Makazole Mapimpi got a hand to it. It has gone backwards, and Takiaho now. Nope. They've said it was a little knock on from Takiaho. And because of it now, it will be the scrum feed for the Springboks. So this will test the All Blacks extremely early in this contest, because at the end of the day, the Springboks last week, they were able to win themselves a lot of penalties, whether it was going to be Trevor Nakanye, or if it was on the other side of things, where they did have Angus Tarval, or sorry, not Angus Tarval, it was Angus Tarval and Trevor Nakanye on one side, and then on the other side, Franz Malaharba doing very nicely. And are you only talking, sadly, due to licensing, we're unable to show any match footage or audio, so that is why we are only able to commentate for it. So I do apologise for everyone who did want to see the game. You can watch it on DSTV, Stan Sport, a few other options around as well. Plus, the highlights will be on YouTube straight after the game. But there's already a bit of an injury by the looks of it here. Shannon Frizzell looks like he might be getting his eyebrow taped up. Oh, no, he's putting his contact back in. Shannon Frizzell, only 19 matches for that man. It's already started. You are a bit behind, says Bevan. And also, scrum will test the strength for the ABs. And I see the Bok winning by 20 points or more. I hope it's more competitive than that, says James. Yeah, I hope so too. I hope it's a close game between these two sides. And thank you for bringing the game to us. No worries at all. Anyone who is new, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. We're going to be back throughout this whole live stream. And also after that, we have got a bit of a match review that will be coming straight after this one. And let's go, Mr. Commentator, says Neto. Ball going to be fed in now. Oh, free kick to the All Blacks for a bit of pre-engaging from the Springboks. And that is something that Joseph Dweba can't quite believe. He lost his break, they've said, for Joseph Dweba. So a little bit of inexperience there for Dweba. He has been in the starting lineup or reserves only twice in his career. And it's 11 p.m. in Singapore, says Rajin, in the box by 10, says Quinlan. So that is actually the prediction that I gave before the game as well. And go the box, says Rajin. So it did become a free kick to the All Blacks. Now they have decided that they do want to engage with one more scrum. And we must get you a New Zealand or a Springbok jersey. And no worries, mate. You're doing a cracker job with the commentary so far, says Kathy. And I do appreciate that very much. We will be back with Australia versus Argentina a little bit later on. Aaron Smith feeds it in last week. They did end up losing one of the scrums, but the scrum success of 83%. Mo'unga goes back to Will Jordan, the Crusaders teammates, thinking up. It's gone over the head of Clark. And it does roll straight into touch. Little bit of a miscommunication between Jordan and Clark. They're the two wingers trying to link up. Now it will be the line out for the Springboks. Now, this is going to be a very interesting one for Joseph Dweba, because at the end of the day, his line out is one thing that a lot of people have said is maybe the one thing that he needs to work on a lot more. He's brilliant running the ball. He's a tough man and will try and run over everyone, but his line out accuracy, similar to Simasoni Takiaho, just isn't quite as high as a few other people. That one's going to be stolen by Sam Whitelock. I thought they were going to call it not straight initially, but Simasoni Takiaho now has the ball for the All Blacks. They're on the halfway line, and Ethan de Groot does get his first carry. Now Savia tries to pierce the gap around the side of the breakdown. Doesn't get too many meters. Shannon Frizzell sells the dummy, hits it hard at Franz Malharba, the man in his 50th test match, and would love to be able to get another win over the ABs like he did last week. Simasoni Takiaho. And it seems like the Boks, they're being patient with what breakdown they do commit to. Geordie Barrett trying to break through. Damien Valimza does make the tackle on his opposite number. Smith back across to the left. They've got space on the outside, and Havili notices it. Goes for the cross kick, goes straight into the hands of Artie Savia, who's going to back himself a pace. Jesse Creel missed the tackle. Savia for the corner. He's gone down 5 meters short, and Damien Valimza has been able to stop him. It's an advantage, and it's a cynical one. It's a double blow of the whistle, and it will be a yellow card to the Springboks. And Damien Valimza is going to the bin. It's a try-saving infringement but he is going to be off the field for the next 10 minutes. And also, can you still not pronounce Arinsir? I still can't get it right. Luckily, he's suspended, so I don't have to try and pronounce it too much. And this one, and All Blacks need to win this to not get Foster out on wild card. That is actually a great start to the match for the All Blacks. A lot more, I guess you could say, a lot more intent than we normally see for them in the early stages. Savia, too good, says YouTube user. Yeah, he got the cross kick from David Havili, and then from there, the All Blacks were able to get that run-on winger, or he's known as Savia, but supposed to be Artie, not Julian. Julian's the winger in the family, but Artie Savia says otherwise. He was able to break the tackle with Jesse Creel. That wasn't the best defense from Creel. Also missing the tackle was Andre Pollard. And then the cynical one from Damian Valimza, but now they're going to be 10 meters out from the line, trying to go for this rolling maul, an early opportunity for the All Blacks. Scott Barrett on the back, and it looks like it's marching forward quite nicely for the ABs. Now the Springboks doing nicely to shut it down. I believe Eben Etzebev was straight in the middle of that one. It's gone down to ground, and it is going to be, I believe they do have to let them play the ball. It's bounced out on the side of the Springboks. That was unexpected, and it goes back for the penalty in favour of the All Blacks. Arinsir, and there's no Kiwi no Kiwi can. It's like Peter Lowe, and there says Peter Lowe. Oh, Peter. Sorry, I keep on saying Peter, don't I? Mox are dominating the early exchanges, says Master Mal. And look at the Barrett, 3 lads, still no winger. It looks like Aaron Smith was considering taking the quick tap there for the ABs, but I believe instead, okay, what are they deciding? I think they will end up kicking it for the corner. Oh, Luke Pearce has almost tripped over the ball. The All Blacks put it on the mark. Pearce kicks it away. Oh, they want the scrum here for the All Blacks. Only a few meters out from the line. Like I mentioned, 2 penalties already going against the Springboks. And Boks seem to be overconfident. I wouldn't say that. I think they're just getting a little bit caught off guard early on by Artie Savia getting that run down the wing. They're certainly still going to be in this contest right till the final whistle, and they're nervous. They need to calm down, says Lynn. Yeah, I think with the fact that there are so many people who are in attendance, 65,000 at altitude, your heart rate's just pounding out of your chest. And you've got to try and keep those emotions in check. You look at a few of these players. Hendrickse has less than 10 caps. Dweber the same. A few of those other guys are only really new into their careers, such as Damian Valimza, who could be in the Springboks for a long time, but this is going to be a real test for them. Same with the All Blacks. We see a debut. It's going to be a free kick now to South Africa from only 5 meters out. So it's actually gone the other way of what we saw earlier on, and this time Samasoni Takiaho is the man who has got himself in trouble, and AB's put in pressure, and why not go line out? Bad decision, says Richard English. I think it was from the intimidation of the Springboks being able to shut down a rolling maul normally pretty well. They did decide instead to go for the scrum, but it has cost them a good maybe 30 or 40 meters, but it will still be the line out for the All Blacks, and why not go line out? And also we're to stream live, so if you are in Australia, Stan Sport is where you can find your free trial, which is a very good option. If you do need a VPN, we have got one that we use ourselves. That is our link for anyone who does want to check it out. Although there is a cost to that. It is $2.90 or so a month. But it is pretty cheap, and it does give you a little bit of internet security along the way. Plus, you can watch any Netflix around the world. So that's pretty handy as well. But Aaron Smith now passes across to Frizzell. They're currently 30 meters out from the line. The All Blacks off to the right. Smith to Samasoni Takiaho, the man who gave away that free kick. Dwayne Vermeulen tried to get the turnover there, but wasn't able to do so. Sam Cane driven backwards about 3 meters. Now, last week, he made 1 meter. He's currently -3. Nice ball to Rico Ioane. Was a little bit low, but he was still able to get a little bit of acceleration going there. Dweber looking around the side of the breakdown, seeing if there's a chance. Lomax now driven down. Vermeulen considered going for it. Wasn't able to do so. Now Smith back to Moong. A little bit of a pop pass fake there. Caleb Clark tries to go over the top of Jesse Creel, who led with a shoulder round the legs. He's really wobbly, Jesse Creel. Caleb Clark's knee has taken another victim, but Peter Steph-Toy, he's got pace, and Geordie Barrett's trying to stop him. He's just going to be able to get him 5 meters out, looking for the offload. He found it to Lekanyo. He's 1 meter short. The Springboks, all they need is a clean pickup, and they will score the first try of this match. It's held up. It's a goal line dropout. What defense that is. Ooh. Okay, Jesse Creel's got to go off because he's concussed. That's the first thing that we need to work out. 8.5 minutes through this game. I'm yelling my head off. I hope everyone in my house is already awake. Because if they're not, probably woken them up. And I was like, says Gareth. So at this stage, I believe Jesse Creel will be going off. Willie LaRue might have to slot into that right wing position. And All Blacks cling on. They did only just, but Jesse Creel off the field now for Willie LaRue. So Caleb Clark's knees have taken another victim's head off. And Jordie Barrett about to go for the goal line dropout. He's got it 60 metres there. Barrett, a decent clearance downfield. Now Damian Dialende runs it at the line. Good low tackle by Lomax. Gets him around the ankles. Makes an extra few metres. Now Joseph Dweber runs at the Groot to Massimo Peter Steptoe, bringing his 7 speeds this side. Yeah, he looked brilliant there in that run. And now Lukaniwam, ball on the outside. Makazole Mapimpi, great low tackle on him by Will Jordan. Textbook from the right winger. Looks like there might be a no. He is back up on his feet. Beautiful hands from Ludiaka. Now the question is, did Savia's hands go down first? They might have, but instead it is still going to be on the side of the Springboks. Lukaniwam went for the grubber. It didn't quite work out. Scott Barrett able to block it with his leg. Offload made. Back to LaRue. This game is being played hectically, which means all of these guys are going to gas out before the end of this game, you would have to think. Definitely if Willie LaRue is out there for the rest of the game, because Jesse Creel, he just got his head in the wrong place in the way that he did go in for that tackle, and he did well and truly pay the price. The ball's available for the Springboks. Looks like Hendrickse, after 7 phases, is going to be putting up a box kick, kicking it down towards the All Blacks 22. 2 men under it, and Jordie Barrett gets up, takes the mark as well. And that is now going to be Jordie Barrett's option of kicking it way downfield. Great commentary. I can visualize every move in the ground. And great commentary, says Christopher. Thank you very much, mate. Hugely appreciated. If anyone is new to the channel, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. Why wasn't an All Black carded? They haven't done anything yet, I guess, is the best way of describing it. And also a couple of box, says Bianca. And there as well. But Jordie Barrett, straight away, you can see him putting it up. He said, that one's mine. Don't touch it. Makazole Mapimpi, though, putting him under a huge amount of pressure. And I was like, let's drink some water now, says YouTube user. I still think they're a bit nervous. They really need to calm down before they make silly mistakes. And the big thing is, as long as they don't have any major mistakes early on, if this game stays 0-0 for as long as possible while those nerves settle for both sides, that is when we're going to get to see probably a little bit more action in the later stages of the second half. And I want to be the ref, says Alta. Taken by Etzebeth at the front, off the thrower. Joseph Dweber, it becomes a penalty. Right, 50 metres out. You can kick this with your eyes closed at altitude. It's whether or not Andre Pollard wants it, though, or whether they do consider going for the corner. I think Pollard may consider the corner. Jesse Creel is useless. All muscle, no player performance, says Stefan there. And yeah, now he is actually not going to be on the field for the rest of the game, potentially. And yes, I agree. Hamish says Lynn. Now, Andre Pollard, he's going to be kicking it for the touchline. You want to make sure that you get in these angles right. It does go very far indeed. It's a good kick from Andre Pollard down to the 22. And another opportunity now for the Springboks. 22 metres out. Anyone who hasn't already, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. Like I mentioned, we're going to be back for a post-match review that we are doing on the channel. And then alongside that, we have also got our matchup that has taken place between Australia and Argentina. So be sure to stay tuned for that. But now currently 12 minutes into this game, it's thrown in by Eben Etzebeth, or to Eben Etzebeth, I should say. Now Hendrickse back to Damian Dialende, tries to break through the tackle with Sam Kane, was almost able to do so. Short ball off to Eben Etzebeth, good tackle on him by Frizzell. Hendrickse passes off to Nishier. They're 22 metres out now, and the ball's been stripped. Ethan de Groot pounces on it. Jaden Hendrickse tries to turn it over and able to do so. It's a counter-attacking opportunity. It's gone through the hands of Rieko Ioane, but I believe they will be going back for the scrum. Lukaniwam could have been in for the first if it wasn't for that knock-on from Oxnisher. Mapimpi, good player, and don't want him back side. And also we've got there a good H2O with some mixed go. The stadium is behind you. Feel that strength. And that's the thing. Sometimes the strength of 65,000 people in attendance, like, that gets pretty heavy on the shoulders when you're at the ground. So they need to make sure that those older players and those more experienced players, I'm looking at Etzebeth, Vermeulen, also Pollard. You need those guys who have been there, done that, who are on 50-plus caps to go, right, you youngsters, this is pretty huge, but we just need to keep calm and carry on. And Ioane, good player, says YouTube user. And also that was a Safa try. They played the advantage, says I am nutty, although because they went backwards so far, I believe that is why they did end up going back. But Lukaniwam almost able to get himself in for his first try, and not a knock on. It was ripped. Says Ali Wood. That's gone down on the front rows. And they are going to have, once again, another scrum reset. Ioane was gone, mate, says Juju. And also, we have got, show us the socks, Ewing, says Peter Lowe. What we got on today? We haven't actually got any too fancy socks. They're just white, as you can see. The random dot there. I think that was from Dirt. And also box to score first. And there's, I don't know why showing you guys my socks has become such a popular thing on these live streams. Normally I have something a little bit more exciting than the socks that I have on today. But now scrum feed going down to Groot, Samasoni Takiaho, and also it's Tyrell Lomax there. Now, it's going to be Aaron Smith. Oh, it's gone down in the front row. Who gets the penalty? The All Blacks do for that one. So now it will be becoming a kick downfield for Geordie Barrett. That guy asking about your sock because he has a foot fetish. And so quick yellow card over already. Says, I'm nutty and also love it. White socks, says Lynn. Also sends sock pics, says RJJ. It's kicked downfield by Barrett. Does find the touchline. And these guys would have been out there practicing. Steve. I never get used to that, Steve. No matter what, when you do it, red associates normally with something's gone wrong, but that is anything but wrong. Thank you very much, Steve. Looking dapper there, Amish, nice suit. And tie slick hair like George Clooney. No, brother. Where though? I don't want no FOP, God damn it. I'm a damn dapper Dan man one day. You'll be doing live commentary on the TVs. Brother hoping for a New Zealand win. And now we want a foot cam, says Peter Lowe. Now it's going to be available for the All Blacks, for the Springboks, I should say, just out from their own 22. Shannon Frizzell trying to commit from way back, also slightly in the side. Probably lucky not to give away a penalty advantage there. Looks like Hendrickson once again will be going for the box kick. Although that ball's bounced out the side, so he has to pop it up to Kolisi. Now goes off to Lucanio. Not a lot of space on that side. Richie Moonga has got the ball now. Geordie Barrett in the middle of the field decides to run it sideways. That'll test out the ankle. He slung it wide to Havili, who now gives it a boot. He's got plenty of it. He's almost got too much of it. No, it does sit up beautifully. Although, a little bit of an awkward bouncing one for Andre Pollard. Gives it off to Willie LaRue, who runs it up to the 22. And does give it an almighty boot. Altitude, you got to love playing in it. Unless, of course, you're one of the people playing in it. As it's always very hard. And also, how are we doing? I'm in the box. Says Spider Meg, little bit, I guess you could say a little bit shaky at the start, but it seems like as we've spent a little bit more time in this game, we're up to 16 minutes now, and they do seem like they are just starting to calm themselves down a little bit. The territory kicking, we do need to remember that they already had the yellow card, but Damian Williams are back out on the park now. No worries, mate. Your reaction is priceless, says Steve Smith. But yeah, I always think that I've got like something that's gone wrong because it's like, it's literally, as you can see, it's bright red. So I always think, oh no, what have I done? Have I pressed the wrong button? And then I realize I see the little S and I'm like, yeah, I know who that is. Caleb Clark. Oh, good tackle on him by Damien Dialende. All Blacks having to clean that up. Sam Kane's done well there to protect the ball for the AB. Scott Barrett has a nice carry, and now it looks like they might consider firing back into the pocket to Richie Moonga. He gives it a boot. He's got a good bit of distance on that. Like I mentioned, Ellis Park altitude is absolutely a killer for the lungs, but also it's very good for getting some personal best for your kicking distance, which is something we may see from Richie Moonga and also maybe Geordie Barrett and Pollard throughout this contest. But Joseph Weber now 40 metres out from the All Blacks line. The Springboks have got themselves the line out throw. And good, mate. I hope you're well too, brother, says Steve Smith. And go the box, says Rajin. And this one's going to be tight, says Peter Lowe. Right. Oxnashade running over to Joseph Weber. That's a lot of man between those two, that is for sure. And also no one gives an inch. And yes, Alta, more water and less tries. And AB seem to be doing good based on some comments, says Lynn. They have looked a lot better in the start of this match compared to what they have in their past games. But the problem at the moment for the All Blacks is they are yet to score any points on the board, which is something they would absolutely love to have some of in the near future. But it's available at the back. Hendrickson rushing up was Sam Kane, made the low tackle on Damian Williams. A counter-ruck attempt from Savia. And it's a kick from Hendrickson. It's actually set up beautifully off the hands of Whitelock, and it's gone straight to Sia Khaleesi, and he's gone into touch sweating as well, says Lynn. And the Ellis shoot is tremendous, says Cited. And All Black take this game today, says Rena, and they were $2.70 underdogs on the New Zealand TAB, which is absolutely incredible, really, for the fact that they were that underneath. And also, we get that 2,000 Australian dollars by a house in New Zealand for that. And how was the haka? It did seem a little bit more, I want to say there was more meaning behind it, because it just seemed like they were more fired up and they knew, rather than the aggression, it was more concentration, which I think is important. Now, Richie Mo'unga goes for the kick. I believe they hit Peter Stiff to toy. The ball's rolling awkwardly, but LaRue gets it 40 metres out. Now, Lukanyawam, one of the best number 13s in the world today, if not the best, the way that he does play for the Springboks. Now, Hendrickse back to Lutiacha. And the ball was almost lost there. Whitelock trying to cause a nuisance in the breakdown. It looks like Hendrickse once again is going to go for the box kick. Okay, so quite a few kicks coming from Hendrickse. That's actually a little bit surprising, as I thought they weren't going to be doing too many. Makazole Mapimpi a little bit obstructed there when he was trying to go through, but I believe the All Blacks have got that ball in the hands of Geordie Barrett, 40 metres out from the line now. Back to Mo'unga. Goes off to Caleb Clark. Now David Havili with a nice fend on Damien Valimza. Tries to flick it out the back, and once again a miscommunication between the All Blacks backline. Rico Ioane just didn't quite get his hands on that one as well. And finish, don't you only find that in England? And also we have a nude streaker, says Pietalo. And also not goodbye, says Lynn in there as well. But it is going to be another scrum for the Springboks. Both of these sides look like they've come out with some absolutely just monumental strength, heart, all sorts. I'm going to need a drink. They're having a drinks break at the moment, so it makes sense for us to have a quick little drink. But anyone who hasn't already, be sure to get yourself some liquid, just so that you are well and truly hydrated. You're going to need it for this game, as it is an epic one. And the first 20 minutes, if it's anything to go by, this game's going to be a high-tempo game. Some people may not be able to walk in the second half. I'm calling that now. Whoops. Don't you hate when you get an air bubble when you're trying to drink water and it makes like a massive noise? You're at a quiet restaurant and then all of a sudden you just make a massive like gulp accidentally. Currently, they are showing the crowd there is a very good attendance for this contest, that is for sure. And I'm looking forward to seeing how much of an effect this crowd have. And as your push comes to shove, we'd rather lose or draw than lose. And yes, drink more water, commentator. And 6 points to 3 full time. The thing is, the way that this game has been going already, hello, Eddie Jones. What is he doing at the game? Just a little bit of scouting, perhaps. Got to love it when both teams play with pure passion. Amish says Steve Smith. Yeah, it always leads to an epic contest. And that almost sums up the rivalry that we've seen between the All Blacks and the Springboks over the years. It's a rivalry built on respect. The Springboks break away, and they are just continuing to march their way forward. The All Blacks need to try and shut this down. And it looks like it did go very close to the touchline. The ball might be stuck now. All Blacks jumping all over it. It's an advantage, though, for the player leaving his feet. I think that was Scott Barrett. Now Valimza. Back to Pollard, lined up by Richie Mo'unga, actually mussing up to him. And cheeky Eddie Jones, it is indeed. He is over there at the moment in South Africa. He decided this game was such a big one, he couldn't miss it. And greetings from Melbourne. Good to hear this curtain raiser before the main event in Argentina. Cheers, says Michael. And yeah, the big game coming up a little bit later on tonight as well. 2 massive clashes of the Rugby Championship. That one, the Wallabies taking on the Pumas, is going to be awesome. See who does get the better of that one. But Eben Etzebeth at the moment, that man is just built of granite, and he loves a bit of physicality in a contest. Interesting choice. Honre Pollard here, 25 metres out, says we will go for the corner rather than the 3. That is quite a risk, I would think, at this stage of the contest. But the rolling ball last time they did go to it did look like it was relatively strong. Eddie was there last week as well, says JP. So I guess the camera wasn't able to find him as well for that one. And Eddie came to spy on the Bok, says Lynn. Okay, the gap is huge. I don't think he's talking about my 2 front teeth. He's talking about the line out. Weber throws it in to Lutihacha, and it becomes a not straight throw from Joseph Weber. Bit of a mistake there. They know tries are needed. Says, I am nutty, but another mistake at line out time or scrum time. We've actually seen the set piece of both sides struggling a bit. I mean, Franz Malharba is not too happy. That is fair enough. That was not very straight. Almost having to take it on his outer side there. And Cheeky Jones has got New Zealand's soul in his pocket. And come on the box, there's Romano there. And no crusty socks, says Fluffy, and the Springboks, says Regine. Oh, yep, he is changing his boots at the moment by the looks of it, making sure that they fit. And also FFS says Gareth. And is it Eddie Jones or Rassie in an Eddie Jones mask? Well, it's a good question. But I believe it's Eddie Jones for that one. Although if there was such a thing as an Eddie Jones Halloween mask, I think I would buy it. Support the cause. And Dweeba wasn't even starting hooker in France. Says I'm nutty, and also it's a test match score, says Salvatore. And what's the score? Currently sitting 0-0 after 22 minutes. Neither of these sides willing to budge here. And New Zealand, they will have themselves a scrum about 15 metres out. Now, we've already seen a free kick against both of these sides at scrum time. Then Kiwi born, but my heart with the Boks. Go Boks, bring it home for the Boks. And now Rassie and a Jones mask, says Pietalo, sorry. Scrums one off their own feed. Two for the All Blacks. No scrums won for South Africa in this contest, and we could use a try any moment now. And I guess do let me know, ladies and gentlemen, who will be the first try scorer of this contest, the exact player. I see Makazole Mapimpi in there from Lefemba. He was my pick for who would be able to score the first one of the game. But the All Blacks believe they are giving up a little bit of size to the Springboks here. Aaron Smith feeds it in. It's a good hook. Ari Savia goes off the back. Short ball to Havili. Makes quite a few meters. But now straight over the ball. Two Springbok players. Aaron Smith, a lot of pressure on him. Gives it off to Richie Mo'unga. Now to Rieko Ioane. There's a lot of space here. He's got Will Jordan on the outside. And it's gone to him as well. Rieko Ioane. He's just a little bit too quick. Inside ball. Flicks it back to Jordan. Wasn't able to find the pass on the inside to Barrett. But they protect it nicely. For the ABs, it was close to a knock-on the ground from Rieko Ioane. Now Mo'unga, pop pass up to Havili. The Crusaders teammates are linking up there. Another advantage for the All Blacks. Ethan de Groot runs hard at Frans Malherbe. That is like two fridges being thrown at each other. Normally that wouldn't end too well. They're going back. Okay, they're going back for the advantage. Malcolm Marks, when he replaces Weber, says RJJ, I think they'll end up summing him possibly at 35 minutes or so, more than likely. And if no, the ABs lose another cup, says Pietalo. And also the only way any team will get the silver with Eddie in charge, we if they buy the Lone Ranger's horse, have cheap fillings. And that their team, says Alan King, and Try Coming, says Jan Muck. Now the question for the All Blacks is, do you take the 3? And I believe they will be in this situation. It's a test match scoreboard pressure when you can win by 3, says Salvatore there. So just slowing it down for the All Blacks. They know that this game, like I mentioned, is being played at a frantic tempo. Good defense by the Boks solid team there as well. Yeah, it was very good cover defense from Makazole Mapimpi. Able to shut it down. But then from there, I believe the Springboks, they were just a little bit offside. I want to say it was Oxnashare who did end up getting a bit too keen going forward. I just like Etzebeth for his bullish behavior. He's always getting into a scrap. I guess when you're 6'8" and built like a bodybuilder, you can bully most, says Steve Smith. Exactly right. And the thing I also like about Etzebeth is the fact that even if, like, it doesn't matter who it is on his side, if someone pushes like a halfback, like if someone pushes de Klerk, there's always one guy right in the face of the opposition, and that's Eben Etzebeth going, why don't you try it with someone who's 6'8", eh? See how you go with me. 117 kgs, built to last, Eben Etzebeth, and has the 100 caps in his pocket to be able to prove it. But Richie Mo'unga with a 78% kicking accuracy at international level, he's got that one over, and New Zealand have got the 3 points to 0 now, so they are still yet to score their first try of this contest, but they have got first points on the board, which is something that has been a bit of a rarity for the All Blacks in the last little while. Richie has a Dan Carter type of 10, and Bodie, it's more like Carlos Spencer. And I guess in a way, you've actually gone with the two sides that the Super Rugby guys link up with, if that makes sense. Richie for the Crusaders, same as Dan Carter, and then Carlos Spencer for the Blues and Bodie Barrett. And then finally a good start from New Zealand. And then it's Beth was well taught by Buckius, both in respect. And there as well, says Lynn, currently 10 metres out from their line here, the All Blacks. Aaron Smith gives it back to Mo'unga, who's given space to be able to kick it way downfield. I don't believe that one's finding touch, and it doesn't. Now on the halfway line, Dwayne Vermeulen going to test out that knee, galloping forward like he's some sort of stallion, which I believe is a very good description of him. Dwayne Vermeulen, he runs very majestically and also very fast. Ludiacha gets his ankles taken out from underneath him. Now Hendrickse goes back to Valimza. They want to go high again here for the Springboks. Caleb Clark leaves it for Mo'unga, but it's going to be taken by Lucanio Arm. But Arnie Savia has been able to clean it up for the All Blacks. Does sell a couple dummies, refuses to give it to the offload. And now Aaron Smith back to Samasoni Takiaho. I don't think we're too far off from seeing a kick from the All Blacks. Vermeulen loses his feet. No, they go with the short pop pass up to Caleb Clark. Uses his pace. It's going to be a bit of a step. He slipped over the altitude. Well, not the altitude. It's just the grass. Didn't want to hold him. Now, pass on the outside to Sam Cane. One more. Will Jordan looks to the corner. Etzebeth able to chase him down. That is fantastically done by the big lock. Willie LaRue's been cleaned out of the breakdown. Back across Geordie Barrett. The All Blacks look like they've lit a fire underneath themselves. Now Richie Mo'unga dragged down. Dweber tries to get in and get the turnover. Unable to do so. Now Takiaho, his opposite number, tries to go through. Finds the offload up to Frizzell. 22 out. Oxnashare on the ball. That was close to a turnover. Smith goes to the short side, finds the offload back. Havili gets wrestled down. Dweber once again looking for the turnover. It's going to be another advantage to the All Blacks. Now, Geordie Barrett, wide cut-out pass to Will Jordan. One more. Sam Cane goes in for the try. How often does that happen? Not very. But Sam Cane scores the first try of the match for the All Blacks. Well, I don't think many people predicted Sam Cane to score the first try, but that is a very nice one. Sam Cane, his first try of 2022, is 16th of the career. And he has been able to go in. All Blacks do take the lead by a little bit more. The first time in 4 games that they've been able to score themselves their first try of the contest. Quicker than the opposition, but 27 minutes in, Sam Cane scores it. We all go like that. There we go. And also, we're going to learn tonight, says Golden Guest. And so, is this an improved performance from Foster, says the Big V8 show. They're certainly doing well. Ian Foster, he was cheering when he saw Sam Cane score on that one. Radio nerves calmed, says cited there. And what is the temperature at the ground? 21 degrees Celsius. They are sitting. Cane scores a try. How the F has happened. And also hot, says Pieta Low. Yeah, currently 21 degrees. And also, alongside that, it is sitting at 19 kilometers an hour of wind. And Sam done something right for once, says Isaac. He's done very nicely there. Sam Cane. It will help the All Blacks get a bit of a lead, but of course, you can never count out the Springboks. Even if they were down by 20, you would still say that they've got a decent chance of being able to pull it back. They've got the super sub of Malcolm Marks, who won't be too far off. And New Zealand $1.48 to win, says Wise One, which is interesting because before the match, they were paying $2.70. And also, Yonowe at 0.8, says Lynn there. 29 minutes through. Richie Mo'unga about to line up this kick. It's a relatively tricky one, probably about 41 metres out on the angle for the All Blacks. Surprising your voice is Paz Irish. Well, that's the thing. Sam Cane was the last man I expected to score a try in this game. And also, whereas Justin Marshall, Sky commentator, Richie Mo'unga tried to bring it back, but it didn't quite work out for him, so it does remain 8-0 for the All Blacks. I believe Justin Marshall will be on the sideline. He was over there doing a bit of a collaboration with Supersport, I believe. You guys are great. Take this game. All Blacks, says Rena. I was got there. Delighted for Sam Cane, says Flinton. But yeah, right place, right time for Sam Cane. The last time I saw that man running down the wing was probably 2018, which the question is, has he found that extra gear that I mentioned? It was a great one. Oh, Shannon Frizzell. Wow. 30 minutes in and Malcolm Marks out on the park. That is a statement from the Springboks. Joseph Dweber gone only after 30 minutes. That's got to be almost some sort of record without having an injury and getting subbed this early on. But I think it's the right option. That's going to be a little chip and chase. It hasn't quite worked out. Damien Willem's a beautiful step there, running his way back through. Tyrell Lomax drags him down. Barrett tries to get in there. And able to turn it over. Hendrickse off to Will Jordan, who did rush up, was shut down the offload for Damien Dialende. Good low tackle made. Sam Whitelock over the ball. He's got the turnover, and the All Blacks have taken it back now. Will Jordan on the short side decides to go back across to the left, and Richie Mo'unga will be kicking it downfield, looking for the 50-22. It's going to be skidding on. It may keep on rolling and rolling and rolling. It's just going to pull up inside of the infield area, about 2 meters out from the Springboks line. And Willie LaRue has to kick it in to touch. A few Kiwis have an egg on their face, and rightly so, for not backing their players, and also win or lose, still coach and wife captain go. Says Spider-Man and Bro, I hope they don't put barrier on. Richie is controlling this team like a true 10 and everyone wants him out. He scores a try South Africa. Do you know what? Fair play to the man, says Sebastian. Yeah, he's had probably, out of all the players, he has had the most pressure on him, you'd have to say. And also scoring scoring first is more important. Scoring in the first 20 minutes, says Flinton O'Mara. And oof, I think we will see Grobbler travelling, says Gareth. Yeah, Joseph Weber unfortunately just didn't quite have the impact that they would have liked when he did get the early stages. Havili tries to go forward. Sam Kane gets in there, but Jaden Hendricks aren't able to keep that ball. Shannon Frizzell almost had a bit of a juggle moving up to the 22. The All Blacks had a majority of the possession in this first half. Barrett tries to go through Nishe. Almost an injury there for Franz Malharba. Offloaded up to Savia. Malharba does have to go through. Peter Stetotoy unable to get that turnover that time. The All Blacks still phase after phase. They are looking like they've had a fire lit underneath them. David Havili, good carry from him. He's actually had about 6 or 7 throughout the early stages of this contest. In just the first 32 minutes, Moonga goes off, offload up to Rico Ioane. Beautifully done to wait until going for the pass. Now Caleb Clark cuts on the inside. Extremely high tackle by Ludiacha, and that will be a lot of trouble for them. The ball sits up. Whitelock tried to go through. He's got to offload it back to Rico Ioane, who drops his head, but the All Blacks have still got that advantage. Ludiacha, depending on what they decide, could end up with himself in the bin. I don't believe so, though. I don't think it was cynical enough. And now around, Adi Savia just 1 meter short of the line. The ball bounces out once again. Aaron Smith gives it off. Takiaho's over. And it's another try for the All Blacks. They have got themselves 2 in a row. And now relentless from the All Blacks, says Justin Marshall. But Takiaho has been able to go in and get himself a try for the ABs. It looked like it was close to him dropping the ball, but he was able to spin using his momentum. And in the 32nd minute, the All Blacks have struck once again in this one. It was great defense from Eben Etzebev to be able to stop Adi Savia from going in. Men on a mission, says Isaac, and guys come down. No burning any box jerseys, says Lynn. And also, we have got where ABs have woken up. And I mean, a lot of people in news, close to dropping that one, Tokyo. I think the ball rolled out of his hands after he did manage to put it down. And also, we have got a lovely spammer there. We'll go like that. There we go. See you later. I feel bad. And the flanker and the hooker and probable try scorers. Hang on. They're going to be checking to see whether or not Takiaho did drop this one. He still got hold of that one. They are saying he just transferred it from one hand. Maybe the Ireland losses and the Springbok loss last week, giving a wake up to the sleeping gigantic that the All Blacks, or that is the All Blacks that we know South African supporters sent to bots. Your chat, which is usual and lovely space, says Lynn. And the bots are self-destructing as usual, says Jan Muck. Although I will still mention early in this game, if the All Blacks can get themselves this many points in the first half with Malcolm Marx out there on the field, I am pretty confident that we will see the Springboks being able to fire back in this game. We want the girls, bro, says Peter Pietalo. And finally, people playing for the jersey. And box don't sound too flashy, says Stephen Bissett. They've been making a few little mistakes. They will be disappointed with. Moonga struck it beautifully from the touchline. And that will now make the score 15-0 in favour of the All Blacks after 34 minutes. Box forever, says Rajan. And also, I think ABs will win this one, says YouTube user. And the fact that they were $2.70 underdogs going into this game. Beautiful game, says Golden Guest. And also, South African crowd silent as, says in the chat. It doesn't actually have a name. It's just got the time that it was sent. So I don't know whether or not you've got yourself a name there. But it's kicked off long. Barrett takes it, almost flipped over backwards. But the group, that Southland strength, able to hold him upright. Smith goes back across to Samasoni Takiaho now. All Blacks inside of their own 22 will look to fire this one back. Shannon Frizzell once again runs hard. Malcolm Marx waiting patiently for his opportunity to turn over the ball. And that is one thing the All Blacks need to make sure that they don't allow for this one. The spammer did pop up for me. Have they found a way? Says Sebastian. No, I think it was just that quick getting rid of it. That one's gone into touch. And it will now be, I believe, a line out for the Springboks. A little bit of a mistake there from the All Blacks. That would be a long shot, but not impossible in my opinion, says Steve Smith. And then the box having an absolute shocker, says Master Mal. And also, nope, I won't stop hating Foster, says Marco Vanapola. So will the Foster haters finally shut up in the Kiwis? Or if the Kiwis take this? Okay. Subs are being made. Kitsoff is out there. Vincent Koch is out there. Jesper Visa is out there. South Africa making flat-out changes here. I wonder, who is he on for? Jesper Visa, that is. Is he on for Peter Steph Toy? Because I still see Khaleesi. No, he's on for Dwayne Vermeulen, which for me is something that I thought they would have done initially anyway. Had Jesper Visa start Vermeulen off the bench, bring him back in a little bit lighter, then chucking him in at altitude. That's pretty much saying, hey, is your knee sore? Get out there, see how it goes in the hardest possible conditions. The only thing that would make it worse is if it's snowing. And his feet froze to the pitch. But now Malcolm Marx at the back of the rolling maul, 22 metres out, 4 minutes left on the clock. for this first half. The All Blacks trying to defend it. They've got a few solid individuals in there. It looks like South Africa will have to use this one. Well shut down by the ABs. Hendrickse goes across to Willemse. Nice pass. That was beautifully done. One more off to Lukanyoam. Looks for the corner. Clark misses the tackle. It's too easy for Lukanyoam. And that one, unfortunately, is all on Caleb Clark. Missing the one-on-one tackle. Will Jordan thought that he had him, so he held off. But Clark did let Lukanyoam through. He's a slippery man down the wing. And the Springboks are back in the contest. We'll go like that. And we will go like that as well. There we go. The Springboks try scorers, Lukanyoam, able to get it 36 or 37 minutes through. And the thing is, as soon as they make those extra subs, I don't know whether or not those subs had anything to do with that play. It was more just a precise backline. And Lukanyoam was able to score it. Caleb Clark missing the tackle. Will Jordan tried his best to stop him, but it was too little too late for the All Blacks. Caleb Clark just slipping off that tackle. And Will Jordan unable to get onto him. I see Willie LaRue got tackled for his process as well. And try. Says Steve Smith, and unbelievable. Says Sided, and also welcome back. Says Abdul Malik, welcome in, mate. Hope you are doing brilliantly. If you are new to the channel, anyone who is watching, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. Our goal by the start of the match was actually 15,770. No, it wasn't. It was 15,750. So if we haven't already hit that, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. It is hugely appreciated you guys all being here. Will Jordan's defense was sus. Says Dean, I don't think it was Will Jordan's fault there. I think he was relying on the fact that Caleb Clark was going to be able to make the tackle. And then from there, it was just too little too late. Like, he still made the low tackle. Caleb Clark, he was drifting across. It's the missed tackle. And you see, Will Jordan, initially he did have the man on the inside. But Caleb Clark, because he missed that tackle, he was just left in a bit of a gap there. But we have also got there, South Africa never gone in, or we're never going anywhere exactly right. Like I mentioned, they can be down by 20 and they'll still be able to find a way back into most contests for the Springboks. How can I watch the game? If you have got a VPN, I do recommend checking out Stan Sport. You will be able to get yourself a 7-day free trial. We have actually got a VPN. If you guys do want to use it, that is our link for anyone who does want to sign up for a VPN. And slow start, good inbox, says Jerry there. And 30 points clear, and I'll start celebrating not with alcohol because I'm already drinking, says Normie Kiwi. There's this game not over till it's over. At the moment, Aaron Smith, he's got this one available on the halfway line. Samisoni Takiaho, the man who was able to get the second try of the match. Malcolm Marks, they are doing well to shut him down. Frizzell's had another handling area. He had that last week. Aaron Smith rips it away, but it will be going back for the scrum in favour of the Boks. $2.80 for the win for the South Africans. And Boks missing Kurtley Arinsur. He was a great contester for the ball in the air. And yeah, unfortunately, just the inexperience of Arinsur did really cost him because he ran straight through the bottom of Beauden Barrett. Luckily, because he hasn't been a multiple-time offender when it comes to red cards and suspensions, he only got 4 weeks rather than 8. And what the full game? And there says Calvin. So yeah, Stan Sport free trial is your best bet to be able to do so. And if the score is close, last 20 minutes will be good, says I'm nutty. Exactly right in respect to the Boks, says James. And how's the scrum doing? It's been a little bit scrappy at the start, I'd say. The Springboks, I believe they've only been able to retain one of their scrums, whereas they have given away 2 free kicks. The All Blacks are actually almost in the same boat. And also, what a bad start, says Safini. And also time on the clock. Currently, we are sitting 39.5 minutes through. So it does mean this will more than likely be the last play of the first half. And this is the ultimate test rugby nail biting for both sides, says Cited. Hendrickse feeds the ball in. And the Boks trying to get the penalty. It's gone down in the front row. They get the advantage. Currently inside of their own half. Willie LaRue once again tries to find the pass on the outside to Lukanyoam. It's brilliant defense from Rico Ioane, who's able to take him down now. Hendrickse passes back across to Jasper Visa, the leading tackler in the competition. Another advantage, and it's a penalty for offside. Okay, no, it's not offside. They're going back across the field for the knock-on. Got to admire the physicality. The Springboks bring, though it makes any meters. Sorry, though, if you make any meters with the Boks, you're doing well. There we go. We had to drink because my voice was about to disappear. Which is the last thing we want because we haven't just got this game. We have got our post-match review live stream that we are going to be doing on the channel. And then alongside that, we have also got the matchup taking place between Australia and Argentina. Right, it looks like Andre Pollard's willing to take a kick at the post here. And the bench is so physical. Sheesh, says Dean Adams, exactly right. Although one benefit for the All Blacks is Springboks have already made 5 changes from their bench, which we will be looking at a little bit further in depth half-time, but they have made the changes of Malcolm Marks, Stephen Kitsoff, I believe... No, they haven't made Vincent Koch come out on the field yet, so they've actually only made the 4 changes. Sorry, they did have that injury of Jesse Creel. He has not made his way back out onto the field, so that is why he was replaced by Willie LaRue. And then the last one, it was Jasper Fes on the field for Dwayne Vermeulen and entered game complacent. This is exactly what I was afraid of, says Lynn. And as Pollard gone that distance, even at altitude, says, I'm nutty. He can sort them over from here, Andre Pollard, if he gets it right. If he strikes it beautifully, he will certainly be looking to get it all the way to the post. You're really good. And this feels like I'm watching the game without streaming, says Calvin. Do appreciate that a lot, mate. Pollard, it's drifting. Oh, he's got it. Andre Pollard nails it, does the fist bump. We go into halftime with a 5-point difference between these two sides, 10 points to 15. What a game of rugby we have had so far. That 3 is with respect. Big change, solid first half. Says Golden Guess, and Quagga will change this game. And yeah, we'll be coming off the bench just a little bit later on. Good try by Kevin Durante, brother. Says Master Mal, and going for the kick from 55 metres. Yes, 15-10. Says Bevan. And yes, says Kyle, just made it. Says I'm nutty. Yeah, perfectly got it. Reminded me of my kicking, other than the fact that I can't kick it from 20 metres out. But I sometimes get close. I think was the point I was making there. But anyone who is new to the channel, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. We're going to be getting some stats up for this contest, so you know exactly who have been the star performers for their 2 sides. But at the moment, we are actually only 200 subscribers away from the 16,000. So if you do want to help us out, please do hit that subscribe button, as it is hugely appreciated. And like I mentioned, we've got another match that is coming just a little bit later on. I don't understand the fitness jibes our commentators keep making against South Africa. Looks other way from my point of view, says Hensel. And there as well. Yeah, that's the thing. I know in that first match, there was a little bit of criticism against the Springboks because they said that they were trying to slow it down by having injury breaks, but there were actually more stoppages from the All Blacks than the Springboks. So I thought that was a little bit of a rough statement, but like you mentioned, it's actually the South African commentators or the South Africans who sometimes mention it. I know that the All Blacks fans do as well, I should mention. So yeah, it's a tricky one, but I feel like at altitude, it's always going to be tough. Are you at the stadium? I am not. I am at a fake stadium, but this is the stadium they are playing at. I'm just not there, and I don't even want to watch the game when I have quality live commentary like this. Great work, man. Your pronunciation of the names is spot on too, says Dervin, and I do hugely appreciate that, mate. We have got plenty more coming. The URC is just around the corner, and we are going to be covering a majority of those games on the channel as well. That scrum in the 5, looking for a statement. Big change for the man, Ryan Hamey. Says it was golden there. And also tell you what, the chat is going very, very quickly at the box. Are coming back. Finally, the refs are it also was a smart kick, says Joe. Yeah, getting them within the 7 points, it's going to be massive for them heading into the later stages of this contest, because we've seen many times just a couple points can split the All Blacks and the Springboks. We have got a new channel member as well. Thank you very much, Lila Botha. I do appreciate that a lot. You now have access to exclusive emojis on the stadium and great stadium pictures, says YouTube user. And also, we have got, yes, YouTube user now waiting for the second half. It's going to be a massive one, but we have got some stats that we have got. So, match stats, there we go. So far, we have seen quite a few tries throughout this game, which has been quite entertaining. And jersey number 10, says Lynn, and ABs will falter in the third quarter, too complacent, says Shane there. 60% possession for the ABs, and that has certainly been helping them out. But 2 tries for the All Blacks, 331 metres carried, compared to the Springboks, who have had 1 try, 250 metres carried, which is actually more than we used to see from the Springboks. So that is promising in the direction they're going. Defenders beat them 13 for the All Blacks, 6 for the Springboks, 5 clean breaks for the All Blacks, 2 for the Springboks. What's your thoughts about this game? I think we're seeing an All Blacks side that are showing that they want it. And I like the fact that they haven't completely given up, because at the end of the day, it's very easy when you know that your coach is almost halfway out the door to go, doesn't really matter. But they are showing that at the moment, as long as they keep on playing the way that they are, they're going to be in this contest to the final moment, which is something we didn't see in that first match in South Africa. Havili with a poor exit option after that second try turned the momentum for South Africa. Done play, says T-Mac, and All Blacks dominating the box, plus the scoreline flat as the box. Says Juju, I don't know about dominating. It's still relatively close, although they have had to make a lot more tackles in this game. The Springboks currently making 80 missing 13 compared to the All Blacks, who have made 42. They have missed 6. Then also the discipline side of things, we've seen, I believe, we've seen 4 penalties against the Springboks, including 1 yellow card, and then 3 penalties against the All Blacks. And welcome to the Kiwi lads, Leta Botha, and South Africa's aerial game and breakdown threat was non-existent in my opinion. Yeah, we didn't really see too much of those breakdown turnovers. We actually saw more from the All Blacks, which was quite a surprise. But Malcolm Marx, now that he's out on the field, I think he's going to have a fun time in the second half. And Weber was struggling. He was. But it was always going to be the risk playing a guy who's only had 2 caps rather than playing your guy who brought up his 50th, had a man-of-the-match performance. The fact that he wasn't in the starting lineup was always going to be that risk. And then you lose Bongi or Manambi, and it just seemed like it was going to be even more of a risk when the door will shut on the All Blacks and Fozzie must say goodbye. I just take Barney Gumball's advice and kick him for goal and pitch everyone in their underwear, and all my nerves will disappear, says Steve Smith. Are we actually watching the match here or just the commentating? It is just commentary. I do apologise for not being able to show the game, but due to licensing, it does mean that we are unable to show any match footage or audio on the channel. Do you think the Box will make a comeback? I think so. I think they're still a very capable side. There's plenty of time left on the clock. They're only 5 points down. 1 converted try and they're in the lead, which is something the All Blacks will want to try and avoid. But Peter Steph-Toy, with that brilliant run that he had down the wing, he has actually got the most running meters out of any South African, sitting on 51 meters carried from just 1 carry. He's only had 51 meters. Not too bad of an average there. Lucanio Arm was able to score the try for South Africa, also having 44 meters carried, 3 carries, 1 defender beaten, 1 clean break. And then for the All Blacks, we've seen Will Jordan run 84 meters, seen 62 from Caleb Clark, 4 defenders beaten, 2 clean breaks. And then Artie Savia, 56 meters carried, 2 tries for the All Blacks. They were scored by Sam Cane and Samasoni Takiaho. We have got Dweba, still a great hooker, but he can't compete with his compatriot. Sorry, I said that really weird for that spot in the Box squad. And great job, Hamish commentary. Well, a great commentary, Hamish. And winners free on air available, Hamish. Says Spider Mix. So your best bet, if you do want to be able to watch this game for free, the unfortunate side of things, that's kind of a disclaimer, is you will have to have money in your account that you can kind of sign up with your credit card. But then after a certain time, like you'll just end up pretty much saying, I'd like a refund. Since it's a 30-day money-back guarantee, you do that. And then also sign up for a 7-day free trial on Stan. But that is with our link that we have got there for a VPN. You can get the 2-year deal just in case you do decide that you want to keep it around. It's a decent price overall, and it does give you a little bit of security when you are online. Stadium Shake contributed to missed tackles, says YouTube user. Really? And great coverage and content, lads. Well done, says Malcolm. Thank you very much, mate. Hugely appreciate it. I do see New Zealand's in your name, so it is an interesting one. Maybe we do see New Zealand have a good second half, but I appreciate all you guys from New Zealand who are here, Australian, South African, Fijian. In fact, do let us know where you are watching this live stream from, ladies and gentlemen. Thank goodness Creel is off, says BC, and Weber is scudder into Benny level, says RJJ, and Bordeaux let him go for a reason. Here's cross-eyed throw and says I am nutty, and also Box will put in more firepower in the second half, says YouTube user. Yeah, they'll have a fire lit underneath them for the second half, similar to what we saw for the All Blacks in the first. I think we are going to see a more aggressive way that they go from Hong Kong, says the Big V8 show. Melbourne, says Joe Webby, watching from Brisbane. Says William, Fiji, Liverpool, Cyprus, Ireland. It's quite awesome that we've got so many people from different regions of the world. Romania, from Sebastian there, and hopefully the Box don't score too many in there. And also watching from sunny London, says Carl Bates. Of course, you guys are still in your summer, aren't you? So it's looking very nice. They're watching from Canada, great, says Bruce. And also Melbourne, says Xavier there as well. From South Africa, been watching your channel since last year, and now I only realized I never subscribed, says Dwayne. I won't hold it against you. Anyone else who hasn't subscribed already, be sure to leave a like and subscribe to the channel. It's hugely appreciated. We're on the road to 16,000 subscribers. So if you do want to help us out, please do. We are only 180 away. I think we may be able to get there by the end of this live stream. So Afrikaans words, Kiwi lads, or Rugby lads. So the best Afrikaans that I know is Yao Lekker Ding and also Baya Donkey. They are the only ones that I can say. Unfortunately, I'm watching from cold and rainy Cape Town. Always enjoy the commentary. Thanks, Hamish, says Oliver. And watching from Piers, is Galvin. And still waiting on that Antarctica viewer, Hamish. It's coming one day. One day, we will have someone from Antarctica popping in. I don't know how the data or the Wi-Fi goes for them in Antarctica. Watching from Berlin, Germany, says Stuart. and there. And also Denmark says down under. And also say, I don't know whether or not that is the best saying to say, Peter. At the end, Havili do be passing the ball to the ghost. And also there will be an epic day, says Sebastian. And I'm from South Africa, but I'm in Singapore, says Regine. And there, but I don't believe we're too far away from the second half getting back underway. It's currently 11 a.m. in Arkansas in the USA. Nice to wake up to the All Blacks leading for a change, says Kerman. And a big change was the fact that they were able to score themselves the first try of the match. Your channel will grow bigger, says YouTube user. Yeah, it's been incredible the amount of support that you guys have been showing. Over the past 2 years, we have been doing this, and every single live stream, you guys always turn up. And it's absolutely hugely appreciated. Watching from Moscow, says Ed Smith there, Netherlands. What a game we have. Let's go, says Nathan. I think we've ticked off like 20 countries at least, maybe even closer to 50. And also, we have got, well, great work as usual. You're very sharp, can keep up with the chat and commentate as well. Very impressive, says Master Mal. Yeah, it is quite a tricky one. Madagascar, says Cookie Food, in there as well. But yeah, it's one of those ones that if you can balance it, it doesn't go too badly for you. If you can't balance it, it gets very tricky. Watching from Sunny Court, 400 likes. If you haven't already, be sure to leave a like on this live stream. Also hit that subscribe button while you're at it. Ludiaka, the leading tackler for South Africa with 12, 11 for Frans Malherbe. And then for the All Blacks, the most tackles we've seen was actually, it's from Sam Cane. So not only has he scored a try, not only has he got the leading tackles for New Zealand, but he's also, he's had 6 running meters. Okay, never mind. I thought he had a few more than that. Grow so big, you can't get the right, or you can get the rights to stream the games. That is the absolute dream. That is for sure. Are you going to be on for the Aussie game? We certainly are. We are going to be doing Australia versus Argentina. If you lose the bet, you're here, says Kelvin. And yeah, I did say if the South Africans do win, this part goes, and I am left with just the mustache for the next live stream. We don't braai, we drink. Really enjoying the commentary. Thanks, mate. Says Owen, hugely appreciated, brother. And yeah, I am glad to see that you guys have been enjoying it. We did quite a long build-up on the channel, but this match was huge, so we had to do something for it. I should mention anyone who is keen on other sports and gaming. We have got the Kiwi Lads Sport YouTube channel, which I will put a link to in the chat right now. We have got a video coming up tomorrow with myself and George playing UFC 4, so a little bit of a gaming one. But we also do a few other live streams. Provincial Rugby's been on there. And also alongside that, a bit of the NRL is on that channel as well. Also football coming up soon on there. Cricket, you name it. We are covering plenty of sports in the near future. Sevens World Cup will be coming up on this one. So I love this channel, says Cookie Food. Hugely appreciated. Yeah, mate. I'm watching from the super yacht somewhere in the Mediterranean. Jeez, living the good life, Craig. By the sounds of it, it's 10:15 in Denmark. And Hamish is and watching from the space station, says Albert. I wonder what a stadium would look like. Maybe not quite not quite from space, but relatively high up. Google Earth's probably the nicest way of doing it. And also, UFC 4, nice. Did you use real fighters or did you create your own fighters? We made the ultimate fight card. So we had a whole heap of massive clashes that will probably never happen on the same card. But maybe if you guys are keen on that video, we could look at doing some other things type thing. And also we have got there, watching from the 8th dimension, and Ronnie Peters has got Forever Sports are panicking. Says Ronnie, although it's still early days, the Springboks are down by 5. They still have the capabilities of being able to go on. So if you are in South Africa or you support the Springboks, do not panic yet, is all I'm going to say. The All Blacks, if they play like they did in that last match, Springboks may be able to get themselves quite a few points in the second half. If the All Blacks play like they did in that first half, though, might be a little bit trickier. Watching from Utah, USA. Now, I try to send Super Chat, but it's not accepting. Love your vids. Says Seconds to Destroy. And there, no worries at all. Anyone who is new, all you got to do, hit that subscribe button. That is more than enough of a Super Chat for myself. As you saw earlier on, Steve went absolutely berserk with the button. So I feel like that's got us set for a while. And thanks to Kiwi Lads, listening to your lovely commentary here in Cape Town. Game on, if you say so. Al scoreboard currently, says Lynn. And also watching from Mars, says Reality always wins. Now watching from the Playboy Mansion. That was a very quick trip from the space station to the Playboy Mansion, unless they've kind of got them next to each other. That's what Elon Musk would be wanting anyway, I would think. You are amazing, says Cookie Food. And there, I thought that was an All Black joining some people in the crowd for a beverage, but I realized it's a supporter in an All Blacks kit. I was going to say they probably aren't allowed to drink the actual All Blacks, and also Manoj, watching from China. Definitely this game is far from over. Kiwi have a slight advantage, but Bok still very much in it. Yeah, 2 penalties early on, and the Springboks are in the lead. A try that's converted early on, Springboks are in the lead. The All Blacks need quite a few more points if they do want a chance of being able to win this game. I'm watching from my home in Auckland, and it's currently 6:15 in Denmark, and it's scorching rugby sausages plus beer is awesome, says Shane. Sounds like quite the combo there. It's the combination that the All Blacks will be open to have as their celebratory meal, but it could also be the farewell meal of Ian Foster, watching from an 86-inch flat screen. You're doing a great job by keeping us company. Keep it up, says Kelvin. And my stream's lagging. I need to refresh damn Optus, says Steve. And watching from Mauritius, says Pega there. Keep the speed. All Blacks won't be stopped. Watching from South Africa and hoping that the All Blacks will win, says Estelle. But the sides are making their way back onto the park. 40 minutes will determine who is the victor in this contest. If you haven't already, be sure to hit that subscribe button. We're on the road to 16,000. The goal is to hit it by the end of the live stream, and we are currently only 160 away. And also contribution towards shavings cream expense following the Bok win, says Franz Schmidt. Do appreciate that a lot, mate. I like the confidence. And also, I mean, it's beneficial, isn't it? Because at the end of the day, me with just a mustache, I feel like there's only a few people in the rugby world who can pull off a mustache that's just a mustache. You've got the likes of Nick White. He's normally a pretty popular one. Who else just has mustache? That wasn't quite a sentence. Who else has a mustache? I've just realized I can't think of anyone else, but I can think of so many people. Is this televised in Australia? It is on Stan Sport as your best one. And also someone just gifted me membership. Yeah, they did it. Xavier Brown earlier on did gift you the membership at Tenny. And kickoff, yes, says Bevan. We are back underway. Andre Pollard gets us underway for the second half. And now Clark takes it, gives it off to Frizzell, tries to break his way through Kitsoff and Ludiacha. Now Aaron Smith waiting for it at the back. Looks like they might consider going to the pocket, and they do so. Richie Moonga kicks downfield. It's a good kick, and it's gone down towards the halfway line to just go into touch. And that is about as much distance as he could have gotten on that one. How bloody expensive can shaving gel be? Says Sebastian there, and also New Zealand prop. Can't remember his name, says Dean. Oh, Carl Tuanukiafi, that is the one. That's probably a name that's very easy to forget if you don't know how to spell it. And I'm Afrikaans, says Lynn. Now Malcolm Marks about to throw this ball in. His first line-out throw for South Africa. Gone in, taken by Diaga, and they will try and go for a bit of a rolling maul. It's going to be an advantage for, I believe, picking up the leg. And he's still picking up the leg. Who is that? Because he's given away about 3 penalties in a row for picking up the leg and the rolling maul. But now the counter-attack from South Africa. Makazole Mapimpi tries to pin the air back. Good cover defense from Rico Ioane. Went for the counter-ruck, and it is going to be going back for the initial penalty. Ian Foster has a mustache, but it's brown and has a bad smell, says I'm nutty. And yeah, I wasn't going to get close to that, says Dean Adams. I prefer mustache Carl. Watching from a mountain in Slovenia. Love your work, mate, says Heath. I do appreciate you being here all the way from Slovenia. I want to say that it is about maybe 6 p.m. over there, Heath, if I'm not wrong. I could have that slightly wrong, though. Right, who was it in there who was holding the lead? First of all, it was Whitelock. No, might have been Frizzell for a start. And then I want to say it was actually Sam Whitelock did end up giving away the penalty. What's your favourite commentators? Personally, mine's the Kiwi fellas, says Oscar in there. Is that for myself? Because I love listening to Grant Nisbet. I feel like him and Ian Smith were kind of like the ones that I heard a lot growing up. Definitely with the cricket as well for Ian Smith. Kind of became that voice of the cricket. But that is a good kick downfield from Andre Pollard. That's BS. That over 10 metres advantage over, says Chris Seo there. And bang on with the Slovenian time, says Sebastian. Oh, I'm getting better at my time zones. Buller from Fiji, says Abhishek, welcome in. Now Malcolm Marks ready to throw this ball in. 42 minutes gone in this contest. Still plenty of time left. Peter Steftatoy takes it nicely. 30 metres out from the line. Now the Springboks start to roll. And Malcolm Marks starts to march. And any time that happens, it's normally danger for your opposition. The All Blacks defending it pretty well, though, although now it starts to creep a little bit further forward. Still hanging on to it. It wheels around. Malcolm Marks strategically waiting for this one. And Hendrickson now gives it off to Damian Valimza. The pass wasn't the best, as I don't think Valimza was initially supposed to get it. Malcolm Marks almost had to clean that one up, but instead Pollard runs it hard at Sam Whitelock. Now passed up to Kitsoff. South Africa, I don't believe they made any other changes. The All Blacks are yet to make any. Jasper Visa does get taken down by Samasoni Takiaho. Savia tries to get the turnover in the breakdown, wasn't quite able to do so. Malcolm Marks, good charge by him. Sam Whitelock needs to roll away. Believe he's going to end up giving away the penalty. Almost no, he is all right just for now. Peter Steph-Toy moves up to the 22. The All Blacks defending well, 36 meters left. Oh, playing advantage for a no-arms tackle. This could be quite big. This is a rugby game. See Verena there. Nice pass. Damien Dialende gets a little bit closer. Hendrickse now goes back across. Jasper Vesa, the leading tackler at the start of this round. Although I believe now, since he came off the bench, he won't quite be there anymore. Pollard goes off to Valimsey, throws it off into the hands of Will Jordan, and it's going back for the penalty. And Keith Quinn was great. Says Joe Webby. And also we have got there in the chat, not quite Croatia is ex-Yugoslavian country. Slovenia is not. And then also we've got a new member. Thank you very much, Sapati. It's hugely appreciated. You had an our channel membership button. You now have access to the exclusive emojis. A little bit of skill there from Luke Pearce. I believe Pollard will be taking on the 3 points. You're straight out in front, 22 meters out. You've got to go for it if you are the Springboks. And that will close the gap to only 2 points once this one goes over. Box and attack mode now. They certainly are. Looks like Fletcher Nall, the youngster, warming up. He's only 20 years of age and about to get himself a debut for the for the All Blacks. Even in fact, he might be 22 now that I think about it. Was the advantage initially. They said it was a no-arms tackle. Who was it? Who made the no-arms tackle? Okay, it wasn't that one anyway. But they are showing, and look at the map. Says, I'm Narian Bulavanaka. Says, Apele, welcome in, mate. Hope you are doing well. And also, although Slovenia and Croatia are neighbours, and 12 to 15, says Jeff there, although this will become 13 if this one goes over from Pollard. And it does indeed. So now the score, only 2 points difference, like I mentioned, between these two sides. It's getting closer. And all the Springboks need is another penalty to kick over. And they will get themselves just a little bit further ahead. But Peter Steph-Toy ran hard. Okay, so they've actually said it was Ethan de Groot who didn't wrap his arms, instead just kind of took out the legs. I play cricket with the Slovenian. He's pretty good. So here's Fluffy, has kicked long, and Jasper Vesa does clean up for South Africa. Good run, extra meters. Lutiacha taken off the field. That is for Franco Mostert. So I believe Herschel Yankees and also Quagga Smith and Vincent Koch. Those are the three left for the Springboks. That ball's gone high. Will Jordan trying to line it up. It's a knock on. And once again, an awkward one under the high ball for the All Blacks. Counter-attack coming up now for the Springboks. Willie LaRue looks on his inside, instead goes on the outside. Lucanio arm. He's got a bit of toe. He's got a man with him. Rico Ioane steals it off him, though. Peter Steph-Toy, did he drop to the knee? I think he might have, but it might be a penalty, is it? No. It's a penalty to the All Blacks instead. He had it at his second go, they said. And that was from Luke Pearce. Yes, but Visa is high quality. You end it, Amish. And there as well says Fergus and Colorado. And I play cricket with my chat, or with my cat. He's dead, says Peter Lowe. And also we have got Box now crawling back, says YouTube user. And also jersey number 10. Says Lynn Richie Moonga kicks it into touch, but that was a little bit lucky for the All Blacks because anytime South Africa have been able to find a little bit of space, you can see the crowd fully get behind them. Rico Ioane, he read it perfectly, was on the inside, and that was due to the defence that we did see on the outside. And ref given the game away, says only splash there as well. Although Peter Steph-Toy, he did drop to that knee before going over the ball, which is why the ref called it the second chance. Takiaho goes over the top. It's going to be loose, and it's picked up beautifully by David Arvili. Tries to find the pop pass up. It's gone to Whitelock, who hurdles his own teammate. Peter Steph-Toy once again tries to go over the ball. Oh, it's a big shot from Jasper Vesa. Shannon Frizzell tries to jump in and hit him, I think it was, which is something that we do need to be careful of because Shannon Frizzell, he has got a short fuse, and he certainly just tried to go for it and also got that wrong. Should know better, says Gareth. And also, hi, I just woke up. Welcome in, mate. Hope you are doing well. I'm going to have to quickly go like this. 2 points deficit. And there. And also, here we go. We'll go like that. And handbags. There's no mum. Yeah, those two were fighting a little bit there. Okay. Okay, Luke Pearce is asking the question of whether or not Jasper Vesa took out Aaron Smith late. Now, for me, in real time, it didn't seem that late, but I guess in the replay, it's the question of how late, and Foster must be biting his nails. He certainly will be at the moment. Right. They're trying to check whether or not Jasper Vesa did hear the whistle. Everyone finding out how's their mother, says cited And there as well by Jasper Wiese. I'd like to think that he wouldn't have given away the penalty here. So it was the penalty. That was quite late. Unfortunately for Jasper Wiese. Now, if he didn't hear the whistle, that would be understandable. Shannon Frizzell, though, leads with an elbow. You can't do that, or else you get yourself probably yellow carded. So that is something they might also look at. They're going to reverse the penalty for Jasper Wiese hitting him late. That is massive. Okay. So Sia Khaleesi's going, he didn't hear it. Luke Pearce says everyone else heard it apart from Jasper Wiese. And it was pretty late. But then I would have liked to see another look at Shannon Frizzell, the way that he went into Jasper Wiese from behind. Because it looked like he tried to give him a good elbow to the side of the head, although we didn't get to look at that too often. But it's been reversed, and it is now going to be the penalty to the All Blacks. I mean, to be fair, he got him with a decent shot, Jasper Wiese, but they don't show Shannon Frizzell running in, which I think is something I'll look at a little bit more. Oh my gosh, what is happening there? But now it is going to be a kick for the post for Richie Mo'unga. And also, ref is always to blame, apparently, says Steve Smith. And also we have got there, over F6 says Peter Lowe. Sorry, I keep on saying Peter Lowe, don't I? But I'll try my best to get it right from now on. 37 metres out from the line here, Richie Mo'unga trying to add just a little bit of extra points on there. And no, we don't want Frizzell for the red. So, shh about that, says Crackle. And Shannon Frizzell, and unnecessary violence unheard of, says the Big V8 show. Yeah, he loves a scrap, doesn't he? Consistency by the rest, what is needed, says Joe Webby. Mo'unga lines it up, and that is going to be 3 points for the All Blacks. So because of that penalty, they get themselves back to a 5-point lead. That man, I believe, might have had a broken nose. But not wrong. And also we have got there, this will be a tight game, says Calvin. It certainly will be 18-13, says Bevan. And like they're saying, the All Blacks, they are still yet to use any of their substitutions, which is massive. You can always outplay the ref. So don't mind about the ref, says Yuppie. And there as well, Pollard's kicked it downfield. Once again, going for the long one. Caleb Clark goes back to Mo'unga. And he gives it an almighty heave. His kicking has been brilliant today. Richie Mo'unga, you've got to give him credit for that. And thanks for the detailed description, mate, says Rajin. Hopefully I did describe it well enough that you were able to understand, I guess, what the penalty was for and what ended up taking place for that one. And now South Africans in attendance. They have probably got a good 65,000 South Africans. 60,000 South Africans, 5,000 Kiwis. Malcolm Mark's about to throw this ball, and we are currently 50 minutes in. It's going to be nicely stolen by the ABs. They've got it back on the halfway line. So Malcolm Mark's not normally having his line out stolen. Rieko Ioane tries to go through, almost able to skip through that defensive line, but better Steph Toy with a brilliant tackle. Smith goes off to the right-hand side. Mo'unga almost with the handling error. He did manage to regather. Smith back across to Taukiaho. He has been solid throughout this game. A good run forward. Peter Steph Toy still looking for that turnover, but he hasn't been able to quite get it throughout this contest. Nice run forward. Smith, 45 minutes out. Lomax with the loose ball. Quick hands from Mo'unga off to Jordan now. Artie Savia, no space at all. And he's hit hard in the tackle by Franco Mostert. Now Lomax still 40 out, and we're up to 7 phases. It's a penalty to South Africa. Peter Steph Toy, he didn't get his body over the ball that time, but it was in through the side, which did end up with the penalty. And also enjoying the game. Keep up the good work all the way from Ireland, says Paul Ryan. So yeah, I do appreciate you being here for this one. At 60,000 South Africa and 50,000 or 5,000 ABs fans. Yeah, I think the split, you could hear the really loudness of the Springbok supporters in the early stages of the contest. Slowed down a little bit in the later stages just because they know that they are in for a really tough game for the last little while. Although I like the fact that the Springboks kicked for the corner there. It does mean now that they will be 15 metres out. Another change for the Springboks. The All Blacks are yet to make one single sub. And now it is going to be Sia Khaleesi off the field for Kwagga Smith. Vincent Koch, he is on the field. Mr. Incredible as he looks like him. And that is going to be number 18. So the only sub that they haven't made is Herschel Youngkies. Other than that, the Springboks have emptied their bench. Sia Khaleesi looks a bit disappointed to not be out there for the rest of the game. I'm looking around to see if Hendricks is still there. The All Blacks, okay, they have made their first sub, and that is George Bauer on the field for Ethan de Groot. The one change that is made by the All Blacks. They are driving South Africa backwards in the rolling maul. It's become an advantage, though, so this could be 3 points for South Africa if they want it, but instead they're going to use their backline first. Valimza goes to Pollard. Good low tackle on him by Rico Ioane. Kane bumped off in the tackle by Damien Dialende. Now, they want to turn this into 5 points or 7 rather than just the 3. Detoya's a runner. It's another advantage against the All Blacks for being a little bit offside. Savia rushing up. Now, nice pass from Willie LaRue. Might have been flat, might have been 4, but instead it's going to be Lucanio Arm. Almost got it on the inside. Tell you what, for Limsa's claiming it, they're going to have to check this one. And also, there's a problem with South African supporters. They don't know how to support through thick and thin. I think through thin, says Lynn. And do you think Foster will be going on the Northern Autumn Tour? If he is having a win here, New Zealand Rugby said if he doesn't get a single win in South Africa, he has to resign. If he gets a win, though, I guess he doesn't have to. A long time no see. Hope you're well, fam. Says Steve Smith there. But Yankees, are we on in the 68th? Coach told so. Spread the news. Oh, his foot's on the line for Lucanio Arm. He was in touch. I would have loved to see. Okay, there was also a knock-on from Damien Valimza. And let's get it, Hamish, says Nathan. And there as well. And South Africa try coming up. Watching from Turkey. Says Mustafa there. Now, they will be going back for the initial penalty. I think Andre Pollard's just putting it in the referee's mind. You know, we've had a few down this end of the field. Maybe a yellow card could be a decent option. Was that who I thought it was? I don't know. Was that Victor Matfield? Maybe not. I don't know. It was hard to tell. And on the line, my guy. And let's get a try, says Lynn. Right, what does South Africa do now? They're 10 metres out from the line. I think they're kicking for the corner. Yes, they are. Love the commentary. I don't know. I hope you get a job out of it. Mama's voice says, I am nutty. There's on. I should mention this is not the last commentary that we are doing of the day. We are also going to be covering the matchup that does take place between Argentina and Australia. Alongside that, we have got our post-match review that we will be doing on the channel that is starting at about 5:05. And also Roberto. Thank you very much, mate. Hugely appreciate it. Thanks for the commentary, mate. No worries at all. We will be back in 2 weeks' time for the Rugby Championship, which is the next round that we have got. Now, Malcolm Marks at the back of the rolling maul. Can South Africa get it going forward? It's looking pretty good now. Marks just holding on at the back. Knows how to manipulate the defense. It's going to be a rolling maul still. It's gone down. Eben Etzebeth's ended up with it, but it's a penalty advantage against the All Blacks, and it's going back for the penalty. Surely this is getting close to a double blow of the whistle and a yellow card for them. And good God, it's a test match. We've left 9 points out there choosing for touch instead as in the match finishing in 30 minutes time, says Lynn. It is indeed. So it will be probably about 5:05, 5:10 that we do start that one on Mark's try from the rolling maul. And just for donation, my guy, says Nathan. And there as well. And also win or lose, it's how we performed is the gauge for the coach, says Joe. And the thing is, even if they lose here, you'd have to say the All Blacks have played a lot better. Sam Cane actually firing up his team. I saw that. He was on the line and he was looking to his teammates saying, come on, boys, let's defend this. I like that a lot because we don't normally see a lot of intensity in the way that Sam Cane captains. It looks like the ABs have yeeted themselves into the lead, and good challenge, says Golden Guest. And I don't want us to win. Never thought I'd say this, says Shane. And also, the ref is clearly helping the box, says Juju. Although when there was a penalty about 3 minutes ago, it was the other way around. But Fletcher Knoll now onto the field on debut, 5 metres out. He's got to now try and defend a rolling maul attempt from the South Africans. Your South African dialect is impressive, bro, says Derek. Thank you very much, mate. I did spend a lot of time practicing them for the URC and all of the other competitions that we do see South African sides. The Curry Cup, we did actually cover quite a bit of it on the channel as well. But now it is the rolling maul once again. South Africa getting it out the back. Jaden Hendricks, a rush defense. Now Damien Valimza, a great low tackle on him by Rico Ioane, slinging it wide. Pollard instead decides to cut back inwards. Kane makes it that time. Now better Steph Toya only 10 metres out. Whitelock considering going for the turnover attempt, but the All Blacks, they need to make sure that they are disciplined here. Shannon Frizzell is injured. He does not look like he's getting up, but it was nicely done by Artie Savia. I want to say that he knocked it on, but I believe they're going to be kicking it back into the pocket. Geordie Barrett. We haven't seen Geordie Barrett in about 35 minutes. But Shannon Frizzell has stayed down, so I believe Akiriwani will be making his way out onto the field now. Yeah, has Geordie Barrett done anything since taking that mark in about 20 minutes? I don't think so. Now I think about OMG game is ending in 25 minutes time from now. Bok need to score something at this point. He's done brilliantly by Artie Savia there to get over there, and Artie good steal. And also that was too close in Savia with the steal. He does step up at the right times, Artie Savia, and that is one of them. He has been able to get over the ball. But anyone who is new to the channel, like I mentioned, be sure to leave a like and subscribe to the channel. We are currently only sitting another 146 subscribers away from 16,000. So if you do want to help us out, it is hugely appreciated. Like I mentioned, we are going to be doing not just the next round of the Rugby Championship, but every round, every game will be coming up on the channel. This is the way that the table sits currently as we do sit. I can't believe that Shannon Frizzell is still out there on the field. He was face down for a while. Not quite to the extent that Faf de Klerk was in that first game, but looks like Samasoni Takiaho, he is actually going to be making his way off the field, and now Cody Taylor does replace him. After this game, if the All Blacks win it, they will not be in last place. If they are within 7, they will also not be in last place just for now. But these are the next games to expect from the Rugby Championship. In 13 days' time, Australia, they do play South Africa. It will be a 7:30 a.m. kickoff for you guys in South Africa. And then 7:45 p.m. New Zealand time, 9:45 p.m. or 9:45 a.m., for you South Africans. That will be when that game is taking place. Yeah, a couple exciting games. Subscribe to this man. He's the best. And there as well. And while you're at it, if you do want to check out our other channel, it is the Kiwi Lad Sport. We have got plenty more content coming up on that channel. And your reaction was funny when you mentioned Geordie's name. Says, Yuppie, I just haven't seen him. And going to overtake Big R Sports soon with subscribers there. Hamish Sweet says Steve Smith. Yeah, we have been flying up at the moment, almost up to the 16K. And by the end of the year, I don't know whether our goal should be 20 or 25,000. And not bad choice, bad choice not to kick now. Lukanio arm. We will come back to that in a very short moment. Still goes. Missed tackle from Sam Kane. Wide cut out pass. And Makazole Mapimpi does go in for the try, although they're checking it for a 4 pass. But Mapimpi, you can't leave him out of the try scoring picture for very long. And Makazole Mapimpi, he's seen the line. He's seen the opportunity. Couple missed tackles from the All Blacks, just as we were saying that they have been looking clinical in the way that they've been tackling. And also Ford, surely, or just a bad angle. I think the angle that we've got does make everything look a little bit wonky. They are going upstairs for this one, though. Great try again. Good job, Hamish. Great job, Hamish, says Vader. You know, what a try, says Birdie V. Oh, okay. So the thing that they want to check here is to see whether or not a player was held in or there was a bit of obstruction that created a gap of Jaden Hendrickson, and you'd have to argue it possibly was a little bit of obstruction on Whitelock. So Whitelock would have been lining up Lukanio arm, gets hit by Hendrickson, which then creates the gap. Unfortunately, I think this try is going to be overruled. I feel bad because Makazole Mapimpi, it was a brilliant try for him. But Whitelock, Hendricks is not allowed to do that, unfortunately, and that may be down to the fact that he is still a little bit inexperienced. But unfortunately, I think this is going to go back. And the referee really likes to have incredibly long advantage plays, says Master Mel, and Yahoo Go Bok says Spider Mick there, no try, says Alta, and All Blacks. We have similar competition against England or France. And can I subscribe twice, says Doug? If you do subscribe twice, you may have to subscribe again after that because you may have subscribed then unsubscribed. So then be sure to subscribe again after that. Okay, they're going back to the penalty for obstruction. This is a huge call in the scheme of things. The crowd are not too happy with it. And this is the best therapy. I suffer from anxiety. Thanks, Kiwi lads. Thanks, Calvin. And yeah, it is absolutely awesome having you guys all there. What in the F was that, says average YouTube user. So unfortunately, Jaden Hendrickson, what happened there was he created a gap for Lukanio to run through. Now, the big thing here is even if he hadn't created that gap, there was still going to be a chance that Lukanio would have gone through. But the way that they write the rules, I just feel bad for Lukanio and Makazole Mapimpi because that was brilliant from those two. They had nothing to do with it. And instead, Hendrickson was the man who did cause the penalty. And also we have got there, if Offman says scrumptious, or did he literally just stand where he was already standing? Nah, there was some movement. Like from an impartial view, you would have to say he did shuffle across. And the worst thing was he didn't just do it slightly. He did it quite prominently, I guess you could say. which is why the penalty did go to the All Blacks. It's just a shame that the play that came off it was one of the best tries we have seen from Makazole Mapimpi and Lukanyoan linking up together. But now Richie Mo'unga looks like he's going to be kicking this one. At the moment, the All Blacks are up by 8, and they'll go back 5 minutes to find something, says RJJ. And let's go New Zealand, says Pieto. They're saying it's hostile in the crowd. They didn't like the fact that that one was disallowed, which now means that Richie Mo'unga is kicking straight into the Lions' den. Morena Hamish from Lima, Peru, says image there. So welcome in, mate. Hope you are doing well. Currently, the All Blacks looking to extend their lead by a little bit more. It does go over from Richie Mo'unga. And now the score will be 21 points to 13 in favour of the All Blacks. I hope the All Blacks win. The players and staff deserve it after all the negativity. Says Irish one, but it does seem like Tuvava'ai, Quintupaya, Finley Christie, Bowden Barrett, all those guys don't look like they're getting ready to go out there anytime soon. And also, BS the ref looking for excuses, says Cameron, in that one. But Akira Ioane, he's made his way out onto the field for Shannon Frizzell. I can understand why, because Frizzell didn't look too flash a little bit ago. Richie Mo'unga tries to get a little bit of his footwork going, trying to jump straight on the ball. Malcolm Marks steals it. There wasn't a lot of time at all for Richie Mo'unga before he even got to the ground. Malcolm Marks was in there. Now wide pass. Makazole Mapimpi this time gets it. So he does get the try that he missed out on. One mistake from Richie Mo'unga when he decided to hesitate to kick it. Instead tried to go through a gap. Spears having a bad game, says I'm nutty. At the end, 23 minutes go. And got his only hope, says Scrumptious. Well, he must be looking down on you now because that is a brilliant try for Makazole Mapimpi. I mentioned how he deserved one. And he does. Mapimpi does very nicely. Malcolm Marks gets straight in there. Oh. Okay, Justin Marshall saying there wasn't much of a clear release there. And now Hendricks, he did a nice pass across. And remember when ref got tackled in 2002? And then also and give New Zealand a card. Or and didn't give New Zealand a card, says I'm nutty. And 20 points to 21, says Kelvin. And there as well. So the kick to come at the moment, sitting 18 points from Makazole Mapimpi. A clinical finisher. Well, that was fast. And it's those split-second decisions, like I mentioned. You spend half a second going, right, rather than kicking this downfield, I'm going to decide to try and have a little bit of a run. And then all of a sudden, it does make the mistake. And also those Kiwi commentators on Sky Sports are at it again. Says Mo. Yeah, I think they were saying no clear release. But the thing is, they do have to make sure they're consistent. If it's no clear release for that one, there have been a few earlier on in the match that could be argued that there wasn't a clear release when the All Blacks were getting them as well. Never deny a try from Mapimpi. I don't like saying this, but this is a great Bok team. Says David Ahmad. And Mapimpi scores also. Or my Pimp scores also. And few back in business. It's a close game at the moment. My score is 23-21 Springboks to win, says Atene, and too close now. And a great try. One's gone over from Pollard. 1 point difference between these two sides, ladies and gentlemen. If you haven't already, be sure to hit that subscribe button. We're on the road to 1,000. That's a lie. We've already hit that. We are on the road to 16,000 subscribers. So if you do want to leave a like and subscribe, it's hugely appreciated. We are trying to hit 16K by the end of this one. All Blacks need to hold on a comeback. Box win would be crushing. And Malcolm Marks is a problem, says Carl, with that donation. He certainly is. Whether he starts or whether he comes off the bench, one of the most dangerous men when it comes to those turnovers. Caleb Clark off the field for Bowden Barrett. Interesting choice. So that means that they're going to have a bit of a reshuffle there in the back line, I would think. And Mapimpi brings all the boys to the yard. Says Fluffy, it's going to be kicked high for the box kick. It's really going nowhere, but the altitude didn't mean it hung in the air for a bit longer. But Fletcher Newell on debut here does manage to clean it up. Now Cody Taylor didn't get the last game in South Africa. Goes round the side for Artie Savia. Now Akira Ioane, his first run. This is where he is really going to need to step up. I'm so proud of the box. Resilient and take a beer break, mate, says Kelvin. And Kiwi commentators are so biased, says Master Mel. And indeed, Nutty, BBC Power. Here's a Marco Vonapola inside ball from Akira Ioane. Now Scott Barrett goes back to Bowden Barrett. Links up straight away with David Hartvelli moving up to the 22. Now Quagga Smith tried to get the turnover. Akira Ioane does get taken down by Malcolm Marks. This is nice phase play. 9 phases in a row now, but loose from the All Blacks, and no one really wanted to claim that one. Does lead to the scrum feed for the Springboks on the 22. This commentator is brilliant, non-biased. See, he's Doug there. And also your beauty, Mapimpi. And also, we've got another donation from Carl saying, get the resignation papers ready for Foster. Here's Carl. And also, we have got this commentary is as unbiased as you ever get. Much appreciated, says Owen. But yeah, I think the reason we always go for the unbiased side of things is because when you have a commentator who loves one side, like it always, like, it just feels different for the team that the person's not supporting, if that makes sense. Like if you watch a game where it's the All Blacks versus the Springboks, for example, and you've got, I guess, Justin Marshall, he's a perfect example, someone who absolutely loves the All Blacks, lives and breathes the All Blacks, then it does make it hard if you're a Springboks supporter to listen to him for a majority of time. So that's why we've always been unbiased, and we always find that you guys do end up always responding well to it. And Bias never gives a fair analysis. And there says Lynn, and Hamish is unbiased, which makes him good, says Wise1. And also come on the ABs, let's take down some names and start kicking some ass, says David the Mod. And you're better than the Sky Sports New Zealand commentator, says James. That is, of course, hugely appreciated as well. But now it is going to be the scrum feed for the Springboks. Still only 18 minutes left. Give me your Kiwi card. You're no longer a part of that gang, says Juju. Yeah, I have been told a couple times that I may have to leave New Zealand. I thought Bowden was injured. He landed extremely heavily on his neck last week, but somehow managed to avoid concussion for one and a career-ending injury for another. And Kiwis were very fair with Ireland, says Karma Beach, in 15 minutes left, says Lynn. All right, we are going to have to drink or else my voice will disappear. There we go. Hopefully the vocal cords. Oh, I just had a heart attack. You guys would have seen it as well. My glass almost tipped off my table. Luckily, there was nothing in the glass. And Grant Nisbet and Kristen Cullen are the best commentators, call it as it is. And what are the current thoughts on the game? Says Dylan, I think momentum's shifting a little bit in favour of South Africa. Malcolm Marx is making a huge difference. Also, that bomb squad seem like they are going very nicely as well. And the All Blacks are going to have to try and shut that down in the next 5 minutes or so. And he said last week Joe Schmidt was a possible probable replacement. Has that gained any traction over the week, says Gita? Not a huge amount. I think a lot of people still think that Beauden Barrett, or not Beauden Barrett's going to be the coach, Ian Foster might get to stick around, even if this game is a loss, because they think New Zealand Rugby have to sack him. And also we have a problem in the USA with commentators being biased, says Kerman, in 18 minutes is like waiting 18 years. And should a penalty kick only be worth 2 points? 3 points too many nowadays, says I'm Nutty. Can seem a little bit like that at times, but then also, like, if they're really obvious penalties, you should be rewarded, if that makes sense. I was going to mention that Hamish isn't biased at all, but I'm a bit slow, so don't write very often, says Cindy Gooch. No worries at all. And I need some more beer from Nikki for my. And great commentary, absolutely brilliant, says Alta. This ball's going in for the Springboks. Waiting for it. It's not really going out. The All Blacks, great push there. That's a penalty. Oh, it's to the Springboks. Front row angling in. That was probably very lucky because that ball wasn't coming out of the scrum for the box. And Fletcher, no, they've said that he did angle in there. The momentum, it was on the side of the All Blacks when they did collide in the front row. Springboks got marched backwards a little bit, but they did say it was angling a little bit. And it does mean now that Andre Pollard will be able to get it downfield. And shout out to the All Bok Brotherhood, sorry, there. And also to DF, that was a dominant scrum for us, and somehow the ref gives it to the box. And there it says Juju. Although, I guess they did say front row angling in. So Luke Pearce, he's normally very strict, which is something that both of these sides would have known coming into this game. So he knows all of the rules inside and out, and normally won't let you get away with anything. And should move back to 13. Lucanio, I think he is currently playing a lot of 13 for the Springboks anyway. But for the Sharks wise, I would like to see him there. And also last one, just says Carl, thank you very much, mate. Hugely appreciated for your support. And jersey number 10 says Lindan. Now, yes, fantastic commentary, says Normie Kiwi. It's going to be the rolling maul for the Springboks. The All Blacks trying to stop that one. It's gone through the middle. Cody Taylor putting the pressure on Artie Savia. Not able to get the turnover. Now Cody Taylor trying to roll out of the way. Hendricksa. I don't think we're too far off seeing Herschel Yankees get a bit of a crack. Protecting the ball nicely. The Springboks 40 metres out from the AB's line. If they score a try now or even get themselves a penalty, they will be in a very good position, although they've gone for the box kick. Interesting choice there. Will Jordan runs onto it beautifully. It's tipped backwards by Malcolm Marks. I wouldn't think that the kicking option there was the best option for the Springboks. Their backline's been looking good. They got it wide to Lukanyoam and also Makazole Mapimpi, etc. They could have been in for all money there, but Beauden Barrett kicks it down the middle of the field, getting plenty of distance on that one. Will LaRue, he's back to cover. And does kick it into touch. And that will now be down to the halfway line. Go Bok, in spite of what about me, bro. You haven't passed the blunt yet, bro. And also that short ball guy, says Master Mel. I feel like that's how people are going to describe me like 3 years' time. And does your channel have HPG? And then says Kelvin, I normally try not to swear too much on the channel overall. Then we do a live stream with George, and he says every swear word in the whole dictionary, really. And also, what a game. This is amazing. Enjoying every moment of this awesomeness all round, says Kyle. Now currently on the halfway line, Geordie Barrett does get the carry. Quaha Smith tries to go for the counter ruck. He's done nicely. And the Springboks, they do actually save for the All Blacks. They drag the man over. Now it's out to Lukanyoam, who looks to try and go around. Good low tackle by David Arvili to kill the momentum of the box. But for how long? 15 minutes left. Andre Pollard off now into the hands of Willie LaRue. One more to Peter Step the Toy. Beautiful offload up to Makazole Mapimpi. Great tackle by Sam Cane. Artie Savia gets the turnover and wins the penalty for the All Blacks as well. Now taken by Cody Taylor. Slinging it wide to Rico Ioane. He's trying to make his way through, but Eben Etzebeth has been able to shut him down. Almost getting on the ball. Lukanyoam wants it, but has to release it. Now, wide lock. Fletcher Nall with the loose ball. Hendricks, oh, that's a cynical one from Beauden Barrett. Right, the referee hasn't called it, but I think that Beauden Barrett could be in trouble here if they do go back. Now they do. Right. The question is, was it cynical enough to stop a penalty try or a try in general? I think Beauden Barrett could be going to the bin for 10 minutes here. If consistency is the same as what we saw in the first half, Beauden Barrett could find himself off the field for the next 10 minutes for playing the man off the ball. What do they decide here? Did he take him off the ball? He did, yes. Okay, they're just checking this one, and we're penalty try now. Okay, but Justin Marshall saying he didn't think there was much in it. Beauden Barrett steps across, gets in the way, and now Justin Marshall goes, oh yeah. No, there was quite a bit in that actually, and stopped the number 9. He did, so it's going to be a tough decision because the question is it enough to be warranted as a penalty try? Was Richie Mo'unga going to be able to cover it? Beauden Barrett, I think he's going to the bin for 10 minutes, and Justin Marshall sounds like he's heartbroken. Now, okay, Sam Cane was asking the question, why did he get a yellow? And I think Luke Pearce pretty much said it's not a penalty try because Richie Mo'unga was the cover, but that was very lucky for Beauden Barrett. That's not a penalty try at all with Mo'unga at the back, says Senza. So, yeah, that is the saving grace for the ABs, but Beauden Barrett's going to be going to the bin, and they should have never put Beauden Barrett on. Richie was running the ship better without him on the field, says Juju. And yellow card WEF says Bevan and Barrett yellow carded. Normally it is Geordie or Scott who do get the yellow cards. Or no, Scott normally gets the reds, actually, when I think about it. And come on, Pollard. Where are we on the field? Currently 22 metres out with a kick to come here for the Springboks. And no Colgate commercials for you, Barrett. Here's Katie Dixon. Currently Mo'unga having a bit of a chat to Geordie Barrett. The ABs are going to be down by a little bit longer, or by the next 10 minutes or so, in fact. But Pollard, this will give the South Africans the lead. Drinks break for Barrett. There's Wise one. And yeah, he's only been on the field for a couple of minutes, and he certainly got that first one wrong. But then the other side of things is you never know what would have happened. Would the ball have bounced favourably for Hendrickson? Could he have scored that try? It should have been a red card for Beauden. There's Master Mel. That kick is nice from Pollard. And the Springboks now take the lead. 23 points to 21. Get Man Nonu on the field, says Carl Peterson. And what try bar, says Galvin. So I assume you're talking about the chat or the description, which is actually an app that you can use to see all sports, or a majority of sports, all of their scores and everything along those lines. Right. Aaron Smith is off the field for Finley Christie. And by the sounds of it, Sam Cane has made his way. Okay, Sam Cane's coming off the field, and I believe that will be for Tupa Va'ai, who might get to play a little bit in the loose forward trio. Well, that's 1 or 2 late in the bloody game for a yellow card. It's called home field advantage in the USA, says Kerman. And also we have got their jersey number 10, says Lynn. And calm down, guys. All Blacks can still win. And Birdie, absolutely. Pollard, brilliant. This one, yes, 100% in the Rugby Championship continues. I believe at this point in time, he is the leading point scorer. That looks close to going out on the full, and it does from Jaden Hendrickse. He has not had the best game. And thanks for the brilliant commentary, Seth Regine and Tactical Foster. Just made a shocker, bringing on an injured Barrett, who then got sent off. Yeah, I wonder whether or not Stephen Perifeta might have been a better option. She could have had him play at fullback rather than somewhere in the midfield, because they did replace Caleb Clark with Bowden Barrett, which seemed like an interesting choice. But the ball's gone in. Cody Taylor gets his line-out throw wrong. Now Hendrickse fires it across to Quaka Smith. Has a nice run. Fletcher Newell able to make the low tackle on him. Still inside of their own 22 here. Hendrickse goes back to Mostert. His ankle's taken out from underneath him. Adi Savia gets on it. Okay, the throw was clearly not straight from Cody Taylor, but South Africa won the line out. So I think that's what Cody Taylor's saying. He's saying, is that not an advantage? And South Africa had a little bit of time with the ball. And also Cody Taylor, bloody useless. We needed that feed. And why the Kiwi name's starting to get hard to pronounce. Says Scrumptious there. And according to all knowing Squidge Rugby, Bowden Barrett was the best number 10 or New Zealand player on the park this week, in my opinion. Bowden Barrett versus good fullback, not so good as a 5'8". But what do I know, says Penry as well. But it is going to be the scrum feed now for South Africa. 10 minutes left and only 2 points difference between these two sides. It's going to be an absolute thriller going down to the wire. Anyone who is new, be sure to hit that subscribe button. Our goal was to hit 16,000 subscribers by the end of this live stream. So if you do want to help us make it happen, be sure to hit that subscribe button. Jaden Hendrickse, 25 metres out from their own line here for the Springboks. More than likely, they'll go for some sort of set play here if it does manage to roll out nicely, or they will try and get themselves that penalty. Now, that was almost a little bit of angling, and the Springboks get the advantage for it now. It will be Willie LaRue. It's going to be knocked down, but it doesn't go forward. They're going back for the penalty in 10 minutes, and Bodie can do no wrong, says Nicholas. Lakanu Arm can play anywhere, playing on the wing, says Carl Peterson, and go the block. And who are these commentators? They're just whinging and complaining, so biased when they are going to, or when are they going to praise the Springboks? So I believe the ones you're talking about is Justin Marshall and Grant Nisbet. And Cody Taylor is not at his best. I'd rather Dane Cole's ahead of him, says Joe Webby. And thanks, Mr. Rapture. And it is my score that I said, says Ateneo. I do remember you said 23-21, didn't you? In favour of the Springboks. So you could be very close with that prediction. And don't forget to smash that like button, chaps and ladies. Says Daryl Roberts. Yeah, it's hugely appreciated. We have hit over 500 likes, I believe, on this one. So, yeah, just hugely appreciated. Is that the real time, says Scrumptious? Currently 71 minutes through, it is indeed. So we are getting closer and closer to the end of this contest. All the subs have been playing terrible since they came on. Shake my head, says Juju. I'm trying to think of a sub who's done well. Akira Iwani, maybe? Everyone else has at least given away like one penalty or dropped the ball or something for themselves. Other than, I guess, Finley Christie, he's done all right. He hasn't touched the ball. Hasn't had to make any tackles. Solid. Got around that 50%. I will admit, Kiwi commentators are one-eyed, says David the Mod. And I get a membership for free. As there's a there. Makazole Mapimpi tried to go up for it. Will Jordan takes the mark and does take the quick tap as well. Damian Valimza had his ankles taken out from underneath him. Now it is Richie Moonga. Ball on the outside to Rico Ioane. Now it's going to be a foot race. Damian Valimza trying to cover defend. Rico Ioane down the outside. Lucanio Arm doing brilliantly. And Valimza are able to take him down, but inside of the 22 now for the All Blacks. Christie goes across to Tupai, who wants to straighten with the run. Finds the offload to Geordie Barrett. Havili back to Barrett again. That time it was Scott Barrett. Fletcher Newell finds a miracle offload. Ball on the outside to Cody Taylor, who has to cut back inwards. Keep himself in the field of play. The All Blacks up to about 5 phases now, continuing to go. Barrett back to Havili. Savia with the step. Found the offload up to Geordie Barrett. The defence is lured in. If they can get their way through here, the All Blacks might be able to score themselves. Another try. Christie goes short off to George Bauer. Couple extra minutes. Mate, Kitsoff's on the ball though. Kitsoff's got, no, he doesn't. Okay, he's going to be penalised for that one. But Barrett tries to go through 5 metres out. The All Blacks still playing with the advantage. This could be a huge moment in the game. Inside ball to Geordie Barrett. Physicality from Adi Savia. Bumps his way almost through. Havili reaches. And it will be the try to David Havili in the 73rd. They had the advantage and they went through. And David Havili scores. The first back of the match for the All Blacks, who has been able to score, whereas for South Africa, it's been all backs. That one, 73 minutes in, Havili reaches and just manages to get his hand over the try line and try, says Xavier. What a try, says Bevan. And they just kept on going and going and going there, the All Blacks. They had the advantage for Stephen Kitsoff. I thought he was close to getting a penalty in favour, and Hamish is low-key smiling. Says Carl Peterson, or I think it's just because it's so close. It's an awesome one to watch. Fantastic match, says Richard. I swear my heart is going about 5 million miles an hour, says Novmum. And imagine what some of these guys are feeling. They have been out there for 73 minutes playing in altitude when you feel like you're only getting half a breath. And Andre Pollard looks like he is starting to feel it a little bit. Get another one. And also Alan McLaughlin was the best commentator, says Gita. And also effing passion, my boys, says Golden Guest. And surely Foster must be fired. The result shouldn't change that, says Cameron Enrico. Shut all the haters up tonight. He's been incredible on defense and attack. And also someone who's been doing very well. To be fair, I think David Havili's had a pretty good game. Yes, he had that mistake that led to one of the first tries for the Springboks, if not maybe the first. But other than that, he's been able to distribute the ball quite nicely. And now was able to get himself the try to match. Now Richie Mo'unga, an important kick. And this one needs to go over to give the All Blacks a 5-point advantage. This game is far from over, though, as we have still got another 5 minutes left on the clock. Update score, says Imran. And now struck by Mo'unga. It sneaks in the left hand upright. And that will be now 28 points to 23 in favour of New Zealand. And also Springbok fans, where you at, Springboks, please, says Bilgan. Is Foster safe now? It's a good question because, to be fair, they've had a good game here for the All Blacks. It's completely different to what we saw last week. Beautifully done. Well, that one. And also go the All Blacks, go. It's your game, guys. And also Kamate says, a nice kick from New Zealand. Yeah, Mo'unga's been kicking very successfully. I believe he's missed one throughout this match. Havili seems to play well with Richie. Seems disjointed with no fluidity with Beauden Barrett. Yeah, if you've got Beauden Barrett at 10, I think you need two of us, a Sheck at 12, just because at least they both play for the same Super Rugby team, so they spend a bit more time building up that chemistry. I quite like this combination of Richie Mo'unga and alongside him it being the number 12, David Havili, and it's different because of the Crusaders in the team and how long until Bodie comes back on. He has got 28 seconds that he has got left, and this is a brutal game, says Licker. It has been a brilliant one. I like the draw, says Chris, for this one. I thought for a second that was a picture of Joe from Impractical Jokers in your picture, and also no, says D-Gamer. Get in, says Graggle. Now another rolling more opportunity for the Springboks. They are always very cynical, or not cynical, clinical. Sorry, cynical is a completely different word, of course. Cynical was what Beauden Barrett did to get himself yellow carded. Now Yankees passes across to Stephen Kitsoff. Only another 3.5 minutes left. And Yankees is going to box kick. They're going to go for the territory game. That's very risky with how late we are in the game. Geordie Barrett takes it beautifully. And the All Blacks have now got possession back. That is similar to what we saw in Australia when these two sides played. Richie Mo'unga now will be kicking it downfield. So the territory game is going to be working a little bit more in favour of the All Blacks. Like I mentioned, risky for the Springboks to still be keeping this one. Instead, now Willie LaRue going to start taking off, gives it off to Makazole Mapimpi. One of the water boys for the All Blacks was saying that one was fought. Everyone else disagreed. Whitelock on the ball. He's got the turnover now. Will Jordan goes back across to Finlay Christie. Geordie Barrett looking for the 50-22. There's no one back there. It's going to have to curve or else they're going right back. It's going to just stay in the field of play, and Pollard, or it was LaRue, who was under a huge amount of pressure. And Willie LaRue looks like he is feeling that one a little bit right. They're going to have to check this one to see whether or not there was a late shot from Cody Taylor there. I think all of the fans on that near side of the field want to say that it was. Willie LaRue is saying that it was as well. Now he is yelling at the referee. He can't be marched back 10 or else they're over the try line. Well done, New Zealand. Sorry about that, Willie. Says Nathan, I respect and appreciate your commentary. Any chance you could sneak in a crescendo, like scream the try as a try score, says Gita. I will try my best if we do see one more. Tommy Regner has said, love your commentary, man. Thank you very much, mate. Hugely appreciate it. But nonetheless, anyone who is new to the channel, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. It is hugely appreciated. Late subs at altitude, says Greg. Also, the All Blacks, they did wait relatively long till they did go for it. The thing is, though, with that one from Cody Taylor, if that did become a penalty, that is extremely risky, and it's a penalty you cannot afford to give away. So there is being physical, but then there's also being slightly stupid. And it was almost that one. Man, yeah, says Mike. And also Yusuf is not too happy. But I guess Yusuf, I almost called you. They had amazing commentary, Hamish, as always, says Lizette. And also good on your ref. You cost us the game, says Mo. Well, that one as well. But now it's going to be thrown in by Tupavai. Ball available at the back. Cody Taylor starts to go. It's only a couple meters out. The Springboks trying to shut that one down. Now Christie looks to give it off to Tupavai. He drops to a knee. He's just short. Vincent Koch trying to get that turnover. Isn't able to do so. Christie back to Bauer. The All Blacks only a couple meters out, and this could be their chance. Artie Savia tries to drop over the line. I think he's just short by half a meter. They do have to release it, although it doesn't look like Quacker Smith wants to. He wanted to hang on to that till the end of the game. Now Christie has to look to both sides, decide what way he wants to go. Christie goes to the right, and it is going to be off to Bauer. Drops the head. I think he dropped that. No, they've said it's gone. It's actually an advantage, and it's going to be the try to the All Blacks. Right, they might have to check that one because I think Bauer may have had a handling error on the ground. But if it is not, that will be the win for the All Blacks. You would think Scott Barrett will be the man who did score that final one. And also where they play in whose half it is only 5 meters out, or it was 5 meters out from the Springboks line. Right, I want to see this one on the ground from George Bauer because I thought there was half a chance of a knock on there. That didn't look completely secure from Savia either. Right, what we're looking at here, I think we need to check to see if Bauer dropped the ball. Okay, we're not going to see the replay. I guess he didn't. But now that is going to be Scott Barrett, who does manage to get the try. And because of it, the All Blacks, they will be able to break that losing streak up against opposition. Okay, they checked to see if he got it in one movement. They said he definitely did for that one. And New Zealand, well done. And also Morons picking the box to win, says Lone Wolf. And yeah, there'll be a lot of rich Kiwis if they did back New Zealand because they were $2.70 underdogs. Great commentary, thank you, awesome. Says Teaching, keeping it simple. And also who says William. And also relieved to know the ABs can still show up. What else we need Bok for, says Chris. And also we have got the Yankees is stupid, says Smets. I am still questioning that decision to kick the ball away because it all kind of started from there. They kicked the ball away and then there was the turnover. That is going to be the full-time siren, ladies and gentlemen. New Zealand, they are going to be victorious in this contest. And the end score, it is 30. What does it become? I believe it's 35 points to 23. Superb commentary. Well done, New Zealand, says Louise. And Sandsport needs to get Supersport commentators tired of listening to this Kiwi commentators. And Yankees kicking the ball away, says Carl. And this was just as bad as when the Brumbies were robbed by the Blues. Dark day for World Rugby. And also we have got the Hey Howdy Hey Maxi. And the chat as well. Yeah, we did have Maxi in there a little bit earlier on. Told you they will win, bro. You certainly did. And they did extremely well. 12 points difference in there. I believe your prediction was All Blacks by 8. So very close, and the beard survives to return for another game. It certainly doesn't. Thank you, Kiwi lads. Congrats, New Zealand, the ABs. And also we have got, and in their second to beginning kind of game, Hammy, welcome back to Super Rugby. Strong game from RSA, man. Yeah, brilliant performance from South Africa at times throughout this contest. And they just showed how much they did want it at times, but it seemed like those early subs, it did start well for them, but then I don't know whether or not it was those players who were still out on the field started getting a little bit more fatigued. Now, I will mention there were a lot of penalties against both sides throughout this contest, quite momentum-shifting penalties. And GG says Lord, and then Will Foster say learnings at the presser. I think, you know what, if Ian Foster in this press conference said this was our best performance of the year, I would almost agree with him. I know that first game up against Ireland was very nice from the All Blacks, but they had to fight back in this contest, and that is exactly what they were able to do. The All Blacks needed this one bad, played with tremendous pride and great call, Hamish, and got it handed to New Zealand. This is the lowest they've been for some time. They come away such a convincing win, says Connor Cahill. And also South Africa's winning, says Kenneth, and love it. And the AB speed was too much for South Africa. Foz has done enough, in my opinion. And here comes the Box fans blaming the ref, says Chris Seo. And there's our match fixing by the ref. Well done, AB's paying the ref a lot of money to win this game, says Elvin. And let's go, says Strike. And thank you for tonight, says Michael. No worries at all. But I will mention we have still got plenty more coming up. And I think South Africa dropped a bit as the AB's improved Says the Big V8 show. Yeah, it was almost the complete opposite of what we saw last week. And Ellis Park belongs to New Zealand. Says Timothy. So once again, Beauden Barrett's record of 14 matches in a row coming off the bench has led to another win. So I guess at the moment, he has done very nicely, although he did get a yellow card for that one. Oh, what a great game. Well done, the All Blacks. And we had to win, but we had a lack of luck on our side tonight. Still too many errors, says Joe Weary. It seems like the ABs play more aggressively with more runners ready to pounce on every chance. See, that's the thing. Rico Ioane, for me, played very well in the midfield. Same with David Havili. Clark, not the best game overall. You save your mustache. I do. And thanks so much. Much appreciated. You are good on the commentary. Blessings, says Lizette. Thank you very much. And also go Bok and Ireland over the Springboks. And then they are going to be playing a little bit later on in the year. Yeah, the Springboks played sloppy today. They came in complacent, like I thought in the beginning. Says it was Lynn and Finley Christie should have started. And well done, South Africa. Great effort. Well done, All Blacks, for the win and creates ABs. Like, no disgrace to come back from 15-0 down, take a late lead, says Carlo. Exactly right. And I mentioned it at the start of the game. This game is not over until the Boks are down by like 25. If they weren't, they were going to be in it right till the death. The scoreboard, the difference between it's a little bit more than a lot of people would say was deserved in there. And Foster Safe says Kieran O'Connor. I mean, the New Zealand Rugby board said you get one win in South Africa, you keep your job. So I think he's got a decent argument to be able to say, you know what, I've done what you needed, almost the 16K subs. And we have got Rico Ioane in there as well. But anyone who hasn't already, be sure to leave a like and subscribe to the channel. We are currently sitting on 15,902. So we are 98 away from our 16,000 goal. Did we play better or did the Boks play below par? I think it was a little bit of both. We did see the Springboks at times, they were struggling, but they also were very unlucky. Like, the thing is, it was make or break in about 5 of those breakdowns. If Peter Steph-Toy didn't drop to a knee, if like Stephen Kitsoff didn't get penalised for the player not rolling away, there could have been many turnovers. Some brilliant commentary. Thank you very much, Scott. Hugely appreciated. I wish I could catch a fish the size of that snapper that you have got in the picture. And who was your player of the game? Says Lord Rapture. Ooh. Geez, player of the game's a tough one. Savia put in a shift, but I don't know if it was enough to get player of the match. I'd say Rico Ioane was good. Havili was good, I thought. Well done, Kiwis. This is the AB side we're used to. And also Hamish, I read that one. And still fire the coach, Mwanga saves his job. And we got the rub of the green tonight. And the coach's changes were good for the All Blacks. And Lukanyuam. Yeah, that's the thing. If South Africa won, Lukanyuam or Makazole Mapimpi would have been right up there. But I don't know whether or not they do end up giving it to a player on the losing side. And also, we have got Let's Go player on the Scott Barrett, says Nishiyama and Adi Savio, Rico Ioane in there. Well done, the men in black. And good game, South Africa. And there as well. Yeah, it was a great game of rugby. We are going to be transferring over to our next one that is coming up in a very short moment. It will be a match review that we are going to be doing on the channel. So be sure, if you haven't already, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button. And looking forward to your Melbourne Cup commentary, says Gita, and there as well. But I should mention we have also got Argentina versus Australia later on tonight. So be sure to stick around for that as well. But thank you all very much for tuning in. If you did enjoy, be sure to leave a like and subscribe like I mentioned. Also, be sure to check out the Kiwi Lads Sport channel. It is our other channel there. We do post plenty on that one as well. But thank you all very much. I will see you all in a couple minutes' time for our post-match review. But I will see you all for the next one.